the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. till then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside, but still well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweet. Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Hello and welcome to another exciting day of the Realme BMPS 2025. 10 days ago, we set out on a journey to 4 champions, and with day number 11, it is the intensity of the tournament that has hit its peak because only the last 2 days of round 1 remain. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, before we kick off the journey for Group C and D, let's have a recap of how things went down yesterday with Group A and B playing the last 3 matches.
Exactly, and unfortunately for yesterday, we had to bid adieu to JAGUAR and Mysterious Esports. They're not going to be a part of the tournament anymore. And yeah, speaking of Wild Fangs, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Reckoning Esports, the top dogs doing really good for themselves, as expected. Wild Fangs getting their first ever chicken dinner. Definitely one of the best possible moments that even the fans were asking for, and even Sensei has probably been celebrating that.
Exactly. While the teams celebrate, specifically the teams that were able to claim their spot into the top 3, the others are still in the fight to decide where they can make it into the top 8, qualify directly for the semi-finals, break into the top 16, move to round 3, or for the teams sitting in the bottom 16 right now, apart from Mysterious and GenXFM, of course, everyone else, all the other 14 teams, will try to fight it out to sort of survive the culling that's about to happen at the end of round 1.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm telling you right now, for Fearless Esports, it's looking real bad, and they're going to be playing the first 3 games itself inside of the Group C. So, yeah, one thing is for sure, since you've got that sword of death on top of your necks, automatically there's going to be that pressure building up. Not just them, you've also got teams like Deadly Gaming, 2OP officials as well, pretty much on that same dirt.
That is definitely true. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to get yourselves out of the dirt, if you're struggling in your matches of BGMI due to your device, well, check out the Realme GT7. This is going to be the perfect solution for you guys. It is out and available on Amazon.in. So you guys can go onto Amazon and grab yourselves the Realme GT7. It is going to be improving your performance, of course. Why? Because 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, which has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, 7000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger.
Exactly. So what else do you want? Move on towards Amazon and check it out. But back towards the main conversation once again, right there we're having. Group C as well is pretty stacked. We've got teams like Learn from Past coming inside of the picture. Even Soul's going to be playing today. Even Myth Official. Let's not forget the comeback they pulled off. Getting back-to-back chicken dinners is something we never saw coming from a banner like Myth.
Exactly. This is comparatively a new team compared to everyone else that they're competing with now after those back-to-back chicken dinners. And of course, it came in a very dire moment as well. They were on that second last page of the leaderboard. Then 2 amazing wins, and they took a massive leap from where fighting for the top 16 was an actual option. But they are going to be chased by the likes of 4 Miracles, by the likes of VASISTA. Jaguar Official is also going to be there. So as you said, this group is stacked. And of course, Myth wasn't the only team that made a comeback in this group. Apecity as well. We saw Apecity on the last page of the leaderboard, and now they are still in a position from where at least they can survive round 1.
You just stole my words, but another team that was able to pull off a major comeback was also Godsgiven Esports. Yeah. Even they were just trying to slip under the radar, getting those consistent points flow as well. And the same thing can be said for 4 Miracle Esports as well. Things were not looking too good when they played the first 6 games. But then later on, we saw massive catapults, even from the side of 4 Miracle Esports. And since we've been speaking so much about about this Group C and the overall standings itself, let's move on and have a look at the overall standings for now. Learn from past from the Group C is currently sitting inside of the top 4, which is looking really comfy for them.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you are able to cross 130 points, you should be safe inside of the top 8. So that is going to be the target from Learn From Past. But everyone else is going to be, especially Wildfangs, they're going to be watching the matches very closely, seeing where they end up at the end of today and what can be their expectations for tomorrow. But as we move down the ranking, on the 16th position, there was Team Seoul. They are barely clinching to the top 16 right now, so they definitely need like a chicken dinner today to survive.
Latter half is on the screen as well. You see teams like Myth. You've also got Golden Glider Esports. Unfortunately for them, yesterday they played all their games inside of the round 1, and they haven't really found a slot in the top 16, which is quite unfortunate. The way they played in the first 6 games, it was remarkable. But then later on, slowly and steadily, we saw that consistency sort of fizzle out. Don't get me wrong, they were still pretty good. To end up around that top 16 is not an easy job. And Golden Glider Esports, since we're seeing them for the first time, they've done it successfully.
Exactly, they've done a pretty decent job, and even though they won't be able to move to round 3 or, well, the semifinals is not even a question, they will be able to survive round 1, and it's quite impressive, as you mentioned, with how they started off their journey. But we see Myth on the 19th, we see VASISTA Esports on the 27th position. Now, these teams will require a chicken dinner and consistent performances in all 3 matches, because after they're done with their games, then there's going to be the other teams right behind them that will try to push them out of the top 16 bracket. And Myth, from where they are in the mid-70s, they definitely need a chicken dinner and 2 games with at least 12 to 13 points each.
Honestly speaking, at this point, if someone is really aiming for that top 16, they need more than 110 points.
Yeah.
That should be like the safety barrier. If you get more than 110 points, you will be there pinned down in the top 16 no matter what. And even for teams like Apecity, Fort Miracle Esports, Jaguar Officials, and even Godsgiven Esports, this is going to be a Herculean task. But at this point in time, it's desperate times, desperate measures, and they need to execute it no matter what. We've got another page on the screen. You see Godsgiven right there with 48 points secured. You've also got a few more names like Team Tamila's around that same vicinity. Even Team Tamila still need to play their final 3 games, which will be happening in the future. But right now, focusing on teams like Godsgiven Esports, as I mentioned, for them it's going to be a Herculean task, and at this point in time, the desperate times and its desperate measures.
And for this particular group, I would also like to mention, as you were talking about Godsgiven, 48 points on the 56th position. Even Honeybee Esports have done quite decent for themselves. This is also a comparatively newer team on the block, 46 points. But as you were saying, from here, if you're struggling in the 40s, if you're even in the mid-50s, the early 50s, then asking for those 110 points in 3 matches, it is a big task. So over here, you're just looking to survive. You're just looking to stay alive in the tournament. But we talk about the danger zone. We have Chenab Valley on the 78th position. They need to perform, or they're going to stand a very, very big threat on their heads where they can be kicked out. And of course, on the same note, we have 2 OP Official who are on that 86th position, struggling in the bottom 16 along with the side of DG. And of course, a team that I think most of us have pretty much given up on already, because they are in a similar shoes as Gen X FM is Fearless 4.
They're currently sitting all the way on the bottom. They still need to play their 3 games, so there's a chance they can definitely pull themselves out of that dirt. But looking at the way they have been playing their 9 games so far, it's really tough to say if they can do it or not, because in 9 games they managed to acquire 10 points. That average is looking really bad for Fearless 4, and if they want to pull themselves out, well, only miracles can save them at this point. And going back towards Chenab Valley conversation, right? Chenab Valley in the BJS 2025 as well, it's one of those teams that was known for their consistency. And now if you look at Chenab Valley, consistency was there, but just in the first 3 games. After that, Chenab Valley was just fizzling out.
And it's quite surprising, because the last time we saw Chenab Valley, they were actually doing quite well for themselves. There was a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence within the team, but it seems like all of that has completely faded away. And as you were talking about Fearless 4, I think 2 chicken dinners, man. 2 chicken dinners is the only way they survive this tournament, or at least this opening round.
Now, let's be honest, right? That's pretty much an unrealistic expectation from a team that's able to get 10 points in 9 games.
Yeah, true.
For them to pull off 2 chicken dinners in the span of 3 games, that's unrealistic. But if it does happen, the odds are extremely low. But if it does happen, it will be a major surprise. We've got the schedule off today on the screen. Group C is going to be playing the first 3 matches. Then Group D will be the one to hop inside of the action. Playing Group C's on the screen has Learned From Past, Seoul, Myth Official, VASISTA Esports, and a few more known names will be part of it as well. But today, the eyes are going to be on the mid pack and the bottom pack. Chenab Valley, 2 OP Officials, Daily Gaming. You've also got Fearless 4.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are the ones who stand a chance of getting eliminated. So, of course, our eyes are going to be on that bottom four, as you mentioned, Chenab, 2OP, DG, and Fearless 4, but also for the teams competing for the top 16. Because you never know, Myth official, they secure 2 more chicken dinners today, move inside of the top 16, get a safety cushion going.
So here's the thing, right? For the teams that are currently in the mid-pack and do not even care about qualifying towards the top 16, they can literally do whatever they want.
That is
because
true.
they are not going to be eliminated no matter what. They're not going to be pushed all the way down to the bottom 16. And they know they're in the mid-pack. They're safe anyways. If they want, they can grief a few games as well. If they want to stop a team, move on towards the semifinals week 1, they can do it. They've got the leeway.
I mean, so learn from past teams like Seoul, Myth, VASISTA, 4 Miracle. They got to watch out for themselves because that middle pack might actually try to hunt them down. But on the other side of things, as we were talking about them, learn from past, a brilliant opportunity for them to actually secure a spot directly into the semifinals week 1. Seoul, 1 chicken dinner can change their fate as well. A decent big win on any map, and we know, I mean, they are very strong on Miramar. If they drop that 20 bomber again, that actually helps them cross the threshold and get themselves inside of the top 8, at least for today. It is going to be important for these teams to be consistent as well, despite the chicken dinner.
I mean, look, for learn from past at this point in time, I don't think they're going to be in any sort of risk. They've already got so many points, and since they've only played 9 games, they're still currently in the top 4. So learn from past is probably in the most comfiest spot currently. Yeah, for Seoul, still the game can be griefed. They can be stopped, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone's going to be trying to do that. Let's be honest. No one wants to make enemies off the rip like that in the round 1 itself. At the start of the day, we made our predictions as well. I personally went with Jaguar officials. We saw the first 6 games from Jaguar. They were incredible. But then later on, Jaguar was slowly and steadily fizzling out. But since they're in the mid-pack, I really do want them to go big.
Me, I see Spiro and Ravan pretty much have the same prediction between the 4 of us. It's you and Maze. You went for different picks. And as you mentioned, Jaguar official, the team is... There's a lot of hope for them, but let's see how they perform, because Jaguar official as well in the last few games, there was a little bit of fall-off as well. They started on a great note, but it seems like they got gassed out very early. Yeah,
exactly. First 6 games were incredible from Jaguar. They were getting those consistent points, like 9 to 10 points per game. And then later on, for some reason, it felt like the remaining 3 games that they played, Jaguar officials just completely left out. And I don't exactly know if it's on purpose or if something genuinely happened for Jaguar officials. But one thing is for sure, that momentum is not currently with them, and they need to do something to get themselves back in the top 16.
Hopefully today is going to be their day, and hopefully today, with a chicken dinner, they find themselves back into a decent position and a high enough position into this tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off our journey for this day number 11 with our opening map of Erangel, on which we will have the teams from Group C competing. And again, as we mentioned, a lot of big names still in the fight for the top 16. Do they make it with this match, or are we going to have to wait for the other 2 maps?
Exactly, as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again on the map of Erangel, starting all the way from Stalberg towards the opposite side, which will be Hospital. And now this plane flat path once again tilted heavily towards the northern side. If the teams do want to move extremely down south towards the Sanhok military base or even North Pnoy, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch. Let's see, though, how the initial opening is going to look like for a lot of these teams. As we mentioned, there's still so many teams stuck all the way down in the dirt. Teams like Chenab Valley, just barely around that bottom 16. You've also got Deadly Gaming, 2OP officials, Fearless 4, just currently sitting in the bottom 16. And they need to find a way to pull themselves outside of that bottom 16 currently and get themselves on the safer side of the spectrum, make sure they won't be eliminated today.
Well, let's see, though. Fight to stay in the top 16 at least is going to be still on, but right off the bat, Necro. Oh my goodness, look at Severny. It is Myth dropping in with the players of Fearless 4. Now, Fearless 4, based on the position where they are, they actually have nothing to fear.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving on towards Severny, as you mentioned. And this is going to be an interesting fight as well. Fearless 4, yeah, it definitely does seem like they've got nothing to fear. But at the same time, even if they do manage to get a decent game off the rip, that's definitely going to give them a confidence as well. This is one of those fights that Fearless 4 probably doesn't want to take as well, but they do not have any other option either. And now, since they've found themselves up close and personal against Myth, they need to go for it no matter what. You've got Sage right there. Myth official at this point in time. Definitely does seem like they're much more coordinated compared to the players of Fearless 4. While Fearless 4, they seem disconnected.
I mean, from the last 2 wins that Myth has had, it seems like their confidence has definitely gone up by quite a lot. But on the finish feed, there's going to be another fight breaking out in Yasna Poliana Chenab Valley, taking on the players of 2OP official, and they have found the first frag, the first finish of the game. Yeah. But we also got to talk about the Circle as well in this matchup. If you notice from the perspective of Pegasus from Myth, he seems to be about 2,400 meters away from the zone, because the Circle right now sits centered on Query.
Yeah, around Fair Pier Promorx. So this is going to be an interesting one. Not a lot of playing surface available off the rip, so one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of teams suffocate for a good spot. And speak of the good spot, Myth official. At this point in time, in a bit of that stalemate against Fearless 4, I'm not even sure why this stalemate's going on. Someone needs to try and break the ice, get the first knock. And speaking of 2 OP officials, losing out on a player this early inside of the game is not a good sign at all. Currently, 2 OP officials is sitting in the bottom 16, Johnny. And they're already starting things off with a man down. Quite unfortunate. Oh, spotting out the players. Fearless 4 out in the open as well. Clutcher needs to find at least one knockout, and instead, the entirety of Fearless 4, they just come crashing down. What just happened there?
I have no idea. Weren't all 4 of them still standing just like 4 seconds ago?
They were. What just happened?
Man, Myth just making a myth out of their opponents, I guess.
We literally just saw 2 players getting shot down, and then the entirety of Fearless 4 just vanished.
Hey, from the perspective of Myths, that's 4 points, man.
I know, right?
I mean, makes their job a whole lot easier. If they can just secure a chicken dinner in this game, then that is definitely going to be Myth on fire today. Because with a chicken dinner now in this match, they would have moved into the top 16. And then they just have to protect their spot, man.
Wait, I think so with these 4 points, they're already inside of the top 16.
Wait, are they done already?
Yeah. They're currently sitting on the exact 16th spot.
Oh, time for the bonuses, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. Now it's time to qualify towards the top 8, but hold on to that thought. Aim hack still spotting out a few players out in the open. That was a perfect spray as well. Finds the first one. Shoots down for now. Ooh. A return nade as well from the foes, but that's not going to do anything. 2 OP officials still trying their best to fight back. Chenab Valley, though, it's Baby Girl up close and personal. Also got bot fire in the back lines. And Baby Girl does not exactly know where to pounce from. That's the main problem. Chenab Valley does want to make the pounce, does want to push up as well, but just does not know where to do it. And now look at bot fire too. Cooking up an aid, wants to toss it as well on the opposite side of the compound wall. This might just be perfect, but now a little bit overcooked.
Yeah, it was slightly overcooked, but let's see. At least they have the upper hand. 2 OP official haven't been able to recover their fallen teammate. And as soon as there's a little bit more breathing room to available, Chenab Valley, they go for the push. Maddie leading the charge over here. Has to be extremely cautious, though. The Molotov lobbed onto the stairwell to just buy themselves some time by the players of 2 OP official. And this is brilliant positioning from AMAX. He can take down the players trying to push up to that top floor.
Yeah, it was able to only connect one shot though, so quite unfortunate. And also ends up revealing his own position, so that's not a good thing. Chenab Valley at this moment, they know exactly where each and every single foe is positioned. If they want, they can definitely try and isolate the players. There's a man at the front, in my opinion. Just push up and isolate aim hack straight up. Get that one finish point secured. You've got Botfire and his teammates on the upper floor. And this nade from Botfire can actually be extremely deadly. What was Maddie doing? Even the second player falls apart. Chenab Valley, a lot of rookie mistakes. And a few more players taking heavy hit upon themselves, and 2 OP officials on the verge of flipping the tides and turning the tables. Botfire's going to make that pounce. It's not going to back away at all. He's straight up just pump rushing towards the last man standing on Chenab Valley. And Little Pixel's going to be more than enough to eliminate the last player as well. Chenab Valley, what a blunder that was.
Yeah, and what an amazing recovery from the players of AMAX as well, man. You have to give them props for that. I did not think 2 OP official would be able to pull themselves out of the fight, to be honest, with how it began. Them losing a player, one more man knocked out. But very impressive. Just a few mistakes from the side of Chenab Valley, getting punished to perfection. But over here, Ace official, it seems like they find themselves in an awkward spot. So try to cross the Northern Georgia Pole Bridge, move down south. Hyper Ash seems to be cut off from his team by the players of Rivalry.
And Hyper Ash at this moment, he does hear a lot of footsteps too. The main question is, does he know there's Rivalry in the front? Monster's on the move, so unfortunately for the man who was trying to play from the edges, now he's already slipped out on the opportunity of getting this elimination point. But hopefully you guys are not going to be missing out on the opportunity of getting your hands on the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, since the device is already out, I'll recommend you guys to check it out and buy it. It's a great device.
Yeah, it is definitely quite a great and amazing device. I mean, Necro has been challenging you guys for the last few days. Get yourself the GT7. Try and take him out in a 1v1.
Myth on a move. Still quite on the northern side. At this moment for Myth, generally speaking, since they've already started things off on a great note, if Myth wants, they can just keep on taking fights after fights.
Yeah.
But have a look at the replay as well. This is how the fight commenced between 2OP officials and Chenab Valley. And Chenab Valley started things off with the advantage. They had the man advantage inside of the fight, but then AimHacks, he turned things around in quite a great fashion.
This is what I was curious about. Like, how did they find those two knocks over there? And nade right to his feet, no one providing cover, and did they not hear him come down the stairwell?
No, I guess, because the man was too busy taking the shots in the front.
Tunnel vision, you gotta be aware about your surroundings.
The next zone shift's gonna be important as well. For Miracle Esports, they've got a massive split going on. Look at them, 2 players inside of Remarks, 2 players all the way towards Quarry. So it's an interesting split that For Miracle is playing with. You've also got Godsgiven on the right side all the way towards Milta. There's one more team next to him. Soul's still all the way back towards Blue. I'm not sure what sort of game plan Soul's cooking, but I'm never a big fan of late game rotations.
Oh man, but at least this time they get a little bit lucky because the entire northern half of the circle, especially towards the edges, is completely empty. Everyone occupying space between Quarry and Peripia and Primorsk. That's the only thing that works out for the likes of Soul, for the likes of Myth, Ace Official, anyone who's rotating late. But Jaguar Official, what are they doing, man?
This lobby is so late to rotate. If you've noticed, yesterday teams at this moment, they were instantly booking it towards the stage 2.
And right now 7 teams are outside in the blue.
Exactly. This lobby is extremely slow. Maybe even the plane flat path played a massive role, but since the plane flat path was towards the northern side, the teams dropping on the north side should not be taking so much time to loot.
That is very true as well, man. I think the only team that we can give, or 2 teams in fact, that we can give a little bit of leeway to because they got it caught in early fights are going to be Myth and 2OP Official.
Yeah, I guess.
Ace, yeah, they got denied by Rivalry or delayed by Rivalry, but they still had a lot of opportunity to actually move down south after Rivalry left.
I know, right? Still quite a late rotation from this lobby in general. Just a slow and progressive lobby, I guess. And look at Pasha. Man gets knocked by the play zone. Way to kick things off.
RAKA Esports, also another team that finds themselves in the middle pack. This is one of those names, Necro, as you suggested, might not have an opportunity to break into the top 16 themselves, but they can definitely take it away from someone.
Yeah, RAKA's currently sitting on the mid pack, right? Mid to lower pack.
Oh, no.
They won't be eliminated anyways, and the moment you talk about them griefing others' game, it feels like RAKA's currently griefing their own game. Stepping up against the players for Miracle Esports. Reaper and his teammates tossing out the utilities, trying to lock in the warehouse. And RAKA also getting shot at from somewhere else. It's going to be the rest of the 4 Miracle Esports taking the shots from a completely far spectrum. You've also got Dragon OP now moving up close and personal. It's time to take the fight straight to the face. And RAKA officials, even they're doing a decent bit of damage. 2 players knocked out from the side of 4 Miracles. 1 more man in the front in the name of Poco. And now it's taken down a 1v2 in the end. Exploser, he needs to take down 2 players. Also gets the confirmation on one of the players. But in the end, the last man of RAKA gets eliminated too. But now for 4 Miracles, there's another third party in the way.
Yeah, 4 Miracles, they have history in their favor in terms of fights in these compounds, but right now they've lost too many players. Learn from past 2 easy finishes secured by Honey. There's just 1 more man left alive from the side of 4 Miracle, and now they go on a hunt looking for Beard Baba. He's going to be spotted out soon. He's just hiding in a corner. Oh, nice pick, but will he be able to get that point as well? Second player right on the opening of that container. With the DBS, you can actually take this fight, but now there's too much pressure. 3 players just spamming in that very tiny opening, and eventually Beard Baba also has to bow down. Learn from past 3 finishes, all on the back and all on the hard work done by RAKA Esports.
I know, right? Free elimination points just scooped up like that.
Yeah.
Which is quite good from Learn from Past. And generally speaking, RAKA Esports had no business of taking down 3 players of 4 Miracle Esports in that scenario. In my opinion, 4 Miracle Esports should have played things a little bit more cautiously. The moment they found the first 2 knocks, the remaining 2 players just got extremely confident of 4 Miracle, who were there around the players of RAKA Esports. And that's why those 2 players got instantly knocked out. Exploser was able to get 1 confirmation too. So 4 Miracle Esports definitely did panic a bit around that vicinity, but let's hope in the future They won't be making such mistakes once again. And looking at the brighter side of the spectrum, 4Miracle Esports won't be eliminated anyways.
Let's see, though. I mean, as you said, they don't face elimination, but with where they are, I think even they are hoping to see if they can get themselves into the top 16. A big win in this opening match actually opens the door to that possibility.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They're already
eliminated.
They are already
out, yeah.
There's no big match anymore.
I mean, maybe a 20 bomber. Can we expect a 20 bomber from 4Miracle?
We can. It's a team with a lot of caliber, but never know, man. They're also someone that you cannot really trust. Because 4Miracle, yeah, the moment when you think, yes, you can count on them, there's been a lot of those times where they end up choking as well. Especially in BGS 25. It has to be a prime example of how 4Miracle wasn't really able to make their dreams come true.
You know who I miss? Hesperos.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's there in the back lines. Just not currently in the main playing four, I guess.
Do you think this meta does not fit him right now?
True that. Hesperos' job was to go for the med strat constantly. So the moment we're seeing the new zone structure form, since then we're not really seeing Hesperos on the limelight.
I mean, we saw it all start in BGIS last year. Not BGS last year. BMPS last year was when they put Hesperos in the backlines. I think he played a few games, then this realme BGIS 25 also. He just played a few matches, not the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And while his journey, his movement might have been shaky, ladies and gentlemen, your movement can be something that inspires others. Check out the Kia Ceros, evolved by the future, comes with a lot of exciting features, and of course when we talk about the safety of this car as well, that is something you can't scoff off about. 5-star BNCAP rating, 6 airbags as standard, 360-degree camera, front and rear parking sensors, and a smart dash cam with dual cameras, which by the way works with the mobile app.
Oh, but here we go, Deadly Gaming in a big wall of trouble, and Myth gets wrapped up in a sheet just like that. Soul came in, they wiped him out, and now they're looking comfy.
Oh man. I mean, DG is not having a fun time, but they weren't having a fun time from the start of this tournament as well, just like Fearless 4. This is another team playing from the last page, the bottom 16 of the overall leaderboard.
I'm Johnny, their name is Deadly Gaming, and now they're dead.
Yeah, but that's supposed to be for the other people, right?
Yeah, but over here it's the opposite.
I mean, it's like living up to Do or Die.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right?
Do or Die sometimes end up doing as well.
Yeah, actually they end up doing, but Deadly Gaming just dies. And that's not a good thing. Looking at their spot as well in the overall standings, they were around the 87th, which is in the bottom 16 itself. And after this game, I'm pretty sure they're going to be throttled down even more.
Or maybe just stay there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but getting taken out like that with no eliminations in this match does mean that the only thing that can save Deadly Gaming now is 2 games where they have 15 points each.
Yeah, I guess 15 to 20 points, which is too much to ask for.
Yeah. 20 points means you are going for the chicken. I'm just hoping 15, man. Finish in the top 2 with like 9 eliminations if you can. Do what Wild Fangs are doing.
So easy to say, right?
Yeah.
And let's not forget, Johnny, Wild Fangs is a top-tier team, so you cannot really do what Wild Fangs is doing when you're Deadly Gaming.
That is also true.
Looking at Soul, though, they've got an interesting stance for themselves. Yes, not the best possible spot, not the best possible rich, but looking at on the map itself, Soul is currently in the center. And they've got a lot of terrain control as well. It's really up to the players of Soul how they want to play it. Looking at Learn From Past towards that Quarry region, I'm pretty sure Learn From Past is not going to be giving up this position for the longest unless the zone moves away. And right now, you've got GG in a big world of trouble as Reflex gets taken down. Godsgiven, hopefully they're not here to give away some points. Instead, take them from the side of Apecity. AJ himself is taken down real low. The man's quite sensitive at this moment. And what a shot that was from Devil. Deadly shot. The man hits the deck. And GG once again with a chance to life. They can still swing back and shut down the players of Apecity right here, right now. Urchin's taken down real low as well. Falls back to safety. Needs to patch himself up. But the backlines of Urchin as well, it's not too clear indeed. Utilities tossed out against the man. Godsgiven Esports. Urchin is back up to a decent bit of HP. And now wants to take the head-on-head collision against the man in the front. What is going on? Apecity slowly and steadily starting to crumble under that pressure. A confirmation points come through as well from the side of Godsgiven. That's going to be an important one. Apecity 2 down to a 2-man squad. Now the fight's taken down to 1-on-2. But look at the teams in the back line. So many teams wanting to take a part inside of the fight as well.
Yeah, but the problem is as they look to third party this fight, they are pretty much forced to fight each other instead. But Godsgiven, they're going to be given back to the gods themselves by Apecity. First of all, their jump shot was the smoothest I have ever seen.
I know, right?
It was all in such one fluid motion. And I don't even think the man from Apecity saw what hit him over there. But Brilliantly done by Godsgiven, bringing the fight down to 2v2. Then that was that unfortunate nade that took down Devil, and I think after that all hope was lost. Apecity still survives in this matchup with just 2 players, and VASISTA Esports know exactly where they're going to be coming in from.
That actually was a disgusting shot.
Very smooth, man. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Even I did not see Deadly over there. The man just jumped in, instantly got that knock, and gave a chance to life to the players of GG. It's quite unfortunate that they were not really able to latch upon to it. And speaking of Seoul, as I mentioned, they definitely do look good on paper, on the map itself, but they do not have the best possible terrain, best possible ridge to play with. Quite exposed. Soon enough, the teams are going to start to stack around the players of Seoul, and that's where the real problems will start to stack up as well. The next zone's going to be around the players of Myth, Ace, and Seoul themselves. Even Rivalry will now start to close in. You will also have teams like Learn From Past, Jaguar Officials, Honeybee Esports, VASISTA Esports closing in.
It's going to be interesting to see how things turn out, though. So, that is a decent ridge to play from, but I think you also got to pray while you're at that ridge that Ace, Official, or Myth does not look in your direction. But they still have an opportunity to gatekeep the teams closing in from the western side, and I think having the players that Seoul has, they definitely are hoping for these teams to push, but Apecity, they make a push, looking to get themselves inside of the zone and also away from the players of VASISTA Esports, and they succeed in doing so as well. Or maybe not. It seems like Hector actually might want to go for a chase and hunt down the players of Rivals Ape.
Yeah, definitely does seem like it. Scary Jawed and the boys playing in tandem, at least for now. But for VASISTA Esports, though, they need to make it inside of the circle, and that's going to be the main goal, too. You've also got teams like Apecity in the surrounding line, so it's definitely going to be a bit tough. Apecity managing to get those 2 elimination points secured. It's definitely not something that you can rely on. Looking at Apecity's position, not doing too bad either in the overall standing. So one thing is for sure, they won't be eliminated from the competition, but they would still need as many points as possible to be squeezed out of this game. Jaguar Officials on the move. They get real up close and personal against the players of Rivalry Esports. Not a big fan of the position that Jaguar Officials is opting out to play from, because they can be shot at from the back by the players of Seoul.
Oh, but let's see though. Jaguar Official, as we were talking about them, backs compromised, and even in a few moments, Honeybee Esports, you see them on the radar just south of the position, put under pressure by the players of Learn From Past and Seoul. Sekiro knocked out. We have Sahil OP losing a duel, and Learn From Past also losing map pressure in this game, but Honeybee Esports somehow barely managing to survive. Now it is going to be a challenge to bring Sekiro back into this game. The smokes do provide a little bit of soft cover, but the spam can knock out these players and force them into an early elimination.
Honeybee Esports low-key playing this scenario pretty well.
Yeah.
Learn From Past actually still alive inside of the game with that 1 man in the back, and he's now supposed to be the backbone as well. Learn From Past, they pretty much know they are doing really good in this inside of the overall standing, so they can afford some weird shenanigans if they want. Honey's the only man standing. If he wants, he can definitely grief a few games. While Honeybee Esports, even they're on the lookout for that last man of Learn From Past. Honey's currently sitting inside of the vehicle, shrouded inside of the smoke as well. Not the best possible spot, but it is still something now the man needs to work with. Myth taking shots in the front. That's going to be the place. The Seoul under fire. And Seoul themselves returning a bit of that favor back to KSR7. Pegasus as well taken down pretty low. I mean, just look at the amount of teams that are there on the top right side of the map. There's Rivalry Esports, Jaguar Officials, Honeybee Esports, Seoul, and even one of the men from the side of Myth is around that vicinity.
There's so much map control, man, but the question is, if your players are split up, will you be able to recover if that frontliner towards the east side gets knocked out?
Exactly. Clutcher should not go down.
Yeah, it's too far away from his team. If he stays alive, though, that actually swings the entire game in the favor of Myth.
Yeah, it does. Clutcher's now got the zone as well. He's got the massive advantage. Look at the elimination feed just starting to pop off. Soul's getting dismantled, which is not a good thing at all for the fans. Light falls down, though. Honeybee Esports as well, getting a little bit of that hit back upon themselves. Utilities tossed out from Sekiro, wanting to find some sort of an opener. Pegasus able to get the confirmation onto Goblin. Soul on the verge, being completely dismantled out of this game.
And this is not what fans were hoping for, but VASISTA Esports, even they mess up as they try to move in. They put themselves into the line of fire of Honeybee Esports. Sekiro knocked out for the second time, and for the side of Honeybee, it might be down to their last man. VASISTA Esports find the man advantage. Hector and Scary George, they're still alive, and the nade, it finds contact, Necro. 6 eliminations on the board for VASISTA, And if they secure the chicken dinner from here on out, this should help them squeeze their way closer to the top 16.
Yeah, VASISTA getting 6 finishes for themselves, but they've only got 2 men standing. And these 2 men, now they need to get the mop in their hands and start cleaning up the floor. That's the only way they can survive. And how was Seoul able to recover? Getting 3 players once again alive inside of the game. A moment ago, we saw just 1 man standing, and Seoul was still able to get that recovery. That exposed. Impressive stuff.
Now the question is, within the top 6, who walks away with the chicken? We do see Rivalry taking an exit on the 7th position. But there's still Myth with 3 players, Seoul with 3, VASISTA with 2. Ace Official somehow have managed to survive with all 4 players intact, but that is because they haven't really been engaging into those fights.
Myth Official still around this ridge. And at this moment, they're controlling the entirety of that northern side. JAGUAR Official still alive with that 1 man. And I'm not even sure what that 1 man can really do in this scenario. Given the circumstances, I don't think the man can survive for too long. He's also getting pushed on by the players of VASISTA Esports, but Dip, he's still replying back. Scary Shot, though, in the end, does put an end and also puts that nail in the coffin, but that also buys enough time for Myth to close on up and go for the 3rd party.
Let's see if VASISTA Esports left bleeding. Scary Jawed. I think this might be the end for VASISTA and their journey. A top 5 finish is what they will have to settle for, because the entirety of Myth looking to make a pounce. The utilities goes out. Hector knocked out and still loses a big chunk of his HP, along with Scary Jawed being chipped away to about 50%. And this nade could be the end. There it is. Bye-bye, VASISTA.
Still, we've got 4 teams standing inside of the final few moments. Myth Official, one of them, looking extremely strong. You've also got Ace with all the 4 players standing, and Apecity somehow making it alive in the final 4. A moment ago, we thought Apecity will be eliminated around the 7th, 8th spot, but now look at them in the top 4. Apecity definitely looking decent. Not too bad. Seoul, they need to deal with the players off Myth Official soon enough. Even the zone's going to collapse. And this zone shrink might just put a lot of teams under pressure. Seoul, luckily enough, the circle does shift right on top of them. So Myth now needs to push on in.
Although it's not going to be easy. As you mentioned, Seoul blocking their way. Myth has the numbers to work with, though. The nade from Seoul finds contact, and this opening ruins everything for Myth. Even the 2 tandem nades make sure that Sarkar cannot get involved, and Seoul, the sync within these players is very impressive. It's unrealistic. They move like they work with a single brain. And look at this, the pounce comes on, and Clutchers revive denied. Pegasus, the last man surviving, will have his wings clipped and won't be able to take any more flights. That's the end of Myth in this game.
That was magnificent from the side of Seoul. Perfection personified. Seoul doing it so well. Especially that combo nade that came through. Eliminating the man underneath. Incredible stuff from Seoul. That's why they show why they're one of the best teams inside of this region. Ace now in the front. All the 4 players still standing trying to play around the ridge. Shots were taken against Ace too. I'm not exactly sure how well Ace can fare off against the entirety of Seoul, but especially when Seoul's only got 3 men standing, Ace definitely does have a chance of winning this fight.
That is very true. But let's see, can they actually close out the match, because their history in terms of securing the chicken dinners has not been that great. Although, as you mentioned, it's the numbers advantage that they need to rely on. But Necro, Rivals Ape, man, they can ruin the day for Seoul at any given second. If Seoul oversteps the ridge, they won't be... Oh, no. As I wasn't even done with my sentence, man. Knuckles just spots out Kratos, and there goes the plan for Rivals Ape City.
Yeah, the man's got an eagle eye. Kratos, constant barrage of bullets. What can you do to try and dodge them? Nothing is the answer. And Knuckle has the ammunition to do so as well. Enough bullets in the final few moments. Knuckle can keep on pouring those shots. He wants to blow up the vehicle, make sure that the cover will be doing some sort of damage to the players when it does explode. But at this moment, everyone's just went for the next zone to pop up straight up. It's going to be forcing these teams to move outside of their comfort zone, get a little bit more close. And that's when the real demonic plans will begin. But luckily enough for everyone, the zone is actually just quite a centric shift. And since it's quite late inside of the game as well, it's not going to be too small of a shift.
And almost everyone finds themselves inside of the zone. But that just means that stage 9 is just going to be total chaos, because for the next minute at least, 30 seconds, no one's going to take a fight. When the blue zone starts to move in for the stage 9 collapse, that is when they move along with the edge of the blue and try to be a part of the action. In a situation like this, whoever gets the center and keeps their head down, avoids getting spotted out, actually gets a slight edge that they don't have to move, they don't have to get up and run around to try and survive and negate the blue zone damage. And I think right now Mane is trying to do exactly that, just squeeze his entire team to the inner sides of the circle.
Soul spotting out Ace. Look at the man in the back, once again spotted that pick so visible. Legit goes for the shots, and that's going to be perfect knock as well. Legit solid stuff. Finding the crucial knock in the moment they bring down the players of Ace to a 3-man squad. Soul might just now be the strongest in this entire bunch.
That is true. Now Phantom though, I think his position also compromised. Legit did hear the commotion coming in from the right hand side, and as Phantom tries to take the shots to shut down Mane, he gets put under pressure by Legit, as you mentioned. Necro, Soul looking extremely solid, extremely well coordinated, 10 eliminations on the board, and they're hoping for the last and final cleanup as well. There's potential for them to get, well, now 4 more. They already secure 1, so that's 11 finishes. If they get the chicken, that's 21 points, man. That's the direct spot inside of the top 8.
I know, right? Soul's on the verge of making a massive game. Converting this shouldn't be that tough. They've already managed to acquire 10 finishes. And if they manage to collect every single finish that is available, it will be a nuclear performance in the end. Apecity's still alive. Just that one-man Kratos. But is he really going to be the one to destroy the gods this time? Kratos on the move, slowly and steadily. He's got that smoke as well in the front, shrouding his presence. But now since he's out in the open as well, he gets spotted by the players of Ace Official, and they will put that nail in the coffin against the players of Ape City. Now they need to duke it out, up close and personal against Soul. No other option left, but Soul is always able to find the first opener. Phantom falls down, Ace taken down to a 2-man squad. Still a valiant chance of fighting back.
I mean, still there is an opportunity to fight back, but the problem is that Soul has moved towards the center. That means while the players of Ace Official have to make a run for their lives, Soul is just going to wait at the center, and look at how they are playing along with this advantage as well. They send Knuckle to the flank. He gets the info. Hyper Ash knocked out. Now just one man left alive from the side of Ace. And there goes the nade. And there goes the game and the chicken dinner into the hands of Soul. And of course, the fans were waiting for it. The team has officially found a spot inside of the top 8.
Yeah, I know, right? They did not even need Goblin for that entire chicken dinner. Goblin was down and out since the start.
Why do you have to say it like that, Necro?
I mean, hey, it is the truth, right? With just a 3-man squad, they're so capable. Just imagine when Goblin, if he was a part of the final few moments, this should have been really easy, a piece of cake for Soul.
I mean, hey, that's the luxury of having the star power, right? The best players in the country in your team. That's an advantage that you have. That even if someone gets taken out early, you still have the 3 of the best players amongst the top 10 in the entire country into your lineup. And let's not forget that when it comes to aggression, even Manya and Knuckle are going to step up if the moment calls for it. We know for a fact that Manya only performs when the moment calls for it. If we go back to the last tournament, the man did not start getting those finishes until his team was facing elimination.
But Johnny, generally speaking, when Manya starts to perform, it's also not a good sign for the fans because they know the team is falling apart.
That is true.
And that's when Manya wants to hold the strings, and that's when Soul has been struggling too. The moment when Manya starts to come back to life, you pretty much know as a team, Soul will fail.
But that is also, I think, a great thing about having an IGL like Manya, because when the team is at the worst, it's not because he's performing that team is failing.
Yeah, of course.
It is the team is failing.
He needs to step up.
He needs to step up, and he does. And I think that sort of keeps the team together sometimes. In the worst possible situation, Manya is just that beacon of light that Team Soul need.
It's crazy though, right? With just a 3-man squad, they were still able to play such a methodical game, such a clinical game. And as I mentioned, imagine if Goblin was a part of this final few moments as well. Things could have been much more easier for Soul. They would have been able to find much more easier entrances, but still with just a 3-man squad, getting so many eliminations racked up, Soul delivering to the fans exactly what they needed. And in the first game itself, delivering that, of course, for the fans, this is going to be luxury.
Yeah, it was definitely going to be luxury, but we're looking at the highlights, and of course, a few moments ago, we saw that nasty jump shot from Devil onto the player of Rivals Ape, man. That was so smooth. very smooth. It felt like he was playing on the Realme GT7 already.
I'm telling you, Devil is definitely going to clip that and ship that.
Oh,
because he is quite a reeler himself. I mean, I was scrolling myself on the reels, and I saw one of Devil's reel.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Did you leave a comment? Good luck for your matches.
I liked it. I didn't leave a comment. I'm not really someone that likes to comment on reels and posts.
Don't talk to people much, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's us. But anyways, that was such a nasty shot. All smooth, one motion, but talking about one motion, I think that was also the ending of the game. Knuckles' positioning in that final fight, absolutely brilliant. They saw the front lines covered with a smoke wall, and then they were like, all right, we have a ridge to work with. We have the center. Knuckle, go there, get information. We're going to spray at least one of these lads down. And as soon as that happened, they were able to land the nade on the last player as well. But hey, you were talking about Goblin. Before he got taken out, he still got 2 finishes for his team.
Yeah, I guess Goblin, he was at least able to survive somewhere around the early mid-packs, right? So that's why Goblin was able to scoop up 2 finishes for his teams, which is not bad. But then you've got a man like Knuckle as well. He was able to find so many crucial spots in the final few moments, especially spotting out the players of Apecity, just revealing their position away. So Knuckle as well had a massive hand in behind this chicken dinner. You've also got Legit. The man was constantly able to find those openers. Even Legit was able to do so much for the team in the end. And of course, Mania, being the IGL himself, even he was performing pretty well, actually having the most amount of finish points.
And again, as we were talking about Mania, a cornerstone for the team to work around. Legit, the additional firepower. We saw it in action, 700 damage. Did only get 3 finishes for himself. But if you're dishing out damage, if you're getting those knocks, with every single knock, you relieve some pressure from your team from a fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this moment, look, for Seoul, they know they've pretty much got the stars aligned as well. They're doing really good. It's not even a question. They're probably going to move inside of the top 8 as well. I'm speaking of the qualification market. They're directly going to move on towards the semifinals week 1. So they're now definitely going to have that semblance and that stability. Seoul still needs a few more points. Maybe we can say 15 more points in the upcoming 2 games to pretty much solidify that spot down. And then Seoul can directly move on towards week 1, which is not going to be a tough task at all.
That is very true, but let's see how the rest of the day turns out for them. I mean, I think with a chicken dinner on an angle now, they are definitely looking forward to Miramar next, which is their strongest map, but we have the MVP of the match on our screens. It is, of course, going to be Manya, who got the chicken for his team. 5 finishes on the board, 7 of 5 damage dished out, 492 healing done. So it wasn't like he was completely...
on the back end?
On the back end, yeah. He was frontlining for his team as well. But invincible was the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, because usually you do have players who do not heal a lot, just get those finishes. This time he was taking the shots as well. And overall a very impressive performance. That's
Mane is always someone that, as you mentioned, right, he's always someone that does possess that aggressive nature as well. And I guess that previous game was a prime example of that. Top 5 players on the screen. Scary Jot from VASISTA Esports too, somehow racking up 5 finishes. I did not see that from the man. And then you've also got Pegasus 2 from Myth getting 4. You've also got Legit right there getting 3 elimination points. And then Zero's coming in from the side of Honeybee Esports getting 3 finishes. Now, Johnny, let's talk about the teams that we were genuinely worried about, right? We're speaking of Fearless 4, Deadly Gaming, 2OP Officials, and Chenab Valley Esports. And all 4 of these teams failed miserably in that previous game. But a team that did really good and that was extremely close to the bottom 16 was Ace Official.
Yeah. I mean, at least this game gets Ace Official into a safer position.
Yeah.
But they gotta be consistent as well, man. In this match, what they were lacking were eliminations. We have the match summary on our screens, and 61 finishes means, with 3 players surviving till the very end, that almost every single finish was claimed by someone or the other. Nothing was wasted to the blue zone itself. There were 15 rescues, and I think this is going to be somewhere where we set the standard of this matchup for angle. Longest finish of the game goes to Pegasus from mid 378 meters. I don't know how he found that. He down 9,300.
Myth was just controlling so much terrain that they had so many open fields to shoot at. Probably Pegasus was able to scoop up one of the elimination points, a knocked out player probably. Then you've got match rankings on the screen. Seoul getting 23 points, solid stuff. Myth getting 12 points as well. VASISTA Esports with 10. You've got Ace Officials with 9 points. That's good amount of points.
Yeah.
Looking at the position of Ace, which was already around the bottom 16, this is really good coming in from Ace. You've also got Apecity, consistent performance, 7 points out of that game. Now, Rivalry should be a point of talk as well, because Rivalry in BGS 2025, this was one of those teams that easily moved on towards the grand finals, actually, without even breaking a single sweat in the online stages.
Yes.
And then, of course, in the LAN, they cracked under the pressure. But now in BMPS, this does not seem like the same team anymore.
Exactly. It seems like no need to make it to LAN. They're cracking under the pressure of round 1 itself.
Yeah, I know, right? This time, it's just a completely different Rivalry. Back then, they were known as Rivalry NRI, but now, the moment they have removed that NRI from the name, Rivalry's starting to struggle.
And also talking about struggles, I think RAKA Esports, we saw them in the middle pack at the start of the day. They needed a decent performance in order to keep their spot. But I think with this early exit, even they are going to take a tumble. And of course, from the bottom of the leaderboard, no changes. Fearless 4 still an early exit with no points, and same goes for DG.
Exactly, and same pretty much goes to two OP officials as well, right? And even Chenab Valley. And we had a conversation about Chenab Valley, 2 OP officials as well. 2 OP officials, we've seen this team in the BGS 25. Yeah, they were doing much better compared to what they're doing right now. And I guess it's just what Pro Series really brings you, right? Off the rip inside of the round 1 as well, the competition is just extremely tight.
Yeah, competition is tight. And of course, 96 teams in round 1. With an opportunity to directly make it to the semifinals means things are going to get sweaty.
And imagine in BGS round 1, there's 1,016 teams. So, of course, this round 1 will be extremely tough.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of teams, but everyone moves to round 2, not a direct jump. You skip 2 rounds. That is not happening in BGIS. And of course, this is the Pro Series, man. There's Pro in the name of the tournament.
Exactly. Everyone here is supposed to be the best of the best, the creme de la creme. And that's why it's looking extremely tough for a lot of teams to make their survival in the Pro Series so far. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. It is day number 11 of the competition. Group C has started their journey of playing their last 3 matches in round 1 itself. They're done with 1 game, the map of Erangel, but now we move on to the map of Miramar. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy, it seems like Seoul has broken into the top 8, so they are going to be safe now.
To be honest, I was very, very surprised by that game as well. To be honest, Seoul had no business actually winning the chicken dinner. But I had a couple of questions. The question stated for Manya was that how will Manya and Nako actually adapt to Goblin and Legit's gameplay? I got my answer right there. Coming in from Manya himself. It all comes down to experience, because it really felt like Manya was a father taking care of little kids, fighting against every single monster out there. Because when they need him the most, he was able to make very, very insane decisions that kept them alive.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of confidence to be in that mindset that you go do whatever you want and I got your back, don't worry about it. And I think the players of Seoul also have that much trust in their IGL. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to trust your device that's going to keep up with your skills, check out the Realme GT7, because this will definitely keep up with your skills. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, which has been co-tested by Realme and Crafton, and of course 7000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger. The processor itself is also pretty amazing. It's one of the best performance devices in its segment. So go on to Amazon.in and get yourself a Realme GT7. But I see we're going to get along with our conversation, because while Seoul has managed to get themselves to safety, Learn from Past took a little bit of a tumble in that last game. VASISTA Esports also tried to get a few finishes, but they were taken out in the middle pack, and so was Myth. Myth started off on a great note, but they weren't able to make it to the mid-game stages.
I think Myth is currently in a situation where they have finally found their form compared to when they just first started out as well, because initially they looked kind of lost, but after a few games here, you can see that there is a lot of confidence oozing off from them. Yes, they made a little bit of mistake here, and you also have to give credit to Seoul as well, because Seoul finding a little bit of a leeway towards Myth defense was that they waited on Myth to actually take out every dangerous target around them and then pounce on them. So that was a very, very interesting play coming from Seoul, but it just gave them upper hand.
But let's see how things are going to turn out on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane hits the sky, and we're off with the next match, match number 62 overall of round 1. It is going to be match number 11 for this particular group, Group C. And we have the flight path starting from the northeastern quadrant of the map all the way from Campo Militar, and it's going to end towards the southwestern quadrant, Valle del Mar. It is a diagonal flight path, and a flight path like this, a very long flight path like this, on Miramar means you have basically the entirety of the map as your drop spot.
Agreed. But now, when it comes to this circle as well, we have to wait for the circle shifts, right? But just now, the previous circle, it's a very, very awkward fight where it is going to be lack of covers here. It all comes down to just decision making, split second decisions, somebody being out of position for a pixel and then just getting punished off here. So I feel like if the circle shifts into a more tactical nature of zone as well, especially in the final ones, I want to see how Learn from Past and Myth adapt to this kind of scenarios, because they do really, really well in those scenarios rather than those pixel perfect moments where one single pixel off on the side and you get picked off. And that's kind of what happened in the previous game. We saw a lot of these teams do lack those kind of preparations, and you don't really blame them because there's just not a lot of chances to face those kind of fights itself.
That is true, but let's see how things turn out, because I mean, Myth once again find themselves, or I thought they would find themselves in an early conflict against the players of DG, but they are just looking for those vehicles. Now, where do they go? Do they go to Cruz del Valle, or are they going to start from El Azhar? In the meanwhile, we have the circle centered towards Monte Nuevo. It opens up a lot of map control in the early stages right off the bat for Ace Official, who are going for that smack center stage 1 drop.
Well, Ace Official obviously has a little bit of an easier run for them as well. They are in having the drop spot. But the biggest question in this zone in particular is going to be the 4 quadrants itself, right? So one of the 4 is going to be in the Pozo, Southwest, Southeast, and also the Northeast itself. The question here is, when the second circle shift comes through, it is going to rely on either of these quadrants. So rotating in towards a different quadrant always is going to be very, very difficult, because number one, the highway means no cover. You are going to be stranded. And if you're crossing towards the boundary here, your speed is going to be significantly reduced because of the verticality of those terrains itself. So it is going to be something they have to really, really consider about. But on screen, we do have Godsgiven Esports spotting our members coming from Learn from Past. A couple of shots has been made coming in from Archit, but no knock whatsoever. But a couple of chip damage was given instead.
Hey, chip damage. But Learn from Past, I mean, they're going to be happy with that escape if there's at least no early losses in this game. But they know now that they won't have a lot of area to work with. They do see Yash rotate, and they are stuck between Los Leones, Lab, and Adita, so looting for these smaller compounds, or maybe just taking control and squeezing themselves in towards the city of Los Leones from that northeastern periphery might be the only option for Learn from Past to have a decent start and a looting phase in the early stage of this match.
Yeah, speaking of looting phase right now, Myth Official, this is a team that kind of surprised me, especially towards the ending stages of the tournament themselves. They were looking very, very like in terms of confidence here, but the moment they were given advantage, every single time, regardless of the situation, they will push it. And that's what has been giving them that comeback that they have been eyeing for, which in this case, even though they bowed out a little bit early, they still had high finish volumes from the previous game. So this final 2 games, if they want to stand a chance to secure themselves in top 16, it all comes down to just getting as many finishes as you can.
Yeah, go for the finishes. I would say go for the chicken dinner if you can as well. Do not leave anything lacking for the other 2 groups to capitalize upon, and Myth definitely have to do that. It's going to hurt them so much. One of the most impressive comebacks in this entire tournament, and then you fail outside of the top 16, and going through those extra rounds of competition, this is a personal opinion, is always going to be a risk.
Yeah, it is a risk. Like, personally, it comes down towards the objectives of the team themselves, right? Like, do you want more training time, or do you want to be the best of the best, because sometimes, hold that thought for now, wait a minute, 2 OP official, they see a couple of stragglers, I don't know, rotating in, it's going to be F4, going to be dropping by, Fearless 4, one of the bottom of the team. They kind of fell off a little bit too early in their Ringil, but now the only way they bounce back and qualify into round 2 solely depends on this game and the next as well. Nothing shy of potentially a chicken dinner for them.
Oh, but Fearless 4, they get caught off guard by bot fire from 2OP official, a man running around with absolutely no fear, living up to the team's name and reputation, but now they got to be afraid of getting taken out super early in this match. They've lost one man, 2OP official have the numbers advantage to work with. Botfire Esports, well, Botfire, he gets himself into a very decent cover right now because he needs to heal up and he has just one first aid left.
Well, Fearless 4 is called Fearless 4 for a reason. Seems like they are going to try and make a rush for it against him. Botfire in a lot of trouble, but nicely done here. He's finding a little bit of an off angle outside towards the window, knowing that it is an early stage of the game, so not many people are going to be outside. Managed to patch himself a little bit as well. Now he's going to try and buy time to set himself in a crossfire where his teammate is going to be able to provide cover from the back. And fortunately for him, he is going to be A-okay. While Fearless 4, they are going to be completely pinned inside the building. And as of yet, he heard those reloads coming from Botfire. He knows exactly where Fearless 4 is. In this case, Crazy could be on the side as well. The nades being lobbed over, not cooked yet. So he's got a lot of time to reposition. Botfire still baiting for some sort of mistakes. Finally sees one, but doesn't have the advantage for the pick. Here comes the pre-fire, and he goes down. And that's going to be Ghost getting knocked. Botfire still using him as bait here, looking for the second one. Unfortunately, as soon as he heard the abandonment, he is going to go for the confirmation.
Yeah, this is looking quite bad for the players of Fearless 4 now. 2 players hunted down by a single man of Botfire, and he does not want to give up, man. Still putting pressure, spots out one more. This time it is going to be Liability who gets that last shot in. 2 finishes for Botfire, 2 finishes for Liability, 4 in total for 2OP official. By the way, if 2OP official also has a big game, like they get 15-16 points in this match, they will be able to get themselves into a safer position outside of the bottom 16.
Well, it is a do-or-die situation for both of them. In this case, Fearless 4, they've lost their shot, but 2OP official, they will still keep going. And of course, Liability, one of the players that, you know, we call him as a liability, but it's kind of shown us that he is not a liability sometimes. But today, it is going to be the last chance to actually prove themselves whether or not will they be sent off, or will they make one of the biggest comebacks? Because we've seen the trend coming from yesterday as well. Every single team was pouring their hearts and soul to try and make it towards the next round.
That is true, but we know, ladies and gentlemen, you guys pour your heart and soul into your matches as well, but sometimes your device isn't able to keep up. If you want to get away from that issue, check out the Realme GT7, which will keep up no matter how high your skills go. Because this is an amazing device with an impressive processor, stays cool in the heat of the moment as well. 6 degrees cooler for those marathon gaming sessions, which, I mean, can, of course, go on for hours, and even the FPS of this device is going to go on for hours. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours straight. Go on to Amazon and check out the Realme GT7.
Exactly. Be sure to do that. But, of course, on screen as well, 4 Miracles, also a team that is going to be in the top middle of the pack as well. For them to actually break past the top 16 solely depends on this final 2 match themselves. So it is going to be very, very important for them. So obviously they had a great game in the first game. 2 more games means they will directly shoot themselves into the top 8 and retain that spot. But they still need 2 massive games in order to achieve so. But on screen right now, Lipscomb seems like on the map as well. Seoul is going to be coming from the north side, and they might be running into a rivalry very, very soon as the circle shifts. The question here is which 4 quadrant it is going to be at. Oh no, seems like it is going to be on the northeast side. Seems like Seoul, they will have to re-rotate their way through because Rivalry is taking a couple pot shots in.
This is going to get more and more intense by the minute, man. Look at that. 3 teams, the cluster forms towards El Pozo. As you mentioned, Seoul and Rivalry are there, but Chenab Valley was moving from quite close to the hills that were in control of Rivalry. But Chenab Valley, they just keep moving towards the center of the circle, which right now sits under the control and care of 4 Miracle. And there's a massive wave moving in from the south as well.
Yeah, everybody was wondering if the circle is going to be shifting down south as well, which makes a lot of sense. because this circle doesn't really appear up that often as well, and this is going to be one of the most awkward ones because the mountain terrain, again, very, very difficult to actually climb up as well, and like you said, Chenab Valley, 4 Miracles, they are very, very close to those vantage points, and there's nothing really much you can do if there's already someone on top of there. So the only thing you can do is just play for scavenging, maybe getting a couple of finishes here on the sides, and then just move on, because if you're the first on top, you are most likely going to survive all the way to the top 4. Most likely, in terms of position. Yep. In this case, 4 Miracle, they do get a couple shots in. Soham actually getting knocked. A little bit unfortunate though, because right now Safar is forced to drive up, and guess what? He's gonna fall! No! Oh no, that's gonna be the second. Oh, wait, huh? He did, huh?
How?
Wait, Sawar didn't fall to the fall damage? What? That was insane.
I have no idea how that happened, man. I was expecting him to be on his knees by the time he reached the floor.
Okay, interesting enough, but on the fight as well, here we go. VASISTA Esports going up against Ace Official. As the nade comes through, VASISTA going to be taking a little bit of damage here. Hyper Edge gets picked off in an off angle. Wasn't expecting the push coming in through. VASISTA will clean him up, but it's all up to Hector and Scary Jot once more. A 2v2 situation. Pasha with the nades trying to clip them apart, but Tekken goes for the pick, but he gets pumped and set by Hector, and now Pasha, last man standing outside. Scary Jot getting clipped up by the edge. Now Pasha lobbing another nade. They reposition. They are going to be stuck, but this massive fight has drawn a lot of attention, and that is going to be GG that comes in.
Yeah, Godsgiven closing in, moving in for the third party at the right nick of time. Oh, the nade will find contact, I guess. And he just gets pushed with a lot of brutality. It's a team knock. It's a team double knock secured by Godsgiven. And well, they might have just swung the fight and given VASISTA Esports a fighting chance. Does VASISTA know how badly Godsgiven has blundered up this fight?
Yeah, they really don't. And because of this awareness, it just gives them enough time to reset the fight.
Yeah.
And VASISTA forced to take the entire fight all by themselves. No advantage given. It's all about mental fear right now. Scary Jot finds the opening knock. That's going to be a 2v3 now. As Scary Jot and Hectors finds a little bit of a salvation in this fight. Can this mechanical genius make a play once more from the side of Scary Jot? 5 finishes from the previous game. Solo Warrior, but this time the nade comes through. Ooh, chips him down low. He needs to go for the reset. And the reposition comes through as Hector still cooking up the perfect nade. But this is just taking too long, Johnny.
Yeah, it's taking too long. Plus, there's one more team that has showed up looking to get involved in the form of RAKA Esports. And it's quite bad for the players of VASISTA because they need the points. But if RAKA Esports are here, they're going to have an opportunity to steal those points away from VASISTA. And VASISTA can't do anything about it. They are pinned in those houses. It's a 3 versus 2 situation still, as Archer did get knocked out. But I believe VASISTA, they're going to be running out of those throwables. Look at that. The amount of damage on Hector and Scary Jot is insane, but he still pushes through. Secures 2 knock, and maybe this is going to be the comeback from VASISTA. Scary Jot, look behind you, buddy. The last man was there, but a desperation for points result in VASISTA just getting a single finish from that fight.
Oh no, mistakes were made, but at the same time, RAKA Esports, they find the perfect third-party timing, and they are going to clean them out. Reflex, last man standing in one of the most awkward fights ever. Forced to duke it out against the rest of the world. All alone as RAKA. This is the 4th party coming through. But he will be going out as well, as RAKA Esports will be the official winners of the Southeast corner.
I mean, do we give them the official title if the last man just ended up cooking himself and not the nade? Cooked the nade so long that he himself got burned.
Hey, sometimes in life, nothing much you can do about it. But all things considered, on screen now, 4 Miracles, one of the teams that actually found some sort of cover on the widespread here. This time, we're going to be going up against Myth Official. Myth finding their way through the rounds itself. In this final 2 games, will they be able to find what Myth Official is all about? Because right now, they have the low grounds. They are in a 2-2 split, and they're pretty much stuck. And Reaper still on top of those mountains. One of the reasons why another team was completely shut out. Just because of that awkward engagement on top as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a awkward fight. But for Miracle Esports, they've got all the time in the world. And I really like what Reaper's choice is as well. He's got the Mini 14 and the EUG. So all he needs to do is just give a couple of love taps. He was good enough to pressure people from afar.
That's true, but let's see how the rest of the match is going to turn out with that high ground advantage. I think they got to be careful about ammo utilization. They have to be careful about how much they get involved in those fights. But ladies and gentlemen, one place you can get involved is the Discovery Island. It gives you an opportunity to help out in increasing and pushing the prize pool of the realme BMPS, and also it helps you gain some extra skins for yourself without spending any UC.
Exactly. A contribution to be a part of the BMPS community. The more you play, the more we will increase the prize pool for all the players in towards the grand finals itself. So this is going to be very, very helpful towards the esports ecosystem. Meanwhile, in the map itself, look at this. So widespread control from the north side on screen. We do see Jaguar official getting picked off by Akash, and that's going to be Deadly Gaming. Going for a couple of very, very nice solo plays here, but he himself gets picked off from the sides. Jaguar official is able to get the revenge they need, and now the flush comes through. A nice pick coming from Hercules, and that's going to be Jaguar official finding 2. As the fight draws out as well, Deadly Gaming, they're trying to save him out, but too difficult to do so. The formations are a little bit too hard, and rival Apecity from afar is able to get the knock. And just like that, Deadly Gaming down towards the last player.
Yeah, DG not doing too well, man. I'm afraid even in this game, they're not going to get any points. Down to the last man, as you said, third party Rivals Ape will have a decent line of fire, actually, to finish off even that last man if he tries to get out of the shack. Look at that. The exit is compromised. Jaguar official, they don't have to do anything from here on out. They just wait. And the opponents are just going to go away by themselves. There it is. The finish comes through.
Oh, that was so unfortunate of DG. Great spot there coming from Drigger, finding the knock. Well, in this case, the confirmation. Just like that, they go out. But another team is going to be joining them here. It's going to be 2 OP official. Meanwhile, Apecity still on top of this mountain here. This time, they are going to be in the southeast corner. And guess what? They were the ones that actually got shot by 4 Miracle right from the beginning. And right now, they somehow was able to pick up all 4 players despite that fall damage. That was really awkward.
Was awkward. And it could have gotten worse over there, but Rivals Ape now. Again, these hilltop positions, they seem great, but the only problem is while the players believe, oh, we can spam anyone from here, you will run out of ammunition. That is the one paranoia that you have when you're playing the hilltop. But it seems like for Naman from Rival Ape, now the paranoia is not getting taken out by Coffin.
I think Coffin's got the right idea. He was trying to pressure the buggy, knowing that the only way down is that buggy itself. So even though you don't get the points, but oh, RAKA Esports, guess what? They pushed themselves up, and Naman was able to find 2 picks himself. Okay, Apecity, that's a strong defense, and now RAKA Coffin has no choice but to try and save the day. But Naman expecting a 3rd player coming through here, but ooh, Nanu, he's gonna fall to death. That's gonna be RAKA losing every player. That's a little bit unfortunate there. 2 players left. CV gonna be right below Apecity, but Naman just doesn't have the angles to pick down. But still, a very, very good defense coming from them.
Man, this is just gonna get extremely intense. RAKA Esports. Their timing into third parties, I mean, from the previous game has just been perfect, even in this match. First picking off the players of VASISTA, and now seems like they've gone after Jaguar Esports. He did not have a second to react, not a second to think. He just dropped to the ground floor and on his knees.
For a second, I thought he was going to go for a kamikaze. He wanted to lob the nade mid-air, but unfortunately, mid-air, he couldn't see anything. Just instantly got pumped before he could even see the enemy. That's just so unlucky. That was hilarious.
Death from above, but for me.
Someone call an ambulance, man.
But for me.
But not for me.
I guess from the perspective of Jaguar Esports, it's worse for them. Hey, Hercules left to play alone, be the Hercules for the team, drag them out of the depths of Tartarus, but we all know how the story for Hercules also ended. The man went insane.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Hercules, he's forced to play this alone because legit from afar was able to tag up Sama. Because of this, He's all by himself, but I don't think RAKA realized that he's all by himself. But oh, finds a pixel. Here comes the bump. He's gonna get down here. As RAKA Esports, they almost lose Coffin, but they will be the victors of this fight once more, courtesy of Legit's third party from, well, not Legit, Goblin's third party from before, actually, to be specific. Damn, RAKA Esports, they clean out everybody, but Goblin's got this completely locked down, and Circle is gonna force them out. So this is gonna be a very, very difficult exit.
I was gonna make another Greek mythology reference over there for Hercules.
What?
Getting taken out by Hera while he go after Hades.
Whoa, that's too.
You gotta study up to get these references.
I get the reference,
Yeah.
but that feels like some, you know, marriage breaking situation. But all right.
What? No.
Okay, never mind. Moving on.
What are you Yeah, you definitely gotta study up, man.
Goblin going for a couple of sprays in, got a couple of damage there. But they do get out, so that's going to be a little bit of safety grace. But and the meanwhile here, Drager, he's going to get picked off from Myth. And this time, Honeybee is going to be joining the fight as well, as AJ continues with the push against Myth. Sakar is pretty much knocked off. In the smoke, AJ steals the confirmation away. That's going to be the points in the hands of AJ. As he needs to go for the reset. Sprays are coming through. Goblin somehow magically tags him from afar. I don't know how, but Ape City, they're stuck in one of the worst possible situation here. In this case, AJ's, they have 10 finishes. And just like that, Soul rains down on everyone. And look at this. The M16 taps from Manya just pressuring everyone.
That's just going to be quite unfortunate, man. But look at that. He's running out of ammunition on that weapon. As I keep saying, you take the control of the top of the hill. Well, you can't really spam every single body that you see. Just 7 rounds left in the bag for Manya. So you can't really do much with that M16 anymore. But hey, I see, look at this Ape City. Brilliant game. I think, yeah, 11 finishes as they break into the top 8. And if they finish off... no, I spoke too soon. They themselves get finished off.
Yeah, 11th finish. Still a massive game coming from Ape City. But Soul will be the ones to take them out. So again, 2 back-to-back potentially huge games coming from Soul. As the circle control is in the northeast favoring Soul. And they do have a massive space to work with as well. But a nade, a Molotov coming from Legit, cleanse out RAKA. And we're down to the final 6 teams. And Soul, maybe just maybe, looking for their back-to-back chicken dinner themselves.
I mean, the opportunity is going to be there, but we do see a quick rotation coming in from 3 players as they try to take control of the southern edge of the zone, where we currently have 4 Miracle holding a high ground and kind of involved in a fight between Myth Official and the players of Honeybee Esports. Now, Soul, they have to be careful. If you see them on the radar, they're going to watch exactly what happens between these 3 teams. And then, once the bodies hit the floor, that is when they can move in and get involved and get those finishes.
Well, this is a very weird angle coming from Myth. Like you said as well, you know, it all comes down to timing. I don't see people camp that spot very, very often. It is a little bit off angle, just because it is limited to some range, right? And right now, the reposition comes through, and that's going to be his Goblin finding a knock onto his Honeybee, looking for the second, but he misses the clip. But KSR will be there to steal all those finishes here. Perfect timing for Myth Official. As soon as you call it, Johnny, he finds 2, but he himself gets re-knocked. Well, in this case, traded out by Sekiro as tries to reposition here. Clutcher says, you know what, I'm going to take him out before I pick you up. Looks like as the spray comes through, no connections, does drop him down pretty low out in open, and he finally finds the confirmation. And the pickup comes through as Myth Official looking stronger than ever.
Well, I mean, they are looking stronger than ever, breaking into the top 5 with 3 eliminations. But again, I think the conversation about Myth wasn't of survival, it was about whether they break into the top 16 and stay there at the end of round 1, or are they going to have to find their way towards the later stage of the tournament through round 2, round 3 semi-finals, and then hopefully they make it to the finals. But let's see how things turn out. They still have numbers, and luckily for them, as you mentioned, Soul is there as well, distracting the players of 4 Miracle.
Yeah, for Miracle, they know for a fact that Myth is pretty much stuck there. There's no reason to go in for the fight. But Clutcher, he fights Goblin. He got a little bit greedy, trying to stock up a loot. And because of this, Soul, they lose 1 player. 5 play teams remain, and Myth Official looking stronger than ever, looking to bounce back from the mistake from the previous game. And this time, they will get a small little revenge onto its Soul.
also, by the way, learn from past. They've managed to keep all 4 players alive, although they haven't secured a single finish point. Now, this was a team that was just barely clinching on to a spot inside of the top 16. That last game, they weren't able to put up big numbers on the board, but this time around, I think that cleanup, especially since you are now into the top 5, have good map control, needs to come through. Learn from past. They need those finishes to move into a much better position inside of the top 8. That's not going to be easy, though. I mean, with 4 Miracle having a line of fire, Soul also moving in for the high ground. Learn from past. They are going to be put under pressure. All right, Myth is there to help them out. They find the second pick after Goblin. Legend falls to the players of Myth.
Yeah, mistakes weren't made from them. But meanwhile, 4 Miracles, they have to push up towards the mountain terrain. Soul leaving only Manya and Nako remain. And that's going to be something they have to worry about. Because as of yet, Soul, they have control, but Learn from Past is going to be pushing in very soon.
Was Knuckle not in the game anymore? Did something happen? Because he's been there for...
Yeah.
I think...
he actually been on zone. What?
Yeah,
huh?
he fell to the zone, got knocked out to the zone, and then got finished off.
Okay.
How unfortunate.
Okay, very unfortunate indeed here, because now Manya has to play this all by himself. That's not exactly sure what exactly happened, but okay. Soul still makes it in the top 5. They still have 4 finishes, not the end of the world, but so far the only team that's got the biggest game so far is going to be Apecity, but they were taken out rather early with 11 finishes. And now who gets the chicken dinner? Myth have to play this with 2 players, Soul with 1, 4 Miracle with 4, Learn from Past with 4, Rivalry with 3. And this time now Reaper finds the opening knock onto his Rivalry. That is going to be a 2 versus 4. And now Clutcher, he's going to get spotted out by Manya. He wants the revenge. He's not too happy.
Revenge for his 2 teammates taken out by the players of Myth. Kesa, last man surviving, moves into the range for the DBS, but damage coming in from the flank, and the nade should be able to get the job done, but no, it overshoots. Manya readjusts, the molly goes out to flush KSR out, and he's outside of the smoke. 1 shot to his noggin. There it is, the finish comes through. Now we're down to the top 4 of this game. Soul surviving with 1 man that is getting hunted down by the players of 4 Miracle. And Manya just has one option. He needs to fall back to the other side of the ridge. No other way about it. And right now, I see, as we see the zone, look at the radar from the perspective of either of these teams as well. Everyone is playing the edge. There was no one at the center until now.
Yeah,
that Learn from Past has moved in.
They can't really do much as well because it's just no man's land, right?
Yeah.
So Learn from Past, reposition. They are going to take Manya's spot, and now he is going to be spotted out very soon. Manya under fire. Now the push comes through. Drive by here. Sahil gets a little bit of a tap here. Forces him to back off. Honey also losing his helmet as well. As Manya very quick with his reflexes. But he's still all by himself. Even if he gets the knock, there's nothing much he can really do about this here. So he is going to be the solo warrior. But Rivalry heard all these commotions. They are slowly creeping in from the southwest corner. They are not exactly inside zone. And they're a little bit afraid just because 4 Miracles is right beside them.
That is true. Again, Rivalry, they got to be extra cautious. They're outside the zone. As you mentioned, 4 Miracle is right next to them as well. Plus, they are only a 3-man roster remaining. And talking about 3 players, Manya is going to be missing his 3 players who was sent back to the lobby a few moments ago. Even he gets finished off by Learn from Past, which, by the way, is the first finish for Learn from Past in this match. Now, only 3 teams left, 11 players still alive. Rivalry, 1 more man from their side has been knocked out. If they can bring him back, it brings them back to a 3-man roster. 4 Miracle is there with all 4 players. And Learn from Past is still there in this game with all 4 players and the control of the circle as well.
This is going to be a very difficult fight here, especially for Rivalry, especially when 4 Miracles got them locked down. If they go left, Sahil OP from the left is going to shut him down. And Chandan, he's going to get shot as well. This zone pressures him. Makes a run for it. Rivalry losing Sawar. Monster gets spotted out as well. They are stuck in one of the most awkward possible spots here. And Chandan gets a first aid off before going down, but nope, still is going to go down eventually. I thought it was going to be safe. Well, Learn from Past now in prime control to clean out the game. And 4 Miracle getting snuck up. Honey, nobody spotted Honey at all. And now the nade comes through Reaper. He's cooking one himself. Does he able to survive this? Yes, he will. But the edge, the zone, it is going to continue to pressure 4 Miracle. They have no choice but to push in towards one angle now.
Yeah, no other option. They just move in. They have a boulder protecting them. but Monster is going to be there on the flank as well, looking to steal this win away. But the utility is going to be extremely close to him, although it is going to be the gunfire from Dragon OP that ends up the demise for that side. Now it's down to a 4v4. The players of 4 Miracle, a lot of HP lost on their lads, and they make the move. They push forward, learn from past. Dope is going to be the first man knocked out, but Honey with a brilliant spray takes down 2 from the side of 4 Miracle. Down to a 3 versus 2 situation. Beard Baba and Dragon forced into the back lines, and Honey, he needs to find the contact with the nade, and it's going to be perfect, and the cleanup is there. Even though they might not have a lot of finishes, they did not need a lot of finishes. They needed a decent game, and Learn from Past have found exactly that for themselves.
Learn from Past, definitely looking to solidify their spots in towards the top 8. They were 4th position at the start of the day, but now with this chicken dinner, it is going to solidify even higher here, even more difficult to be taken out of the top 8.
Yeah, I think this was like, what, 15 points for this match, but they needed like 15 points. So, good for them. Now, anything they get on Sanhok is a bonus.
Yes, anything they get on Sanhok is definitely a bonus here. A very, very strong run here in round 1 coming from Learn from Past, and hopefully things will be for the better, because I think based on that, we have pretty much only 3 to 4 slots available for the top 8 in particular, if this goes on.
Let's just keep it at 4, right?
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, it is going to be very intense, especially that final push inside of the top 8, the top 16, of course. Final push out of the bottom 16 as well. But we have the highlights for this game on our screens for now. And this is where it all began. Fearless 4, they're going to learn. When will they learn? Or in fact, they should learn to be a little bit afraid and not run out in the open with your gun holstered the whole time.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate, right? But at the same time, this fiasco down towards the southeast corner, especially Power Grid, was very, very awkward, because every single time the fight happens, it all started with VASISTA Esports, and then when Godsgiven came in third party, we've got RAKA going for the third party. It was just an endless cycle of third party because everybody wanted to rotate the zone, and everybody was expecting the circle shift down south, which resulted in just third parties after third parties after third parties. But what's really interesting was that RAKA was able to survive this far off, and I'm not sure what exactly Jaguar official was doing with that, drop lane. That was very, very awkward, to be honest.
It was very awkward indeed, but I mean, it is going to be interesting to see, can they make better moves moving forward. Jaguar official as well. I mean, it is a team that Necro personally has a lot of expectations from. But this position, I think Myth did a brilliant job converting a lot of eliminations from this particular spot, because there was just 2 players left. And I genuinely did not even think that they would be able to find 2 picks against the side of Soul, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate as well. Even Manya pretty much left to do the entire fight himself.
Yeah.
He was the one that actually cleaned out Myth again. That's 2-0 for them just off today itself. So I would say, so for Manya, he did his best. Not exactly sure what Goblin and Legit was doing. They went 1 by 1. Wasn't exactly sure that Myth was the one that had a very, very interesting off angle, which caught them off guard. To be honest, nobody camps there.
That is true.
Not many people actually decides to camp where Myth is, and it actually works out for them. So without further ado, let's talk about the winner chicken dinner. It is going to be Learn from Past. It takes the chicken for this game, as they are your winners for this match. And of course, we have to talk about Honey. He is one of the clutch makers for the team from Learn from Past. And of course, Sahil OP, unfortunately, fell a little bit short here, because the entire game, he only did 126 damage.
I mean, I don't think they care. 3 knockouts, but there. And of course, 2 finishes. As long as you get those numbers, it's all good. And Learn from Past with these 6 eliminations, 16 points on the board. I think that the fact that they were only focused on keeping all 4 players alive for basically 95% of the duration of that game is why they have the chicken dinner. Their complete and utter goal in this game was to play for survival, to play for points no matter what, get those crucial points to survive into the top 8.
Well, again, surviving is key, but in the end of the day, what kind of objectives are being set by some of these teams, right? Learn from Past, solidifying top 8 for sure. So, trying to break into his top 8. They did pretty well opening. This game was a little bit shaky. It might be luck. It might be something happened as well. And I was also curious about what happened to iQOO. He just bled out the zone for absolutely no reason. And also, of course, Apecity making a little bit of bounce back, because Apecity, they started the journey with around 46 points.
Yeah.
It puts them in a spot where they are pretty much guaranteed to qualify for round 2, but top 16 still a very, very difficult order for them. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of the match. And of course, it's going to be AJ coming from Apecity with 4 finishes and 908 damage.
I mean, it was an impressive performance from Apecity. They did get taken out extremely early inside of the game. I think the top 8 or maybe the top 9, but they had a decent number of eliminations to work with. And I think even if they consistently get eliminations, Apecity, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. Yeah, it won't be the greatest position where we talk about them like, all right, brilliant, LT, welcome to the top 16, go to the round 3 and have a blast there. But yeah, at least they survive the round 1 itself, because let's not forget, Apecity started their journey from the bottom 16 of the leaderboard after their first play day.
Yeah, I would say it was a very, very big recovery from them, right? Considering the fact that they were in the bottom of the bottom. We know them. We know Drigger. We've seen Reaper play. We've seen We've seen AJ kind of play from time to time before, known as Rival Apecity. But now, as Apecity, they still have the capabilities to make the right play as well. And you have to thank the lucky stars, because that small little interaction when they fell off kept them alive. Well, gave them the second shot. So I would say they still got a lot of finishes. But let's talk about the match summary so far here. It seems like 58 finishes was confirmed only in this game. So some finishes was due to bleeding out his own.
Yeah, like Knuckle. We saw one.
Yeah, Knuckle was one of them.
And yeah, I completely forgot about the 1-8 2 teammates knockout 3-pointer from the side of Godsgiven, because that was also there. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, but that they were able to get a reset.
They got one reset, and the other man just was. I think someone came in for the third party. I think it was RAKA Esports.
It was RAKA Esports, yeah.
So 3 airdrops looted. Did we see any of those airdrop weapons in action though?
No, I didn't see too much of it. But of course, let's talk about the match ranking so far. Learn from past, they were the ones to get the chicken dinner with 16 points. 4 Miracles makes a little bit of recovery here with 12 points. Apecity with 12. So, despite having Manya as a solo warrior here, he was able to get enough position points to get himself 10 points in total. So, a big win for them. Myth, the 2-man army in that off-angle tunnel of a cover, elevator tunnel, I have no idea what to call that, but still, 8 points in the bag for them. Rivalry with 5, RAKA with 5, 2 OP, 5 points. And the rest of the bottom here, not really a lot of points, but Fearless 4 with 0 points. That means we will have our next contender guaranteed to be eliminated from the
tournament.
BMPS itself.
I think not just one, we might have two, because even DG was there with just 1 point, and I think their journey also might be over already, because you just have one game, and unless you score like 40 points in that one match, you are done for.
Mathematically possible. Realistically, I would say it's not impossible yet, because think about this here. You need 30 over points. The record set by Seoul from BGIS is still 28 finishes and a chicken dinner, which gives them 38 points. So the realistic goal here is if they get 38 points, they're not out yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it like that, mathematically, yeah, realistically, it's not possible. But
no, realistic number that's mathematical mathematical number is get 50 over finishes and they get the chicken dinner.
Math's so bad, the man fumbles himself, ladies and gentlemen. But what is going to be the fate of these teams? We're going to find out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everybody and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the journey of today's game itself. Because Group C, we've seen 2 games thus far. We saw a little bit of bounce back here coming from Learn From Past as well as Seoul. But also Myth, not to mention as well, is going to make a little bit of recovery from themselves. However, we have seen a couple of teams as pretty much have lost their chance to actually qualify towards the next round as well.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. You've got teams like Fearless 4, and now it feels like they just don't really care. And Fearless 4, since the start, this has been the main problem. They've been struggling to even get one single point every game, and that's why Fearless 4 now is pretty much on the verge of being eliminated. But hopefully you guys are not going to be pretty much next to Fearless 4, but if you get your hands on the realme GT7, things will be better for you, and you will be performing like the top dogs themselves. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, since the device is already out, check it out, buy it. It's one of the best devices you can get your hands on.
Agreed. But now, all things considered here for those guys watching at home here, because now the chances are very, very real for some of this team to try and make a drive into the top 8 here. For VASISTA Esports, they had a very, very difficult game here, forcing Hector and also Scary Draw to be on the 2-man army for the longest of time. So in terms of match-wise, for VASISTA Esports to break into its top 16, they need this final game to have even a slight chance to actually put themselves into the top 16.
So they pretty much need a chicken dinner, let's be honest,
They
right?
need a chicken dinner with 10 finishes,
exactly.
at least.
So VASISTA Esports pretty much needs more than 25 points. Let's just keep them on the safer side of the spectrum if they do want to breach themselves in the better spot inside of the overall standings. And let's talk about a few more teams like 4Miracle Esports too. So far, they've been on a major up. 4Miracle Esports is doing quite decent for themselves.
Yep.
Learn from past Seoul, they're not even a part of the conversation.
Yep.
They're already quite safe inside of the top 8. It's not even a question. But now it's all about VASISTA Esports, Myth, 4Miracle Esports, because they definitely do have a massive chance of cracking inside of the top 16.
Yeah, 4Miracle was able to have a very, very decent game in the previous round as well here, making it to the top 2. But again, this final game will decide if whether or not will they be able to make it to the top 16 here in this final game. It all solely depends on their performance here, because we are going to be going down to the final game of Group C itself as we jump in towards the map of Sanhok to decide their fates of everyone in the side of Group C. Officially their final match of 12 matches here in round 1, and who is going to be going to round 2, 3 and semifinals all depends on their performance. Right now on screen, the flight path is going to be showing visible right now. It's going to be coming from the northern side of the map itself, heading towards the southeast corner. So it is going to be a northeastern shift for the flight path itself. So a lot of teams will have a lot of decent cover to work with, except for teams heading towards Sami, Nakam, and Tambang.
I mean, it is a map of Sanhok at the start of the day, right? So it's completely fine for teams. They can anyways move on to whatever spots they want. You've also got Seoul moving on towards Camp Alpha Island. You've also got Fearless 4 around that similar vicinity. Even CV deciding to drop towards Hot 10. Now, CV as well should be a part of the conversation, because Chenab Valley as well, they were quite around that bottom 16, and now they're struggling quite a bit. But hold on to that thought. Speaking of struggle, and Rivalry Esports as well, making their rivals struggle quite a bit. This time around, Jaguar officials just getting dismantled and thwarted off the rip, as Jaguar officials now down to just a 1-man squad, and Rivalry Esports, what a flawless conversion this was.
Well, that was one of the fastest takedown I've ever seen. You blink it and you miss it moment. Rivalry Esports definitely finding very, very nice picks here. Just like that, they lose one. Jaguar officials leaving the last player left alive, and Jaguar officials, they are very, very comfortable in the middle of the pack, so we will most likely see them in round 2 for sure. Oh, definitely 100% we're going to see them in round 2. But for them to fight for top 16, pretty much non-existent so far. So Rivalry is going to be very, very happy about this.
I don't even know what exactly happened to Jaguar officials, though. The first 6 games that they played, they were so good. And now that transition towards the latter games, oh man, they have been extremely rough. Hopefully, though, Jaguar officials, they do something really good inside of the round 2. Pull a rabbit out of their hats and surprise all of us. And speak of pulling a rabbit out of your hats, you've also got Apecity in a bit of a weird spot. 4Miracle Esports' Reapers out in the open as well. Shots will be taken, and the first shot itself will directly connect to the skull. And that's going to be confirmed knock, and also a confirmation will follow up. As now we move on once again towards Jaguar officials. 1 knock was found against Rivalry Esports, but that's all the man found.
Well, that's all we are going to be seeing from the side of Jaguar official. We'll be seeing them in round 2 for sure. But the Rivalry Esports now, they will have a little bit of a bounce back coming from them. They are looking for that recovery to try and stay out of the danger zone in the bottom side. So this is going to be a very, very good start for them. Meanwhile, Seoul, ooh, look at this. What is the spread coming in here? Because it seems like only Nicole and Legit is going to be coming in from the south side.
Sneaky men.
Where is Goblin? Where is Manya? I don't see them on the minimap at all.
Yeah, Manya.
Okay, Goblin's really far away as well, all the west side, but Manya is like all the way, I don't know, almost 400 or 500 meters away.
Yeah, Manya is all by himself on the other side. And since Seoul knows that they've already got a lot of points, at this point, Seoul can definitely go for a lot of risky plays as well, and that's what exactly Seoul are doing too, and within a blink of an eye, 3 players are down. Seoul doing so much damage to the foes, Legit getting a quick 2-piece, Knuckle as well, just getting that one. And now Fearless 4 taken down to just that one last man. Fearless 4 were completely clueless. And now this one last man as well is getting hunted down by the players of Seoul. Legit's not going to be too far away from finding that last man. He's trapped inside of the house. For how long can he keep his position anonymous? Soon enough, Seoul will reunite all the cavalry and move on against that player.
Well, there was a very, very clean opener here coming from Legit. Seeing down to the last player here, Fearless 4. Last player, last chance, we'll be seeing them in BMPS itself as we're about to say bid farewell to them. Meanwhile, on screen, 2 OP officials trying to fight against DG, Deadly Gaming. Also a team struggling to survive here. 2 OP official needs to take them out if they want to stand a chance to qualify into his round 2.
Yeah, at the moment one of them gets eliminated, we have to bid adieu to them as well. Deadly Gaming, if they do want to survive inside of the tournament, they need to win this game no matter what. Nothing else. Deadly Gaming at this moment, slowly and steadily moving up close and personal against the players of 2 OP officials. And 2 OP, luckily enough, they do have the man advantage. Liability tosses out an aid in the hopes of finding a knock, and that's also going to find the first. Instantly, when the second man falls down, Deadly Gaming down to just that one last man. The glimmers and hopes on the verge of being shattered. Liability getting shotted from the sidelines as Liability will capitalize and take that third man down as well. 2 OP official, flawless stuff.
Goodbye to Deadly Gaming. Maybe, it just maybe, it is over for them. 2 OP officials still keeping their dreams alive. However, Shoot getting spotted out by Honeybee. Sakiro looking for the confirmation. Liability is not going to be able to provide any kind of cover so far. But Honeybee Esports looking very, very dominant in this game. The team that is in the middle of the pack, obviously trying to stay away from the danger zone. Probably will see them in round 2 itself. But on the finish feed, we do see Godsgiven also making waves themselves.
Indeed. Honeybee Esports. At this moment, they're playing around that slope, and look at Clutcher. The man just waiting for the right moment to strike. Godsgiven Esports almost got eliminated off this entire game. But luckily enough, they were able to shut down Clutcher at the right instance. Godsgiven will be able to get that reset, get the fallen man as well back up on his feet, so it's all looking good in the hood for now. But still a lot of damage was dished out by Clutcher.
Yeah, it needs to go in for the reset here. Myth official, where is Sakar? Because it seems like it's just nowhere to be found, so that's going to be a little bit of an awkward spot for them. Oh, we did catch a little bit of Remnant here. So looks like he is going to be abandoned here as Myth is going to continue the journey into his round 2 themselves as well. I don't think they've gotten enough points to secure into his top 16, but we have to wait for the next few groups to finish first before we have the official results. So their fates are still undecided on whether or not will they make in towards round 3 or will they force to play from round 2.
True that.
It's just sad, right? Like, so close yet so far instances.
Yeah, I know, right? And because of that, now they are not going to be able to skip one stage.
Yeah.
Which is fine, though. I mean, as long as you're still inside of the tournament, that should still be good news for you. Godsgiven Esports still on the verge of finding the players of Myth. Since the man was knocked out soon enough, even he's going to be taken away to his death. So for Godsgiven Esports, that's going to be the 3rd point added to the tally. 2 OP official as well out in the open, in the water lines, now deciding to make that rotation. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is going to be looking like for 2 OP officials, but one thing is for sure, everyone's waiting for the next zone to pop up.
Didn't 2 OP official did the exact same rotation again the previous shuffle?
I think.
Yeah, it was 2 OP official. They dropped in from where they actually won the fight just now. Immediately skipped that out and rotated in.
Exactly. But hey, I want to let you guys know something really important, and that's going to be about the Realme GT7. Long play without overheating because of the iSense graphene rear cover. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prize up to 2 lakhs. And since the device is already out, and if you're considering to buy a new device, check it out. I'm sure you guys will love it.
Well, speaking of loving things right now, Rivalry Esports pretty much going to be playing a little bit slow approach here because they are going to be coming from the north side. And based on their rotation as well, they've heard those gunshots coming from Honeybee, but they're just not taking shots yet. They're just waiting, knowing that they are hanging at a balance where they might risk being pushed down to the danger zone. So they need every single points they can get. And that's exactly what their game plan is. Meanwhile, Chenab Valley, they're in the waters. One of the players actually got knocked off as well. And that is going to be putting them in one of the worst possible outcome ever. As Learn from Past is going to try and gobble them up.
And why would you not want to gobble them up as well? They seem like 3 points right there. In the water, defenseless, cannot even do anything to try and defend themselves. And at this point, you've got another fight brewing up on the screen. Rivalry Esports welcoming a few foes in the front. Honeybee Esports in a big wall of trouble. Never saw this coming. Never thought that this compound was occupied by the players of Rivalry. But Rivalry with a major surprise to the players of Honeybee Esports. And now Honeybee will need to try and figure out a strat on the fly.
Yeah, but at the same time, CV, they managed to pick up Broly, so that's going to be a little bit of plus points for them. But like you said as well, Honeybee, you know, who would have thought that they were still going to be on a team on the far north of the compound, considering that, hey guys, the circle is pretty big. Everybody's going to be rushing for center control, but nope, not Rivalry. They're going to be picking up stragglers. And because of that, Honeybee was punished for this, so there's a little bit of unfortunate news coming from them. Meanwhile, we do see RAKA still sitting down on Painan, knowing that there is zone in their favor. So they are going to try and take fights on the south side. And VASISTA is going to be coming and knocking in very, very soon here.
But guys, I want to let you guys know about something extremely important, and also a huge shout out to our sponsor, the Kia Ceros. Of course, speaking about this vehicle as well, it comes in with bold modern design, streamlined door handles, Kia's signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRLs, star map LED tail lamps. What else do you want in your vehicle? The vehicle looks absolutely sick.
Well, speaking of sick plays here, you know what's really sick? When Coffin 1v3 TWOB.
Yeah, in the past, yeah.
Yeah, that was BGIS. It's been a while since we've seen in clutch.
I know, right? Coffin has been put in the coffin after that.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
And now it's like what? It's been a while since we've seen that play coming from RAKA Esports. They're doing pretty okay in the overall standings. We do see Seoul also making their rotations here. They're trying their best to actually rotate from Alpha Island. This is not exactly a great circle for them. VASISTA also making a little bit of bounce back. And it's interesting to see how VASISTA Esports started the first few rounds really strong, but you do see a lot of cracks in their play style as the game progresses as well.
Indeed. I mean, VASISTA Esports in general, of course, in the past known as Look at the Esports, a few new players inside of the roster, but still, you talk about the core, the man himself, Hector, he's still there. And because of that, the playstyle isn't really going to be changing too much.
I think they had to swap two rosters here, but on screen, Honeybee, they get picked off as well. The last player getting shut down by Rivalry, so that's going to be another 4 points in the bag. So total of 8 points in the hands of Rivalry Esports. So this might be the comeback they need to actually push into the middle pack and solidify their spots into the round 2.
What kind of zone is this?
The kind that says, hey, Soul, you're the only one on the other side of the map. Guess what? Let's help you out a little bit.
I know, right? Luckily enough for Seoul, they're still in contention, so that's a good thing, I guess. A little bit of a chance to life for Seoul.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting this kind of a shift as well, because we are going to be expecting the shoreline battle for sure.
Of course, it's going to be quite weird. We're going to see a lot of teams just taking a dive in the waterline soon. We've also got Godsgiven now getting caught in that rotation. 2 more players still inside of that vehicle, looking pretty safe, at least at this moment. And they will also be spotted out in the open as one of the men gets knocked out as well. Perfect spray from Dope. And that confirmation should be followed up soon enough as well. Godsgiven Esports, they're not going to be standing alive for too long. Look at Dope making the moves as well. Wants to catch the players off guard. He's going to move all the way to the opposite stream and catch him. He just wants to stop the survival that's coming through. And Godsgiven, they never saw Dope pushing up like that. as he gets the confirmation on the last man as well of Godsgiven Esports, and even they've been eliminated from this lobby.
Yeah, there's just nothing really much they could have done here. Coming in from Godsgiven. Just like that, they get shut down. And of course, learn from past really wants the top 8 spot here. So with this performance coming from them, they are going to be one of your top 8 finalists for sure. As they completely catch us off by surprise. A team that no one expected to do well. Guess what? One of the first teams to make, one of the first top teams to actually make it directly into the semifinals week.
And quite consistent as well, right? Since game 1 till now, Learn from Past has been showcasing and maintaining a class.
Yeah.
And because of that, they're currently in the top 8, in a really comfortable spot around the top 3.
Yeah. To be honest, I think this is Sahil OP's biggest achievement so far. Like I like when he was playing with Vanguard, we saw a lot of moments of brilliance coming from him. But now we learn from past. This is a huge jump directly here, especially coming from the BMPS round stages.
Without a doubt. Directly making it towards the semifinals week 1. Incredible stuff. RAKA Esports on the screen. All the 4 players spread out. Not the best possible stance you would want to ask yourself to be in, but at this moment, even the players for Miracle, they do seem quite split. Beard Baba in the front, utilities tossed out even from the side of RAKA Esports. It's not going to be doing a lot of damage. Does clip himself and the opponent a bit. It's still not enough, though. The next nade's definitely going to find the knock, though. Rebounds off that rock, gets the knock as well, and then you've got VASISTA Esports just devouring that elimination point. Gets stolen from RAKA. An absolute blunder. Poco as well trying to get away to safety. He's all the way back in the blue, so he's taking a lot of damage from that blue as well. And RAKA Esports will take down another man of 4 Miracle Esports.
Yeah, that is pretty much it for 4 Miracles as they try to make a run into the top 16. Unfortunately, they will be joining us in round 2 itself. Rivalry NRI still making a little bit of bounce back here, trying to get out of danger zone. Now going to be going head-to-head against Chenab Valley, who is on the danger spot, but the nade comes in for a Broly. Chenab Valley might just be able to make a pullback, but still no finish points yet, no points whatsoever. And now Savar with the nade, he sees all 3 of them, and the spray down comes through. They are getting completely shut down, and now last man remaining, Chenab Valley goes out. Rivalry, they hold on, and just like that, they get 12 finishes. That is 3 teams eliminated by Rivalry Esports.
This has got to be a joke. Where was this Rivalry Esports in the past 9 games? Rivalry was barely around that bottom 16. They were on the verge of being eliminated too, and now look at them. Getting 12 eliminations this early inside of the game, just scooping out those eliminations like they mean nothing. The opponent's quarters are just melting in front of Rivalry.
With this performance coming from Rivalry Esports, they just will be able to survive into the next round. So that is going to be a big plus for them. Meanwhile, Seoul, they themselves get 4 finishes. Seems like they are forced to be rotating from Alpha Island. And they're going to be on the shorelines. But guess what? Nobody spots them. But Rivalry legit from afar says, guys, you guys rotate ahead. I've got your back. And now the sprays comes through as Rivalry themselves are going to be taking some serious heavy fire.
That was an insane knock from legit. This far away, the man's precisely able to spot the players and also take them down. Almost on the verge of finding the second knock as well. This is disgusting from legit. Almost could have knocked down 2 players. Rivalry, another man spotted.
What?
Gets the headshot as well. Just able to spot that pixel. How is the man able to do so much damage? Even Sarvar goes down. Soma as well is going to follow that same track. Even 2OP's now taking shots against Rivalry. They've got nowhere to go. They did manage to get a lot of elimination points out of this game. But this time around, they will be stopped by the likes of Soul and 2OP.
Yeah, but at the same time, Goblin, he's not going to greet out the finish there. He knows he's got the knock, and now he's going to be able to A-OK. But a circle is going to take very soon here. Stage 5, it is going to very much hurt here, especially for Goblin. If he stays too long, he's still outside the zone, but they are going to try to make a mad dash here because the Soul Girl is going to shift directly south side. We do have VASISTA and also RAKA Esports in those tri-compounds. And that is going to be the compound, the intersection, where a lot of teams are going to struggle to push them out. Learn from Past is one of the strongest high grounds to work with. But look at this, Bootcamp completely stuck. Rivalry forced to push in. Now going for the push against 2OP official. Hacks going to bleed out the zone. That's going to be the confirmation from Chanda and OP.
Yeah, the Molotov, the flames, just taking away the man in the front. Rivalry Esports steals him out, keeping themselves alive inside of the game. 13 elimination points acquired. Chandan OP was able to squeeze in that one. Still a few foes do linger around this vicinity, so Chandan needs to be extremely careful. He's not exactly sure what's going on in the back lines either, but in the front's going to be Liability, and on the side's going to be the players of Soul. Where do you go? If you're too exposed, Soul will definitely go for the shots against you. Chandan spots out the man, Goblin. Goblin not going for any sort of shots yet, but Chandan definitely does want to challenge a bit of that fight.
Yeah, Chandan, last man standing, 13 finishes for Rivalry, absolutely no placement points yet, needs to get out as the solo warrior. Can he find something? Because now he's going to be lining up shots as well. Here comes the spray, he finds a couple of shots in Apecity, almost getting taken down. But with this noise being made here, he gets spotted out and he will go out on 10th position, so no placement points. But a big game for Rivalry with 13 points, and now Goblin finds the last straggler here, coming from Liability. That's going to be 2 OP official next to fall on 9th position.
Yeah, 2 OP official, solid. But this time around, that's not going to be enough maybe to keep themselves alive in this journey. Let's see, though, once all the groups are done playing their game. When we have a look at the overall standings before now. Learn from Past definitely having quite a solid spot to play with. Ace Official as well, right on the back lines. Learn from Past first need to play defense against Ace Official. And even Ace Officials need to be extremely careful of Rival Apecity because they can strike any time. The moment they hear a fight going on between Learn from Past and the players of Ace Official, and the moment they start reading the elimination feed, that's when Apecity will go for the third party.
Well, speaking of third party here, Learn from Past. Seems like they are going to be expecting company. Ace Official coming in as well. Both teams still not exactly inside the zone, but expecting company here though with the flash. Don't think he flashed anybody too as well, but now here comes the rush from Ace Official. Nothing they can do. They walked up. They've got the high ground, and he's going to get taken out of position. Sahil OP looking for a couple plays here. Arm gets the trade off. Sahil OP trying to nade off Pasha on top there, but he himself gets naded off, and now it is going to be a 2 versus 2. But in this case, Arman, last players left. Dropped down very low. He actually got stuck from behind as he gets taken out. As 4 Miracle will be part of the equation as Apecity cleans him out alongside with Ace Official.
And now Ape is over here to try and stop this reset from coming through. Utilities tossed on top of that tower. Ace Official underneath it though, trying to go for the reset. RAKA Esports in a world of trouble as Soul is constantly shooting them down. Unfortunately for RAKA, out in the blue, taking so much damage. Now they need to move inside of the circle. It's desperate times, and they need to start taking those desperate measures as well. But how can they when there's Soul right next to him? Soul spots out another man in the water lines, and that's going to be by the players of mid. And he's still somehow surviving in the water. In the end, does get taken down.
That is some insane teamwork coming from Nako. Like, he was willing to drop down just to get information for Goblin to get those confirmation. That was just insane. But the question here is, how is he going to get up? That's going to be the completely separate matter here. But Soul looking very strong from the south side, from the west side. But Apecity from the east is going to be expecting company as they are pinned in between the crosshairs of Soul as well as Ace Official. There's only 2 options right now. Fight up or fight down. In this case, AJ.
Oh my god.
Spot out legit. He sees the hit, but no connection there. As Soul is going to be pushing up. They are going to gatekeep them. As Circle is going to be favoring on Soul right now.
It's going to be tough to steal this game away from Soul. Yeah, they do have a lot of foes lined up in the front as well, but look at Ace Official now. Dragon OP just snuck around that tree. Even the Blue's on the move, so Dragon as well needs to keep on moving. Still playing with that trigger discipline, waiting for someone from Ace to be exposed, but the Blue is doing too much damage at this point. Dragon needs to get on his feet, spots out the players as well, fade away in the front. Shots are taken, he whips everything, but he connects that final shots, but that's not going to matter at all as he gets wrapped up from the back by the players of VASISTA Esports. Now even Apecity's taking a lot of shots upon themselves from Soul.
That is so unfortunate, but we are down towards the final 3 teams. Soul, VASISTA Esports, and Rival Apecity back in action. VASISTA, one last chance to maybe sneak themselves into the top 16, while Soul looking to solidify their slots into the top 8. Can they do it? 11 finishes from the side of Soul, but Manya, what happened? He blew himself up. So they need to go in for the reset. The circle is about to move. It is going to be a slow one. They need to pick Manya up, but I don't think they can. VASISTA Esports going to be pummeling on them. But Apecity joins in the picture. It is a 3-way showdown. As VASISTA going to look for those confirmations. Manya gets picked up, but the zone is going to coming in through as well. Nako finds an opening on Naman. But they have to run now as the zone is closing in.
Knuckle is literally Mr. Reliable at this point. Gets the revival onto Manya, gets one crucial knock as well, stopping that flow of Ape City. Oh my god, Knuckle has done so much for this team at the last moment. Utilities now from Manya, needs to find some sort of a confirmation, some sort of an opening, and that's also going to find the knock. The opening, that Soul we're looking for, and now it's going to be Ape City just getting rolled on by the players of Soul. The S12K is starting to click, and even the last man gets eliminated from the game. But it's time for VASISTA Esports to make it up close and personal.
Oh my goodness, legit, he's got an off angle from them as well. He's going for the pre-fire, but misses the timing. He needed to reload. He was kind of blinded by the leaves, and now they've missed the opportunity. He goes down, he loses Goblin. Now it is going to be a 3 versus 4 between VASISTA Esports and also Soul. As VASISTA, they are going to respect this. But the nade from Manya opens things up, makes it a 3 versus 3. He gets traded off. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. Well, it is a 3 versus 2 situation, but Soul, Nicole backs against the wall, needs to continue with the push, legit with the off angle through the smoke, doesn't see anyone. He's pre-firing the rock, but doesn't find connection, but Nako gets Fury down, 3 versus 2, they've got them completely pinned out and open, legit just springs way through, needs to find connection, but Nako finds one more! But eventually it will go down as VASISTA holds down the fort and denies Soul the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but still, it was such a brilliant game from Soul. You cannot deny it. Soul was actually playing it as well as possible, but in the end, VASISTA Esports came through and scooped up that chicken dinner. VASISTA Esports, of course, played that patience game, but Soul, this was probably one of the most brilliant games we've seen out of them, because we know Soul for conquering the games that are, of course, supposed to be around the Camp Alpha, but this time around, they also were almost on the verge of getting a chicken dinner around Boot Camp.
That was an insane fight between both Soul and VASISTA Esports, but with that chicken dinner, like you said, is it enough to push the top 16? That's number one. But even if you make it to the top 16, is it enough to defend against the 3 groups that has not played yet? But all things considered, Soul, today's game was nothing shy of phenomenal.
Of course, I mean, Soul, the way they have been playing, even the game 1, Soul played so well, and now this game 3 as well, Soul, of course, every single tick marks have been ticked at this point. Every single balk have been checked by Soul. The way they started things off itself was incredible. And speaking of the start, this is how the action really kicked off in that previous game. Rivalry Esports took a fight against Jaguar officials, and unfortunately for Jaguar officials, they did not even stand a chance inside of the fight.
Oh my goodness, legit. Like, I don't know what to say about this. Like, initially my question was like legit, and of course Goblin has very, very good chemistry, but today's performance wasn't just legit and Goblin. It felt like a team working well together, but the special mention highlight for today itself is actually Manya, because his shot calling was so spot on, and props towards his situational awareness as well. That was very, very difficult to do, and most teams actually struggle when they're making decisions based on situational awareness. And I feel like Manya's sixth sense is just very, very spot on.
Yeah, of course, and even Knuckle should be given props, right? The way he was able to find those crucial knocks. If Knuckle wasn't able to get that revival on towards Manya in the end moments, and if he was not able to sneak in that important knock, it would have been done for the players of Soul. And looking at Soul as well, I mean, just the way they were taking those fights, it felt like Soul was just so confident that for a moment it felt like they're just going to be unstoppable.
I don't know, man. This feels like a pop storm coming from Soul. Not gonna
straight
lie.
up.
Like, I don't know how this is possible, but the way they played, it felt like this was just a classic lobby towards them. Like, they just completely shut down every single team, every single engagement. It's just a little bit unfortunate that in the final fight between them and VASISTA Esports, legit was kind of blindsided by this small little lead. If not, I think he would have taken a shot against VASISTA.
Of course, if he had even a frag grenade available with him, he could have actually taken down this 2-player squad easily. And unfortunately for the players of Soul, yeah, as you mentioned, this one smoke was creating so many problems for the players of Soul. Specifically for Legit, he was not able to sneak in any sort of knocks around that smoke. But VASISTA Esports, at the end of the day, credit where credit's due. They played the patience game. It worked out perfectly well. They got a decent bit of elimination points as well. And VASISTA Esports is aiming to be inside of the top 8, but we still need to figure out if they have moved inside of the top 8 or not.
This was a very, very nice recovery coming from VASISTA Esports here. With this chicken dinner, it does give them that shot for the top 16. But this is nice. You know, this is really nice. Like, VASISTA Esports, they are definitely fixing their problems here, knowing they're trying to understand each other's playstyle. This is a major roster shift coming for Hector in particular as well, losing both Goblin as well as Neo from the previous from BGI itself. Now having Scary John in play, a very new and up-and-coming talent with high mechanical skills.
Yeah.
I think that was the struggle that I think Hector had to go through as well. It took them a while, but in this game, they showed that, hey, they can work as a team. But now, how do you move on from there? Well, consistency is going to be key.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, VASISTA Esports, as I mentioned, right, they just played that patience game right. And for some reason, it feels like VASISTA Esports still needs a bit more of that confidence upon themselves to actually just go ahead and dominate the lobby just the way Seoul did. Because at this moment, yeah, VASISTA Esports is still able to do pretty decent, but this is not the peak performance that VASISTA Esports can deliver with this sort of a roster. VASISTA Esports as well can pretty much just pop stomp this lobby if they do get every single player on that same mentality. But right now, the MVP of the match is going to be Knuckle. As I mentioned, this man in the game of Sanhok was flawless. Incredible stuff. 5 finishes, 977 damage dished out.
I really like Knuckles' mentality in this particular game, especially for today itself, because he was able to be very, very flexible in terms of his decision-making. And his decision-making has been switching between being a support role, being a flank, being an entry fragger himself, and he was so flexible. This is very rare for them to actually switch up the playstyles when the play is needed. So this is a very, very good round coming from him here. Nice little bit of recovery coming Knuckle, and he is going to be the MVP. Following him, we do have Savar, we have Legit, we have Goblin, and also Monster coming from Rivalry, because this game, even though Rivalry wasn't able to get any kind of position points, they are still the team with the highest amount of finishes in this game.
They had 13 elimination points out of this game, and I'm pretty sure the highest amount of finishes are still by the players of Seoul. They had around, 18 or 19 elimination points, so we'll still look at it when we do get the match rankings on the screen. But yeah, I mean, definitely, Rivalry Esports, they have played the best game so far inside of the round 1, without a doubt. Only if they would have played the same way in the past couple of games as well. Rivalry Esports, too, could have been around that top 16.
I think Rivalry will make it. You know, it's something based on their statistics performance coming from BGIS as well. They were the team that is very consistent throughout every time in the game.
Yeah,
but the match ranking comes in play on screen. Seoul gets themselves 16 finishes in total, and almost getting the chicken dinner will give them 22 points. VASISTA getting the chicken dinner will get themselves 8 finishes and 18 points. We have Rivalry with 13 points, but no placement points whatsoever.
Crazy stuff from Rivalry. Then you've got Apecity as well, maintaining that consistency, 9 points delivered. Ace Official as well. The first game, they snuck inside of the top 3. This game as well, Ace Official was there around the top 3. So yeah, props to them, getting 8 points for themselves. And they've also got 4 Miracle Esports, 5 points. 2 OP Officials, still need to find out if they're outside of the harm's way or not, but I'm pretty sure they're not.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very unfortunate as well. But let's take a look at the overall rankings as well, because Learn From Past did do pretty well in this game. But is it enough to be in the top 8? They are currently in 4th position with 135 points. Wildfangs with 128 points. But Seoul, a huge jump in towards the 2nd position with 146 points. So that means they are pretty much guaranteed top 8 now.
Of course, a massive catapult from the side of Seoul. As you mentioned, 146 points on the 2nd spot. You've also got TWOB right there with 138. LFP2, Learn From Past, getting 135. I think the moment you get more than 130 points, you should be having a safe cushion inside of the top 8.
Yep, and VASISTA pushes themselves in towards the 11th position. So that means they are going to be in a spot where they have to defend for the top 16 on the sidelines while watching the rest of the teams actually progress here. Non-X will fall off out of the 16th place here, so that means they will be joining us on the round 2 stages rather than round 3 or the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, for Non-X, it's completely fine, though, right? Non-X is one of those teams that is still trying to make a mark for themselves, and since they're over here inside of the BMPS for the first time, still doing so good, honestly, props to them. They should not let their guards down. They should feel proud about themselves. Same thing can be said for Raven Esports, too. This performance has been incredible. Of course, Reckoning Esports as well. They have played all their games so far. They've got 88 points. Reckoning Esports, a bit of that dip in the performance, but we know they will still be back in the future anyways.
It is going to be very, very important for them. Rivalry also making a little bit of bounce back here. They do stay out of the danger zone, so a nice little recovery from them. So they will be somewhere in the middle of the pack. Unfortunately, not going to be making the top 16. Not going to be making the top 8 here. It is a very, very good valiant effort, but we start to see a little bit of recovery for them. So that is going to be a good sign for them. So I'm very happy for them, but hopefully it is going to be enough as they continue on their journey into the next round?
I mean, there's still so many teams that have only played 9 games, right? You've got teams like Metal Phoenix, even EMZ just playing 9 games at least. So at this moment, even these teams have a massive chance to actually catapult themselves directly inside of the top 16. Especially a team like EMZ and Metal Phoenix can make it happen. It's not even a question. Then you move on towards a team like Eggy as well. Eggy in the first 6 games, they were so good. But then later on, we saw that dip in the performance. Latter page is also going to be on the screen. Ace officials finding themselves outside of the harm's way. And now they're also going to be safe.
Yeah, that is like a very, very huge recovery coming from them as well. So very, very good round here coming from Ace official to make that bounce back. Obviously, you know, we have to wait for the remaining matches to come through as well. Alibaba Raiders still not exactly safe, but I would say it is a very, very comfortable position, right? 61 position isn't too bad of a spot to be in, even though at most if you drop, you will drop in towards maybe somewhere in the 78, I would say like somewhere in the upper 70s, which still puts you in the safe spot. But yes, this is going to be the danger spot where each and every single team is going to be facing as well. 2 OPO officials makes a little bit of comeback. And right now they are on the 66th position, but things can change very, very soon. It is still very, very much in the danger spot for them.
Now, it all really relies on the teams around 73rd to 80th spot, right? Especially for teams like Summit Stream, UC, Zenin. Well, to the moment these guys start popping out with comebacks, there's a big chance DOP will be shifted down in the overall standings.
No.
And then you look at the last page as well. On the last page, there's a lot of teams that have only played 9 games so far. So another 3 chances will be given to them to try and prove their worth. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams will be making it outside of the bottom 16 as well.
Okay, based on this scoreboard, we have officially found our first 5 teams that is officially been eliminated here. That's going to be Genesis, Fearless 4, Mysterious, Deadly Gaming, and also I believe that was Aerobotz as well. So that's going to be very, very unfortunate here because Aerobotz was barely borderline on the danger spot, got kicked down. So unfortunately, we found our first 5 teams, so that means only 11 teams remaining on who is going to be eliminated.
Yeah. And especially for the teams on the second last page, right, it's also a massive heart attack.
Yeah.
Because now the remaining teams, they've only played 9 games so far. So they do have 3 more chances to prove their worth and get themselves outside of that harm's way. So anything can happen. And the moment the teams on the last page start pulling off a comeback, that means the second last page will be the last page. Which will not be a good sign at all.
It is going to be very, very awkward for some of these teams here. But all things considered here, Group C pretty much done and dusted here. Seoul making one of the biggest comebacks for today. Will they be able to secure themselves in top 8? Pretty much only time will tell. But they are in a very, very strong and dominant performance as well. Same can be said for Wild Fangs. But again, still, only time will tell. There is still 3 matches left for 3 respective groups, to be honest.
So for Wild Fangs, I'm still a little bit concerned. Maybe they can miss out on the top 8 spot just by 1 or 2 points. But I still think the moment you get more than 130 points, that should be enough to keep yourself pinned down in the top 8. We've got the realme MVP ranking so far in this tournament. Seth is currently leading the pack, which is quite interesting from Wild Fangs. 35 finishes from Seth. Then you've got Fierce as well, once again coming in from Wild Fangs with 29 finishes acquired. You've also got WizGod with 30, Legit as well coming in from the side of Seoul getting 30, and then Goblin from Seoul once again with 31.
I think all of the 5 players is kind of expected as well here. We've seen a lot of performance coming from Fierce, WizGod, Legit, and Goblin. Seth, for me personally, he's a big surpriser for me, just because this time,
yeah, I mean, pretty much. At the end of the day, look, for Seoul, since they've played all the games, so it makes a lot of sense for Legit and the man to be there. And the same thing can be said even for the likes of Wild Fangs and OG, right? They've played all the games. This can change the moment other teams get to play the remaining games.
But personally, I was a little bit surprised with Seth's performance this time, right? Usually, you kind of expect from Wild Fangs has always been like Trey Scott being a star player, and then alongside him as the backup. But this time for Seth to actually individually step up on top of Trey Scott, kind of shifts the entire dynamic of the gameplay coming from Wild Fangs ever since they brought in a new player. So I'm curious to see if this is going to be good for them here. But as of now, let's take a look at our casters' prediction by all 6 of us casters, excluding Ankybot because he is down and ill for now. He's kind of a little bit on an off day.
Yeah, on a break. He's chilling out in the back lines. But As you mentioned, at the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. Do not look in mine, pretty much ignore it. But you went with Seoul, they're doing really good. VASISTA Esports as well, did pretty good. Chicken dinner on the last game. Even Rawan's pick was VASISTA. Even Sparrow going for Seoul. So I guess everyone's picked a decent, other than that one guy. For some reason, he went with Jaguar officials. I don't know who that guy was.
Yeah, I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
Well, like, why does that guy kind of look
I don't know, man.
different, you know, but has the same glasses as you?
I know, right? Maybe he's just a thief.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the production
Imposter.
crew got his picture wrong or something like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, probably something like that. But ignore that prediction. You know, Jaguar officials did quite bad today. But back towards the conversation and back towards the group that's going to be playing now, because this is extremely important as well. Group D will be stepping inside of the action, and inside of Group D, we've got some massive names as well. REVENANT Esports still waiting to play the remaining 3 games. K9 Esports as well, already in the top 16, and even they're going to be playing the remaining 3 games. Even CK is going to be back in the action.
That is going to be a very interesting one as well, especially coming from K9 as well.
Yeah.
Can they actually push and take the top 8 away, deny it from some of the teams at the top? Again, this is why people are a little bit worried, right? Like, if you are the guys to start the starting line, obviously, you're going to be looking very comfortable now, but there's 3 more groups left.
Listen, a little bit of spoiler. The moment REVENANT Esports and K9 breaks into the top 8, that means Godlike gets kicked out.
Oh,
Before now, it's time for Satostro short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. Johnny, Group C is officially done with all their games inside of the round 1.
Yeah.
Now it's time to move on towards an explored territory so far, and that is going to be Group D. I mean, of course, we've seen these teams in the past. They've played 9 games, but now that they're going to be playing the remaining 3 games, it's quite interesting to see who's going to be cracking inside of the top 8. For Godlike fans, it's time to pray.
Exactly. For them, it's time to pray, because in this group in particular, you have K9 Esports, REVENANT Esports, who have had amazing days in the past. And if they achieve that top form again today in these last 3 matches, then they can definitely take away 2 spots inside of the top 8.
And in my opinion, you guys should take away this Realme GT7 as well. It's available on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just be standing a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And as I mentioned, the device is already launched on 27, so just move on, check it out. If you love it, just buy it, man. Trust me when I say this. The device is incredible. Even the looks are nice, and performance-wise as well. Stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours. Tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. What else do you want? Just buy it.
I think at this point they would want their favorite team to qualify apart from the Realme GT7, of course, and one of those fan favorite teams, in fact, 2 of those are going to be REVENANT X SPARK in this particular group and Cincinnati Kids, who have taken a little bit of tumble. REVENANT X SPARK, I mean, the tumble has been going on for a while, since the start of 2025, and for Cincinnati Kids, they started off on an amazing note within the first 3 matches that they played, but then the next 6 matches was a mid-tier performance. It has kept them in a fight for the top 16, but the question is, will they be able to break into the top 16 today?
It's Cincinnati Kids at the end of the day, right? They always know how to make a bounce back. They always know how to qualify till the later stages. They always know how to make it till the land finals. So when you talk about survival inside of the tournament, CK has mastered that. But survival in the grand finals, still quite rookies on that block. Group D's on the screen. K9 Esports, Raven, CK, REVENANT X SPARK. They've got the chance to breach inside of the top 8, but they need nuclear performances other than K9 Esports. I mean, K9 is quite close.
Yeah, K9 is quite close, so for them, it's the easiest to find a spot inside of the top 16 and actually stay in the top 16. They can fight for the top 8, but they're going to need a chicken dinner to do so. And right off the bat, I mean, if they get a chicken dinner on this map of Sanhok, it just makes the whole thing easier. So there is going to be pressure on K9 Esports, there's pressure on REVENANT Esports, but also pressure on Tamilan Esports and 4 barriers. Let's not forget about the teams that are fighting to just survive round 1.
Yeah, Tamilan Esports was definitely a bit of that wild card. We never thought that Tamilan Esports can be someone who would be stuck in the bottom 16. But yeah, it is what it is. Tamilan Esports needs a lot of points right now to keep themselves outside of the harm's way. But without wasting any more time, we straight up move on towards the upcoming game, which is going to be the map of Sanhok. And even the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Tambang towards Cow.
And it's going to be quite interesting to see how this first game turns out for the teams of Group D. What I've noticed is every group that starts their day on Sanhok does end up being a little bit more aggressive. But let's see, this is going to be an intense one for sure. As we mentioned, teams, basically the top 4 of this group, K9, Raven, Cincinnati Kids, and REVENANT X SPARK, fighting for a spot inside of the top 16. VOLCANO, a few big matches, 2 chicken dinners today, can get them into that spot as well. But it's the bottom 4 that has a lot of concern on them. UC Gaming, a few days ago, they had a pretty brilliant day for themselves, which kind of brought them into a much safer position inside of the top 80 as of now. But of course, if they do well, they walk away from that danger zone of bottom 16.
REVENANT X SPARK extremely close to the players of K9 Esports.
Yeah.
And K9 as well, just around that similar vicinity. You can see Beast and Spray God next to each other. I want to see these two teams lock their horns. But the remaining players of REVENANT X SPARK a little bit too far away from the man Spray. Now it feels like Spray God just got pranked by his own teammates.
It can be that, or maybe just a strategy to try and fight for vehicles against the players of K9, but they do take early control of Cow. They have a lot of map control towards the north because of this 4-man spread. I was worried about the players of UC Gaming. They seem to be in a 3-way drop clash, especially Maverick, quite close to the players of Volcano Esports. There was LHS quite close to them as well, and of course the side of Ace as well. But all 4 of these teams and their individuals in particular have walked their separate ways, so I don't think there's going to be an early fight in this map unless someone decides to push Cincinnati Kids, which can be the side of Ace.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Cincinnati Kids on the screen towards Pinehead. It's one of those teams that is quite comfortable in the overall standings. Now for CK, the only challenge is to break inside of the top 8. I think so in the top 16, they can easily crack open. But to break inside of the top 8, though, that's where CK needs to deliver nuclear performances back-to-back. At the moment, teams like CK, Raven Esports, K9 Esports start breaching inside of the top 8. Here, Extreme Godlike will be kicked out because they're currently on the 7th spot in the overall board.
That is true. It's not going to be easy, though. I mean, they will have to make a very heavy push, get a few big games for themselves.
It's easy for K9, though. They're not too far away.
Yeah, they are in the top 8, but the problem is the teams at the back will have a pretty clear target. Let's not forget 32 teams still left in the competition tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's see, though. I mean, it's K9 Esports,
yeah.
Right? At the end of the day, they possess an insane amount of caliber.
1 frag-heavy game, and they're going to be good to go.
Yeah, straight up. And they can easily get 15 to 20 elimination points without even breaking a sweat.
True. And they've usually done quite well on Sanhok because of the firepower that they have within their team. So that's also the thing. So from the perspective of K9, I think this is the ideal situation. Start your day on Sanhok, your best map, get those finishes and build up the momentum, and then move forward to Miramar and Erangel next.
K9 is a team that does not even need all 4 players in a lobby like this.
Don't say that to Omega,
just
man.
3 are more than enough. No, I do not mean to diss Omega in those regards, but I'm just trying to praise the remaining 3 players, right? That's how good they are, because they have been sticking to each other since such a long time. Now the synergy between those 3 guys is on a different level.
Yeah, and we saw that last Erangel the last time they played. Brilliant positioning, brilliant decision-making. Even the mechanics of the players was on point, helping them secure a big chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, that Erangel game towards Milta Power was disgusting. Every single move that was made by K9 Esports was so calculated, especially positioning Slug on that alpha angle on the opposite side of the compound wall was incredible. But now UC Gaming, they've moved up a bit too close against the players of Volcano Esports. And Johnny, these 2 mammoths, they're about to lock horns.
Yeah, this is going to be intense. Volcano, they had a great start to their journey in the realme BMPS, but then a little bit of a fall off. And UC Gaming on the opposite end of the spectrum, they had a horrible start. barely securing points in the first 3 matches, but then a recovery was brilliant. Now, as they kick off this fight, they are on the wrong end of the play here, having taken a knock against the players of VOLCANO. VOLCANO with the numbers advantage, looking to pressure that as well. And there's a third party brewing up in the backlines, Necro, as Team Ace are sitting there on the top of those hills and just watching this entire conflict unfold.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, though. FaZe is actually going to join and third party this. Because joining right now is going to be extremely difficult. None of them have dropped any sort of bodies. And if FaZe ends up revealing themselves right now, they might just be the one to fall prey. So that should not happen.
Yeah.
While UC on the opposite side of the spectrum, for them, I'm not even sure what the game plan is. It's still too early inside of the game. I'm pretty sure UC is starving on loot as well. And now they've locked horns against VOLCANO Esports. How are the future terrains going to look like? VOLCANO Esports needs to be eliminated for UC to feast on and get a better read. Hold on to that thought. Los Hermanos. What about watching Spies out in the open? And once again, it's the horse moment. But this time, the man gets ejected and knocked out.
Yeah, he tried his level best to escape, but Spy needs to be careful. While he was a spy behind enemy lines, he did take out one of the players from the third team. The problem is now his position is compromised. And he actually makes a very successful fallback to his team. So, yeah, opportunity taken away from Team Ace to find that trade. I don't know what Ray was doing running around on that horse or riding around on that horse in an open position like that.
Hey, you're wrong. He was jumping around.
Galloping.
Yeah, that was the horse hop. We don't call it the bunny hop anymore. But Team Ace, 3 men standing. We were speaking of Team Ace wanting to go for the third party, but now those intentions, they have been suppressed for a long time, since they've lost out on a man of their own. Los Hermanos, they've found a decent bit of compound for themselves, but still being eyed out by the players of CK. And it's not the best possible feeling when you've got a team like CK eyeing you out. CK can strike any time. All the 4 players as well, they seem primed and ready. They've got decent bit of utilities, even a lot of ammunition to back themselves up. Still, it's quite early inside of the game. Stage 2 is going to be popping up soon. And teams like K9 Esports are still all the way towards the Camp Alpha Island.
Cincinnati kids, they got to be careful, man, with how they're positioning themselves. So exposed. Even if one man falls down, it will allow the opportunity for multiple third parties, considering they are surrounded from basically every single direction. But hey, look at this. REVENANT X SPARK quite close to the players of Autobotz, and Autobotz have just hidden themselves. Not really time for them to roll out yet.
Teams are so close in each other's proximity that we're now going to be reaching the boiling point soon.
Yeah. And K9 Esports is still on Camp Alpha.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? All the way back towards Camp Alpha. I'm not even sure what they're doing at this moment, but all the 4 players have regrouped all the way towards Camp Alpha. So, probably stacking up on meds, I guess. And
Maybe.
K9 Esports will go for an extreme late rotation, but that too on a map of Sanhok, it's not recommended.
Let's see. I mean, the goal is pretty clear. Get a lot of eliminations in this game. And if they are able to clean up those edges, that gets them those finishes for sure.
Yeah, and they can do it as well, man. It's K9,
Yeah.
anything can be said.
It's a team that specializes in 4v4s. So for them, even the
Lucky.
gods of BGMI are going to favor them. Yeah, extremely lucky. The circle centers up about on Paradise Resort. And now that opens up that whole western edge of the zone for K9 Esports to take.
Just need to move around the bridge, that's it.
Yeah.
Simple rotation, straight up breach in. Just like the way Metal Phoenix likes to do it. K9 will be on their way towards that bridge, but first they need to scout it out. That's going to be the mature approach around the bridge site. K9 Esports looking pretty good and dandy when it comes to that loot, but they're also getting chipped up insanely low by the blue. Slug is the man to lead the pack, currently clearing out the hot inside, making sure there's no one around hot 10. And then the remaining 3 players are now going to start to move in around the vehicles. And here you go, Someone's Stream getting charged on by the players of BotArmy Esports.
Oh, and BotArmy Esports, they're also desperate to survive this round 1, although they have found that isolated man. Easy knock secured. Now 3 players left, but one of the players was dropped extremely low. In fact, 1 opening knock is going to be secured. And Someone's Dream, they successfully find the trade in this fight, but that is not something that satisfied them. They have the players of BotArmy Esports pinned down in the building, and a squad wipe right now would actually be pretty amazing from the perspective of Someone's Dream. It gets them very far away from the bottom 16, although on the receiving end as Shogun shows up, takes down 2, looking for the third, spots him out on the outside, and there's the cleanup. Puts all 4 of them back into the dreamland. Shogun with a very impressive 4-frag fiesta.
Yeah, he forcefully packs him back to the lobby straight up. Shogun getting that 4-piece instantly in this fight. On the back of his teammates, unfortunately losing out on one of the crucial men as well. But it's fine though. Still they've managed to get 4 finishes so far. A decent spot as well. So BotArmy Esports can definitely convert it better. They're around that centric part too. So let's see how the future lines will be looking like for BotArmy Esports. But at least for now, speaking about the surroundings,
yeah,
there's quite a bit of those teams around that vicinity too. But I'm pretty sure no one's actually going to go for any sort of fights because at this point everyone seems quite comfy. Having a look at the replay as well, BotArmy Esports just straight up rushed on and took that fight. They were able to successfully find one of the players, and another player of BotArmy Esports decided to move from the outskirts, and that's why he got knocked out and confirmed. And then Shogun just putting on an absolute show.
But unfortunately for BotArmy Esports, they're stuck in the blue zone as of now, and once they start to move in towards the southern edges of the circle, they're going to have to face a lot of gatekeepers over there. At this point, moving towards the eastern side of the map, seems like they might just go wide. Looking to avoid any conflicts from here on out.
BotArmy Esports on the move. I think for them it's going to be an easy breach inside of the zone as well, but I would recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon and check out the realme GT7 as well. The moment you do so, you will also stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs, and not just that. The device is already out. Stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, tested by the realme and the crafting guys themselves. 7,000 mAh battery. And of course, powered by MediaTek Dimensity 9400E chipset. And that battery as well supported by 120 watts fast charger. So what are you waiting for? Do it right now.
Let's see though how the conversion of this game happens. GLITCHREBORN holding on to the centric spot. Surrounded by Raven. And we see the perspective of Raven Esports as well. Control of the hills is theirs, but the players are a little far away from each other, and if they are going to make up all of this noise, then they got to deal with the pressure, and one of the first teams to push forward, it's going to be Aura.
A lot of teams have actually lost out on those individual men, which is not a good thing.
Yeah.
Raven Esports too, losing out on one of the players, Aiden. And let's not forget, Aiden is quite a skilled lad. He has been proving himself, making a mark as well, but Raven Esports, Smiley IGL constantly. That burst damage is doing some serious damage as well. Man in the front gets knocked out for now. At this moment, even the team at the front is taken down to a 3-man squad.
But luckily for Raven Esports, I mean, Cincinnati Kids is there to draw at least some of the attention away. Or are they just going to steal that finish? Zeref knocked out in the back lines. That is trouble for Cincinnati Kids and Juicy. Lobs out a smoke, hopes for a revive, but he's getting shot from the right as well.
Cincinnati Kids,
too
many shots upon them. Juicy gets knocked out eventually. The confirmation, though, still will be extremely tough to gather. So CK will be fine. The fallen man will be back upon his feet. VOLCANO Esports looking to make that pounce against the classic team Ace. As Amol was able to find one of the knocks. Quite the important one as well. Ernie's still in the pack now, wants to go for that revival, and also gets the reset for the side of Team Ace. The fallen man will be able to get back upon his feet, but the utility's forced out from VOLCANO Esports. It might just put a bit of that halt. Unfortunately, that C4 did not really blast at the right time, but now for VOLCANO Esports, they're still inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against Team Ace.
They lobbed a stun indoors just to try and force the players to panic, but Ace, I think the panic was there already. They were down to the last man. And I don't know what that final player was doing, just gets shots in the back and shut down by Psycho. Good execution by VOLCANO Esports.
I just think Team Ace played that terribly.
Yeah, I mean, can't really blame them. They were stuck in a 1v2. HP bars were depleted. Although there was an opportunity for Ernie to find an opening over there, but yeah, failed in doing so over there as well. UC Gaming, though, we expected them to actually stay in a standstill against the players of LHS, but as soon as they move out, now they are sandwiched. They have Aura up front, LHS shooting them in the backs, and UC, they're down to the last man. Maverick could be finished off at any given second.
It's funny how Shadow wants to spot out those toes. And Maverick is constantly denying all the possibilities, but a little pixel was exposed.
Yeah.
The man tried to toss out a smoke.
His hand was visible. Just shot him in the wrist. Cut it off his hands, off his body.
Los Hermanos. Even their position is okay. Next zone shift, though, it's going to be a bottom left one. Los Hermanos finding themselves in a bit of that advantage on the edges. But how do they really want to press up now? That's the real question. You've got Shadow on the opposite side. You've also got Spy and the remaining two players on the left lines. VOLCANO Esports as well is going to start pushing from Paradise Resort soon.
But I feel the best position inside of this game is attained by GLITCHREBORN. Their smack center, a lot of compounds to work with. And of course, if you look at the northeastern edge of the circle, the wave of teams is going to end up clashing amongst themselves. So only if anyone's lucky, only then they survive with all four. Otherwise, they're going to lose bodies for sure. Same goes for the teams that are in Paradise Resort right now, which is the northwestern edge of the circle. And all GLITCHREBORN has to do is just keep their heads down. Let everyone fight.
Raven Esports spotting out the foes in the front. For Raven as well, they want to find a comfortable spot inside of the circle, but you've got a team like BotArmy Esports on the tail. And even Tamilan Esports can potentially push up against you. Raven Esports is not in a comfy spot, but at this point they need to make something out of nothing. Smiley still trying to scout out the back lines, is not able to spot anything just yet. Tamilan Esports repositioning themselves towards a better spot, while Raven Esports down to a two-man squad. At this moment, Troy is also going to be on that desperate move, on that desperate attempt.
Tamilan Esports, again, the fight for survival, quite dire. Make it or break it situation in this game itself. But Cincinnati Kids, they're looking to make a break inside of the top 16. Although having lost Zeref, I think it is going to be a struggle, and even Mighty put under pressure by the players of Troy Tamilan in the back lines. If he survives and if he's able to regroup with his team, bring his HP up, then maybe Cincinnati Kids, there's going to be hope. But as we say, that block instantly falls at the hands of Aura. And now Cincinnati Kids, the struggles of this match of Sanhok begin.
Raw Emperor. At least they've got 3 men standing so they can try and defend themselves for the longest. As K9 Esports now under heavy fire by the players of Raven Esports. Smiley Agile in the sidelines. K9 Esports, they've got a decent split going on for themselves, but they're not looking too safe. As Siri is able to find that important knock. Squeezes that in. K9 Esports in a big world of trouble. The foes are constantly moving up close and personal. And Slug peeks out, goes for that first shot. Wanted to hand out the death blow to the second one as well. But K9 Esports, they've already taken too much damage upon themselves. And now Omega is on the move. There is still Beast alive inside of the game, but I highly doubt Beast is going to be able to do anything at this moment. Omega and Beast, these two guys, they need to save the day for the team.
Well, they definitely need to. And it's quite an opposite situation from the perspective of K9 Esports. Omega being the last man alive, his teammates knocked out, and again, options limited. That late breach on Sanhok not really working out, and Omega just makes a run for his life. But the problem is, anywhere he goes, it's already taken over by other teams, other players. So he does not have a lot of map to work with. Barely managed to squeeze in inside the play zone.
Pretty much. BotArmy Esports, 6 finishes racked up, looking pretty good. But unfortunately, with just a 2-man squad, just makes things even tougher. Monty, he does have a vehicle for that quick rotate. Blue's on the move as well, so now it's going to be the time to make that pounce. They need to cross through the open grounds. There's also Horse in the back lines. I'm not even sure what BotArmy Esports is trying to do, but they know the moment they step outside of the cover, they will be eliminated.
4 barriers, though, in a fight of their own against the Autobotz, and well, that's the opening found. Mash. Sarnix dropped to the floor, and they're going to look for the other players. 4 barriers again. It's one of those teams that's fighting for survival to get themselves outside of the bottom 16. But with an exit early into the top, outside of the top 10, on the 11th position, in fact, I don't think that's going to happen. They just have 2 points from this game.
Aerobotz, 3 elimination points secured. Even they're going to be on the move. Within the blink of an eye, you also do see the players of BotArmy Esports take an exit from the game. Tamilan Esports, though, still alive and cooking. And they can do anything at this point. Tamilan Esports, they've got a lot to lose. Backs against the wall, they have to perform. And that performance pressure might just raise up a lot of anxiety. But at this moment, VOLCANO Esports pretty close to the players of Aerobotz. There's also Omega in the front lines. And I'm pretty sure Omega is not going to be a part of any sort of action.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep his head down, trying to keep his presence hidden. Unless it's like just 2 players remaining from this entire conflict. VOLCANO against Aerobotz. And this was the standstill of Paradise Resort that has been forced outside of the main compound. 3 versus 3. Both the teams equal in numbers, but it's going to be teams outside of the zone that can actually be the catalyst to swing the fight either in the favor of VOLCANO or maybe in the favor of Aerobotz themselves. Oh no.
Tamilan Esports, they take a stop, they take a lot of shots as well against the foes in the front. But in the end, Los Hermanos, they've taken too much damage upon themselves as well. This fight is one of the most scrappy fights, but still Los Hermanos can make it alive. Evil is the only man, the only glimmer of hope still standing. His Spy's knocked out in the back lines. Tamilan Esports, Ralphie from the top. This man now looks like the Grim Reaper, and Evil himself knows Ralphie's got the high ground, so he can do anything to the players of Los Hermanos. Get them eliminated too from this game. Now spots out a pixel, and that's going to be enough for a man like Ralphie.
Impressive performance from Tamilan Esports, and again 7 points, break into the top 7 of this game. I think as long as they make it to the top 3, it should be good. And considering Cincinnati kids just on the verge of getting eliminated, the blue zone pushing Juicy out into the open, and VOLCANO Esports find that finish. Tamilan Esports making it to the top 6, but down to the last man. I don't think Ralphie can do much over here. Well, at least a top 5 finish is going to be there.
Yeah, VOLCANO Esports. Luckily enough for them, they've got 3 players standing and also a decent spot to play around with.
Yeah.
That Paradise Resort will have a bit of those dips that they can try and take advantage of. Even those ledges will help them. Aerobotz Esports, yeah, man was knocked out, but it's not really a concern. It's not something too critical. Clown will get the rest, and oh my god, that was a beautiful spray. But still the team in the front, which is Autobotz Esports, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. The constant barrage of bullets this time around doing so much damage, and Toxic is not going to let go of the man just like that. Beautiful shots taken against Toxic as well. Will suppress the man for a bit. Toxic falls back.
Autobotz have the numbers advantage to work with, but I still feel Necro, with how the circle has moved, GLITCHREBORN, they have to walk away with the chicken dinner. They'll be able to protect their numbers till the very end of the game, and they have a shack concrete cover to work with as well. Aerobotz, oh no, Clown, he's the last man alive. Sliver of HP, heals up, but Autobotz, they are going to take Aerobotz out in the next few seconds. Look at that, Clown spotted out, few more shots. There it is, done and dusted. Back to the lobby, sir.
Back was exposed too much. And now VOLCANO Esports, since they're out in the open, 2 players standing as well. VOLCANO Esports, in my opinion, should just be quiet. Do not take any sort of shots. Let these 2 teams duke it out against each other. GLITCHxREBORN, Autobotz Esports do damage to each other. And the moment VOLCANO Esports does reach that elimination feed and they know that both these teams are extremely hurt, that's when you're supposed to strike. Skip's taken down real low. The man will squeeze in that first aid. But VOLCANO Esports, now they're starting to make a lot of noise. Autobotz Esports put under heavy fire and heavy pressure. And it's going to be a desperate attempt to make it inside of the centric part of the circle as well. Lobster gets taken down, and that's going to be it for Autobotz Esports. And Johnny, I think now we know who will be the clear victor.
Yeah, it's a 2v4 in the favor of GLITCHREBORN, as the players of VOLCANO Esports are going to get stuck outside of the play zone itself. GLITCHREBORN, they've been controlling the game this whole time. 6 eliminations. Can finish the match with a potential of 8 eliminations. They are looking to get that bonus point as well, and I believe they do grab it for themselves. So 18 points, a good bounce back coming in from GLITCHREBORN, a brilliant performance even from the side of Autobotz. They do maintain the consistent run in this tournament, Necro.
So GLITCHxREBORN had 8 finishes and also this chicken dinner, so that's going to give them 18 points, as you mentioned, right? It's quite a decent performance. Looking at the position of GLITCHxREBORN,
they don't get the finishes in the end. They just have 6. What just happened?
Yeah, well, GLITCHxREBORN robbed by the game itself, I guess.
Did the man go down to the play zone?
I guess. Well, if they have not managed to squeeze in those final 2, then that's probably what happened. Getting just 6 finishes to themselves and 7 knockouts. GLITCHxREBORN, a rough outing. But at the end of the day, it's still a chicken dinner. 16 points is still quite a bit. So GLITCHxREBORN will now be putting themselves in a spot where they cannot be eliminated.
Yeah, they weren't doing too bad either. They were in the top 50 of the overall leaderboard. And again, with these 16 points, I think they're going to be in the top 30 at least. So while qualifying for the top 16 is going to be a challenge, as you said, at least they survived the culling.
Yeah, I mean, if they do get a chicken dinner once again, though, in the map of Miramar, then top 16 is inevitable.
It won't be inevitable. Like, at least for the end of the day, it will be inevitable. But then tomorrow, someone's going to come up, snatch that spot away.
Hey, peace of mind, right, Johnny?
For a few moments.
Yeah, just like the Kiasa Ross does give us. But looking at the highlights as well, GLITCHxREBORN, this is how things really started off inside of this entire game. Of course, BotArmy Esports making that pounce against Summon Stream. Unfortunately for BotArmy Esports, I'm not even sure what the man was doing there. Just moving from the outskirts of the compound, getting picked off like that, and then Shogun had to carry everyone.
I mean, yeah, Shogun and he definitely did a brilliant job carrying, at least for the next few moments. But then, this was also an awkward conflict, Ace versus VOLCANO. But VOLCANO had the stronger position in this fight.
Yeah.
They had the control of the compound, and Ace just walked into a trap, just like Cincinnati did, by the way, when they were rotating from the southern edge of the circle.
I still want to have a look at the match rankings and figure out, is GLITCHxREBORN really at the top? Because there might be a chance where another team might just be on the first spot of the match ranking since they got more elimination points.
Who?
Maybe VOLCANO themselves. How many did they have?
I think VOLCANO had 7 or 8.
Oh, okay, then maybe not.
Yeah.
But yeah, for GLITCHxREBORN, that's definitely not a lot of points. And that's one of the downsides as well. When you've got the compound just inside of the circle till the final few moments, you just get too comfortable and too lazy to actually push outside of your limits and go for those elimination points, which does not make a lot of sense either. If you do have the circle constantly forming on top of you, why would you want to take that extra risk for the chicken dinner?
Yeah, I mean, but this time around they didn't want to, as he said, they did not want to take any risk. They just secured the chicken dinner. They wanted to be consistent. And again, if you are walking away with like 16 points, it's not a shabby game at all. It's a pretty decent game overall, but there we have it. The winner chicken dinner stats for GLITCHREBORN. It seems like Skips was the man who put his experience on display. Avi as well with 2 eliminations, then Harsh and Dark Lord just finishing with no finishes. But this did dish out a little bit of damage to help their teammates out.
Yeah, just 108 and 175. These guys were on a time off, Johnny. It's fine. But the remaining 2 players definitely did do the heavy lifting and got those 6 elimination points for themselves. GLITCHxREBORN, as you mentioned, because of that, getting 16 points, which is not bad at all. And since it was just the start of the day as well, being able to squeeze out a chicken dinner itself, that's a great way to kick things off, right? Now you've got the momentum with you in the upcoming games. You can try and maintain that similar consistency, get another chicken dinner if you really do want to go inside of the top 16. And why would you not want to aim for the top 16? Because you won't be eliminated anyway, so you might as well try to go big.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And again, I mean, as you mentioned, if you're going to get eliminated, go big or go home. That is the opportunity that is there. Not an opportunity, but that is the threat that is there for the teams that are struggling and are in the bottom 16. One of those names, I think UC Gaming, we did see in the last set of 3 matches, they actually did do quite well for themselves. And today as well, it seems like they wanted to take the fighting stance. They wanted to go for those eliminations, but yeah, not really turning out too well for them.
I think Tamilan Esports did not do too bad. Tamilan do have a decent bit of elimination points. We'll soon have a look at the match rankings and figure out. Before now, the match MVP is going to be, of course, the man himself, Shogun, since he got those 4 pieces. So in one of those squad wipes that he did, 5 finishes racked up from the maps, 7 knocks as well. Damage number is going to be 934.
Hey man, the way of the samurai with Shogun right here. As you mentioned, impressive performance, putting the burden of getting those points for BotArmy Esports on his back and doing a brilliant job. But we have top 5 players from that last game on our screens. Arif from Autobotz getting 5, Skips from GLITCHREBORN getting 4, Shadow from LHS Los Hermanos gets 4 eliminations, and Tamilan Esports Ralphie finishes with 4 eliminations. So I believe, Tamilan Esports did walk away with a decent number of eliminations in this game. But what is going to be the total points tally? And where does that total tally leave them in the overall leaderboard? Because let's not forget, they were on that last page.
Yeah, so for Tamilan Esports, let's just say they need 25 points in these 3 games. Yeah. And Tamilan Esports were not even that far back of being outside of the bottom 16. So these 25 points can easily put Tamilan Esports in quite a comfortable spot.
Let's make it a round number, 30 points.
Yeah, I guess 30 points, 10 points per game.
10 points per match.
Might just be too much to ask for a team like Tamilan Esports that's been struggling to even grab 1 single point.
But with this match, they can have the momentum in their favor, right?
Yeah,
as we saw, they do have the confidence, and of course, with your back against the walls, you have nothing to lose. If you play bad, you are getting eliminated anyways. Hey, and there. Tamilan Esports, they do get 10 points in this game. GLITCHREBORN finishing with 16, VOLCANO with 13, Autobotz with 13, and as we said, Tamilan, they get 10.
Solid stuff from Tamilan Esports. 10 points, that's going to give them such a massive leap towards the catapult, towards the overall standings as well. And I'm pretty sure this is the leap that Tamilan Esports was still looking for. I'm pretty sure as of now, Tamilan Esports is not going to be in the bottom 16, but just if they do want to pin that spot down outside of the bottom 16, they need to perform once again the same way.
Not once again, twice more, 2 more maps left, Necro, let's not forget about that. If they can get 10 more points on Miramar, then I think they can take a little bit of sigh of relief, and then 10 more points on Orangel means, well, they can congratulate themselves on making it to round 2.
Johnny, we had a lot of hopes from K9 Esports, CK, and even REVENANT Esports, but it feels like this time around they did let us down. And K9 Esports, at the end of the day, we know they can easily topple inside of the top 8. It's not even a question. Even REVENANT Esports can easily squeeze themselves in the top 8. So for them, it's not going to be a challenge. But as I mentioned, if you are one of the godlike fans, then you better start praying.
I mean, what is happening here in Group D is quite drastic to what was happening in Group C. Group C, the top teams were fighting for a spot inside of the top 16 and the top 8. Here, I think it's the bottom of the leaderboard that has picked up the arms and finally decided, like, all right, we want to survive. We want to be a part of the realme BMPS a little bit longer.
Yeah, only 4 barriers could have done the same thing as well, because they're still struggling all the way at the bottom, right? 4 barriers this game as well was quite a bit of a flop. But just Tamilan Esports was the only team that did get a decent bit of points for themselves. And yeah, speaking of Los Hermanos, this is one of the most sneaky teams I've seen so far. Always like to sneak under the radar.
Yeah, that is very true. And Los Hermanos, I mean, because of them being able to sneak under the radar, do end up ruining the game for someone or the other every single time. Now, that is the thing. 2 more maps left. What is going to be the turnout of these groups? It is going to be very intense. The last Miramar and the last Wrangle these guys play for at least this round 1. But before the upcoming matches, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. And last 2 maps left for Group D, as the fight has gotten a little bit intense at the bottom of the leaderboard, with Tamilan Esports finally deciding to step up on that previous game of Sanhok. But are they going to continue to build up on that momentum in the upcoming map of Miramar? We'll find that out. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And I mean, right off the bat, this is the last few talking points from me and Necro in that post game that quite a big contrast between how Group D and Group C are playing. Over here, it's the teams from the latter half of the leaderboard that are just like stepping up at the last moment.
Yeah, it all comes down to just making a make or break situation, right? But for Troy Tamilan Esports specifically, they are in the worst possible position because it took them 9 matches to prepare themselves, and then now finally stepping up. The fans were waiting.
Yeah.
Every single fan was asking for this. Hey, where is Troy Tamilan Esports? Oh, are they doing well? Team Tamilas, are they doing well? These are the 2 named teams that kind of disappeared for the past 10 days, to be honest.
That is true. And again, I think at this point you have showed up a little too late, but hey, if you party well, you might just be allowed to stay in the party for a little bit longer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to party in your matches as well, you're going to need a device that keeps up with all of your skill. Check out the Realme GT7 120 FPS for 6 hours of stable BGMI gaming, co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, it is going to be one of the best performance devices in its segments. It is available on Amazon as well right now for you guys to grab. So go ahead on Amazon and check out the Realme GT7. But I want to check in with you for the upcoming map. What are your expectations on Miramar from these teams?
I feel Troy Tamilan Esports needs to definitely step up again, because that's the only way they are going to be in a very comfortable position to qualify into round 2 as well here, because they are kind of in the danger spot if they want to be safe here, because as of now we have 5 confirmed teams that is eliminated. Well, only time will tell as the game progresses. Well, but without further ado, let's take a look into how Group D is going to be playing here in the map of Miramar, because we are going to be jumping into game right here, right now, to see how things are about to break down. Well, I just gave you a prank, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we are going to jump into the action. It's just that there's a little bit of dust in the engines of the plane, so it does take time to sort that out. But hey, finally, the plane takes off, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar is going to be on our screens, and of course, right off the bat, it's the flight path that decides how much conflict do we get to witness on this map. And it seems like we are going to be starting from the just a little bit west of Oasis, so it's going to be a flight path north of La Cabrera and ending just east of Patona. It leans ever so slightly towards the western half of the map, but considering Miramar is the biggest map in the game, that changes a lot.
Yep, this is going to be interesting to see how things are going to be going in as well, because I'm curious to see if K9 Esports is going to be expecting company as well, because we've seen a little bit of them getting a little bit aggressive right from the get-go, even for Raven Esports as well. But you know what's really surprising for me today, especially in the previous game? Raven Esports, Maxi also, kind of not in part of the top 5. That is kind of a name that I wasn't expecting not to be there.
Well, let's see how the performance is going to turn out, because this is a critical moment for Raven Esports. And again, we spoke about this before we kicked off the day. The opportunity is there for them to actually grab a couple of chicken dinners. Now there's only a couple left, 2 maps remaining. So if they grab 2 chicken dinners, they will be able to secure a spot inside of the top 16. But they're going to need big matches. K9 Esports, with that last performance, I think ever so slightly have secured a spot in the top 8, but one good game wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very important for them, right? But the circle is going to be shifting onto the east side here, so we are going to be expecting maybe a Mina circle once more. We haven't seen a Los Leonas for a very, very long time. We haven't seen a Del Patrol. We only saw one Hacienda circle. Majority has been in towards Minas. We have a majority on towards Monte Nuevo, the northern side, especially Power Grid. I think we've seen like 3 or 4 Power Grids so far, which is kind of weird. But we haven't seen a single El Hazard yet, or even a Campo Militar, which I think Campo Militar is the most rarest circle ever on an official game.
It is. It really is. I mean, we haven't seen that in a long time.
I don't remember the last time we saw it, but...
Yeah, it's, I mean... yeah, I think it's been over a year, because Campo Militar, I mean, it makes sense as well, right? It's going to be as rare as the Ruins or the Oasis Circle. These are extremities of the map: extreme north, extreme northeast, extreme northwest. Puerto Paracio, it seems like the extreme southeastern corner, but it's not. That's going to be the water body that's there beyond Puerto Paracio, so that's why Puerto Paracio circles are a little bit more common. But for the same reason, extremity of the map, you rarely see prison circles, Minas del Sur circles.
Agreed. But at the same time, we caught a glimpse onto his Revenant X SPARK as well, because Revenant X SPARK, ever since the roster change here, we expected them to do pretty okay. They have been okay, but last game, what happened to them?
I have no idea.
Just got completely shut down. This is a powerhouse team. Like, arguably has one of the star players from a blast from the past situation. So it's very surprising to see them not getting a single finish at all in the
mean,
previous round.
Forget about the blast from the past, man. I mean, the roster itself, the 3 players that were retained. I mean, that is going to be the thing that you're banking on to perform as well. But Los Hermanos, last game, yeah, stuck in an awkward spot, couldn't really do much. Spy did find the early initial opening against the players of Aura, but after that, that conflict just brought the entire situation to a standstill. And of course, it is a beautiful day indeed.
It is indeed a beautiful day. And today is a day of comebacks and a day of finding out who is going to be eliminated here. BotArmy Esports. This is a very, very interesting team. For those guys who do not know or haven't followed BGIS, obviously, this was a team that kind of surprised us and produced a rising star known as Scary Jot.
Yeah.
And this is a team that I think has a potential to keep things going because they completely dominated the lobby during the semifinals and then qualifying directly into the grand finals.
Yeah, but this time around, it's been off to a shaky start. I mean, the addition of Shogun, everyone expected to be a big move for BotArmy Esports, and at least he did display why at one point he was considered one of the best players in the country just a few years ago. In that previous game of Sanhok, getting that fight win for his team, getting those 4 eliminations all by himself. Not all by himself, his teammates did help out, but he did get those 4 finishes on his name.
Hey, roster shuffles is to be expected, right? We are looking for the best of the best in the team. You know, you want to win champion, you gotta keep on switching. In this case, the only champion team that has kind of made a little bit of a switching for this year was pretty much Versatile. But again, they're not playing in this game, so this is a bit unfortunate. And I was really surprised with it as well. Like, they did do pretty well, and then out of nowhere, Espower decides, hey, you know what? I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, but that's
they just won a trophy. Why?
I think the roster changes, especially at the top of the circuit that have happened. I mean, this includes Versatile, Soul, Godlike. It includes even REVENANT X SPARK for that matter. Have been kind of insane. And let's not forget about God's Reign. But other things that have been kind of insane, ladies and gentlemen, is the introduction of the Realme GT7. Because this is a very amazing device. iSense graphene rear cover. It's going to help you with those overheating issues that you guys face, because Realme GT7 has none of those, especially in those marathon gaming sessions. It is going to be 6 degrees cooler compared to the rest of the devices. And of course, the performance, it's mad insane.
Well, this is going to be a very, very important moment here from K9 Esports. They are the same, I would say, near identical team coming in from BGIS as well. This was a team that completely wowed us by just single-handedly dismantling the top leader themselves in the lower stages of the tournament itself. So, as of yet, we saw a moment here and there, but I was expecting K9 to actually make it to the top 16 here, because currently in their position, they're not exactly doing too good. Even with the performance coming from Sanhok, they need big games from this game and the next game in order to try to break past the top 8 if they want to stand a chance.
Man, this is quite surprising. I would love to have a word with the players of K9 Esports about what they feel has been going wrong for them. Because, as you mentioned, this is a roster that has completely retained all 4 of their players. And why not, man? On paper, it seems like if this team is in a tournament, if you are in their lobby, you are going to struggle for your finishes, because you have 3 players that were hailed as prodigies and now have a lot of LAN experience under their belt. And then you have a man, Omega, who's a monstrous IGL. He's, I think, IGLing is his secondary role, because when it comes to assaulting, even he isn't too shabby. But these days, I mean, with K9 Esports, he has taken a little bit of a backseat, because let the younger boys get a little bit of experience in these lobbies.
Maybe. Just maybe. Just maybe.
Yeah.
Troy Tamilan Esports also hoping to make those kind of comebacks here. I believe they did have a little bit of roster change as well. I believe it was Pekka that was actually left and joined a different team. But they actually dropped towards VST, right? So it's going to be a little bit interesting. But, of course, if you guys are looking to get yourself a very, very sweet ride, you guys got to check out the Kia Ceros with its bold and modern design, streamlined door handles, and, of course, Kia's signature digital tiger face. And not just of its features itself you have to talk about, so you also have to feel the interior itself, because it does have a comfortable and luxurious interior with second row seat recline and also slide with seat ventilation cushion to actually keep your body very, very well ventilated while on your journey inside the car.
Yeah, let's not forget the feature that gets Necro really hyped up, the Herman Kardon Premium 8-speaker sound system.
Oof.
He's been waiting to get on LAN and get inside the Kia Ceros so he can have a party there.
Yeah, man. Someday. Someday.
Apparently, we aren't invited to that party, you know?
Fair enough. Man, sometimes I want to join parties too.
We're going to have to talk to Necro to get on that guest list.
Hey, man. Even as much as I want to join parties,
you do not want to go out with Necro, huh?
no, I'm getting too old to actually move a muscle.
Yeah, I feel you.
I heard I heard you had a backache yesterday.
Yeah, last 2 days.
And I'm feeling it now today too.
Oh, no, we're just getting old, actually. We just have to accept
Yeah, that's
it at this
exactly
point.
why we're not partying.
It's sad. It made me want to cry. I still want to cry, but there's no one to cry in front of.
Do you need help?
I don't know, maybe.
Do you need someone to call and talk to?
No, man. Ghostbusters, I don't have their number.
Oh. Okay. Never mind. You know what I'm going to talk about right now? We're going to be talking about a circle right now because this is a very, very quick rotation by a majority of teams here because I do see a flavorful colors of teams gathered inside the zone. Even though there is still a lot of teams on the outside here because it seems like a lot of teams are going for those wide spreads around the eastern side of the circle itself. This is a very, very weird circle to be fighting as well. And Cincinnati kids, they do scout out a couple of players from afar. And I think UC will be the ones that actually get spotted out.
I mean, they have been spotted out. Those pot shots made it clear, but the problem is that K9 Esports also have gotten themselves quite close to the players of UC Gaming. Now, the question is, do K9 actually push for this fight, or are they just going to stay happy controlling these dips? Because if UC Gaming are getting shot at, then you can be sure that as soon as you start peeking these ridges, you're going to be next. But K9 Esports, I guess, this time around just focused on protecting their numbers. But hey, fight breaks out. The first fight of the game happens in the midst of stage 2. Blue zone moving in. And it is going to be Los Hermanos who have lost one of their players. Quite unfortunate.
Oh,
easy
boy.
revive though.
Yeah, it is a very easy revive, but it is going to chip away on his helmets for sure. So Mets is going to be used to significantly bleed out as well. But Los Hermanos, this is a team that needs to make a bounce back if they want to stay in a chance to qualify for the next stages. Because this was a team that did pretty okay under the radar during BGIS itself. But now, it seems like they've been struggling to actually make ends meet here. Especially when it matters the most. 2 more games left. Are we going to see Los Hermanos get taken out is going to be the question.
Think, or at least I hope not, because this 2-2 split has me a little bit worried. And as we saw Spy getting knocked out, if Team Ace realize that there's just 2 players, they can actually make this bounce.
You know, to be honest, I've always wondered here, where is the chicken man from Los Hermanos?
I have no idea. Necro just keeps saying that it's not their main business, so they do not want the chicken.
So what is their main business?
I have no idea, man. Maybe Necro knows.
I see. I heard he's pretty underground.
Yeah, probably why he gave them the invite to the party.
Anyways, moving on, the circle is going to be shifting on towards the east side as well. Seems like it is going to be an open fuse here. We do see VOLCANO having the mountain terrain on the north side. Los Hermanos somehow got the underground business going really, really well because they are in the smack middle of the zone. And they are going to be forced to hold down a lot of these teams coming from the south side. VOLCANO from the north and Los Hermanos from the south. So we've got the mountains and the undergrounds going to be dictating this fight.
Yeah, and that position actually, the shift of the circle actually gives them a stronghold because majority of the teams are moving in from the western side. Oh no, but is that UC? Yeah, it is. They get spotted out by K9 Esports, so knock secured, but no finish conversion for K9 Esports. But, you know, when this team smells those knocks, smells those players, they want to go for the push, and same goes for REVENANT X SPARK. As someone's dream, one man spotted out, Ninja instantly moves in and secures the very first finish of this game. Stage 3 is when we get to see the first finish. I see the next few minutes of this game is just going to be an absolute chaos.
Yeah, there's just too many people still around as well. And considering that this circle is going to be centered around Minas Generalas, and in between those roads, it is going to be an open field. So that means we are going to be expecting a lot of edge camping and also long-range fights just because there is no room in the middle. And right now, I think the only team in the middle is going to be Cincinnati kids. They do find themselves a nice compound. But again, getting out, not exactly easy. Getting in, well, fair to get shot here as well, because right now on screen, Tamilan Esports trying to make way in towards the zone, and they do scout out the members coming from BotArmy.
Yeah, they do spot BotArmy closing in from the rear, but both these teams got to be careful, because K9 Esports, they are holding the top of the hill towards their right. And Tamilan Esports, I mean, that swerve coming in from the ladder of BotArmy Esports was brilliant, but Inferno, no, you can't do that. Picking two fights at the same time. It's not something that you would recommend for a team that's completely exposed as Tamilan Esports. But Inferno, alright, maybe he's just wanting to be the distraction so that his teammates can sneak in.
Speaking of speaking in here, because right now K9 from afar going to be dropping shots here. Beast finds a very, very cheeky angle, does have a 0 recoil, takes advantage of it, immediately blasts them as well. And they find those picks is going to be the question, but they are taking some serious fire. Tamilan forced to divert their rotation away from K9 Esports. This is going to put K9 Esports in a okay position, but they're not exactly in the safer side on the next phase of the zone. But again, if the circle shifts to them, great for them. If not, well, that's a huge gamble.
It is going to be a huge gamble indeed. But Aerobotz, a fight against players of GLITCHREBORN. He goes out, knock secured. There's the second secured by Aerobotz. And GLITCHREBORN put in a ditch now. Can't really save their player, have to make a run for their lives, but they are going to be quite exposed. They are looking for those trades, unable to find them. And as they move in, Clown puts one more man on his knees. Could be the elimination points for the players of GLITCHREBORN, but from the back lines, it is going to be UC Gaming that showed up. Instantaneous third party, and Harsh, I thought he was taken out, but no, he got inside of that US, survived and found the trade as well. And all of a sudden, even Aerobotz are down to the last man. The smoke fades away. Harsh, no HP on him. He tries to hide in the brush and then gets shot in the back by the players of UC Gaming. And even Aerobotz get wrapped up as 4 barriers show up out of nowhere. And both the teams that started the fight have been eliminated. They have turned their batons in to the other two teams as 4 barriers now take on UC Gaming in the exact same spot.
Yeah, 4 barriers now in a prime position to make a potential comeback here. Needs to go in for the rush, and the spray comes through, and Team 4 barriers, they get themselves 4 finishes. A great start here for them, especially if they want to get out of the bottom 16. It's now or never. It seems like teams in the bottom are starting to have a little bit of a comeback, but 3 teams has been eliminated here, Johnny. Aerobotz, 4 finishes. GLITCHxREBORN, team that got the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Bowing out so early with only 2, and same for UC with only 2 finishes.
Oh man, this is not looking good. Autobotz against 4 barriers. And 4 barriers, I mean, as we spoke about them, also in a very desperate situation. They were the team that was dead last from this particular group, by the way. 94th position when the start of the day. And of course, only 2 back-to-back big matches can save them from getting eliminated in round 1 itself. This western edge push, it looks quite decent. They will have open position and the high ground, but if the circle doesn't move west, then they are pretty much done.
Yeah, everybody's just playing on the edge just because there's just no space in the center itself here. So K9, they are going to be coming from the south side here. They are going to try and track onto his Ace official. And as of yet, Ace does have a decent amount of cover. But like you said as well, the circle shifts to them. Great for them. Circle shifts out. They are pretty much stuck. Meanwhile, VOLCANO, they are the conquerors from the north. They are going to get tagged up as REVENANT X SPARK looking to try to take them down. Psycho pretty much needs to actually go for the reset here. But here comes REVENANT X SPARK Sarang. As well, Shadow going to be leading the charge here. And Vegito, he actually goes down. Huh.
Oh man, quite unfortunate. 2 players knocked out, and I mean, look at the confidence in the players of REVENANT X SPARK. They're just moving in. Arjun, though, still left standing. His HP has been chipped away, and both these 2 teams, actually, it would be right to be a little paranoid about someone's dream closing in from the rears. They are also making the move towards the hills just north of this factory, this broken factory. Utility exchange. REVENANT X SPARK might be running out of those utils, to be honest.
Wow. REVENANT X SPARK actually flushed down VOLCANO for absolutely nothing. That's not much of a casualty here. VOLCANO only losing 1. They back off. REVENANT X SPARK take the spot and space for absolutely, well, I would say not absolutely free. They still had to bait out a couple utilities here and there, but still a big takedown here. But all things considered, Circo's not going to shift and favor them at all, because REVENANT X SPARK, they may have taken the spot, but guess what? From behind, someone's dream sneaks up on towards them and take their spot, and now, in terms of exit strategy, REVENANT X SPARK is in the worst possible position to be in right now.
I disagree with you on one thing. I think that play coming in from REVENANT X SPARK was not up to par, because it was a 2v3 situation. They could have actually moved in and secured a wipe against the players of VOLCANO, but now it's just a 3v3 standstill in the Broken Factory. In the meanwhile, towards the ridges up north of that position, someone's dream, they found the opening against Raven Esports, but Raven, they want to close in as quickly as possible. And one of the players from the side of someone's dreams just gets stuck behind the tree cut, and oh no, just a sliver of HP on him, and the nade is being cooked by Aiden. But perfect timing as he avoids the damage from the nade and allows his teammates a little bit more room to work with. And Raven Esports, even though they do get the reset, the pressure that befalls them, it's going to be immense as Karan finally moves through. And he almost finds, and in fact, he does find the knock, swinging the fight in the favor of someone's dream. They're down to the last man, but Raven Esports not doing too well themselves. And the update, almost getting eliminated, barely survives. As I was saying, the update from what was going on between VOLCANO and REVENANT X SPARK, well, guess what? I see REVENANT X SPARK get eliminated at the hands of VOLCANO Esports.
What just happened? REVENANT X SPARK, you blink it and you miss it, and REVENANT X SPARK just completely shut down. 2 games in a row. What is going on? This is not the REVENANT X SPARK that I was expecting.
Hey man, if this goes on, I do not know if the defending champions are gonna miss out on an opportunity to defend another trophy. I hope not.
Well, we definitely hope not as well, but as of now, they're still safe in the round 2. But on the front as well, Lost Hermanos, they are gonna get rushed, and BotArmy Esports comes in, they take them out, and that is gonna be very, very clean takedown here.
He was basically empty-handed. What's that timing of switching the weapon when their opponent is right in your face?
Well, BotArmy Esports, they're going to be going on the hunt as well. The last player from Lost Hermanos pretty much gets taken out. It's not by BotArmy Esports, though. The job has been done. 3 finishes in the bag as BotArmy Esports continues their journey from the rotations from the east side, but they are out in the open.
This is so lucky, though. The curve of this land, just a slight curve, actually denied CK the line of fire, and Monty survived. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out in this open field.
Yeah, so close, so fortunate as well. But Troy Tamilan, here they come. They see the smoke. They are going to try and deny it here. The rush comes through. He is surrounded. Monty is going to get farmed off as well. Shogun goes in for the defense. They trade 1 for 1, but Shogun also gets taken down. Infernos kicks 1 in. And at the same time, BotArmy Esports, they get taken out as Troy Tamilan Esports makes a big catch here.
Yeah, 3 finishes on the board as they find themselves in the top 8 of this game. But it's not going to be easy to get the chicken dinner, and Troy Tamilan Esports, they need big matches in order to survive round 1. They spot out the players of VOLCANO Esports, but again, it's a story similar to BotArmy. You're stuck in the open, nowhere left to go. And same maybe can be said for VOLCANO Esports, because a clash against Aura and they're losing bodies. 1-for-1 trade was found as Hunter was knocked out, but that finish point gets stolen by Troy Tamilan.
Aura Esports x Royal Emperor. What an interesting fight coming from them. As they make a little bit of a bounce back coming in. That is a huge play coming from them. But all things considered, making it in the top 8 here with 27 left alive. Troy Tamilan Esports in prime position to do a potential comeback. But the problem here is, can they get in the zone? Because they are going to be coming from the east side. And right now they're repairing all their vehicles to make up a sort of set of a play. And they are going to go for the tandem push. Meanwhile, K9 themselves, they actually get picked apart by Team Ace. They've lost 2 of their players, and now Ninja Boy might be confirmed as Slack is going to be left all by himself.
Not really much you can do from here on out unless he just goes completely ham, insane, and is destroyed. Team Ace by himself. He gets the opening knock, and well, a little bit of support from 4 barriers, to be honest. They start shooting the players of Team Ace in the backs. Ernie and Ray still left standing though. And Ninja Boy is crawling towards his teammate. If they get revive in, maybe they can escape. There's a vehicle right behind them.
Well, can they actually escape as well? Because right now, he's going to try and go for the reset here. Because 4 barriers, they are going to stop the push. They are going to back off to try and continue and take this fight away from Ace. Because Ace is going to be regrouping and trying to make a mad dash for the zone and reposition. Shots are being fired. 4 barriers going to be positioned from right side. They are going to look for the pick. K9 actually gets the reset, and they are going to make a mad dip as well. 2 players remaining as they make a rush for this.
Boy, oh boy, I mean, 4 barriers. It seems like last 2 matches is when this team has woken up. Like, all right, boys, don't want to get eliminated. Don't want all of that slack from what's going to happen if we get kicked out early. And now they are doing quite well for themselves. 5 eliminations on the board. It seems like a shutdown of Team Ace is inevitable as Ray is the last player surviving. But look at the recovery from K9 Esports, man. Ninja Boy got a revive, and him and Slug do manage to stay alive.
Yeah, this is very, very close call here coming from K9 Esports. But again, they're struggling to find any sort of finishes here. They've got a very, very nice solo widespread. But aside from those widespread, nothing much can be done. Meanwhile, 4 barriers going to be forced to be taking this fight against Ace as he gets taken out. Zarn's pretty much the last player left as 4 barriers tries to go in for the save. But Ace Official, they actually get eliminated. What happened? You blink it and you miss it. And just like that, somehow Zarns might be able to pick up Butcher right now. He's going to be molotoving everything here in case Ace Official is still around, but he doesn't realize that he was taken out. But as soon he runs out in the open here, Lobster picks him up. And Autobotz making a huge recovery this game.
Oh boy, Autobotz. I mean, it is a decent recovery to be honest, but again, numbers advantage in their favor. All they have to do is just fight Cincinnati Kids for the chicken, or maybe just take the elimination. So Cincinnati Kids is going to be lacking those numbers. But CK, I mean, they're having a pretty amazing match for themselves. 7 eliminations on the board. The only concrete cover available inside of the circle is theirs. And all of the competition is out into the open fighting each other. What else could you ask for?
Lobster, Toxic going for a blind spray here. Clips Ninja Boy by a little bit. But he knows that he is stuck here. He needs to get inside the zone. But he finds a little bit tap here. A nice headshot comes through and Toxic finds the connection. Ninja Boy is down. And K9 leaving only Slug remain. He is going to be inside the zone here. Meanwhile, Volcano still hasn't made their mark in towards the zone as well, as they need to push through Cincinnati Kids, who had the best compound from start to end, now in the final 5.
I think Volcano as well with this performance. Another consistent game coming through. This is what we wanted to see from this team. New name on the block, doing quite well for themselves, but Cincinnati Kids. Now it's time for the cleanup. They have about a minute before the blue zone makes contact with the play zone, and then stage 8 will flush all of these teams out into the open. But Autobotz, it is their time as well to go for those eliminations. Getting one more finish as they pick off wall trick from Aura, but 2 more players left, and Arib knows exactly where they are.
Can they find it? This is going to be the question here. 7 finishes from Cincinnati Kids. They were inside the compound. They have been hunting ducks after ducks for the longest of time. But the question here is, look at this. Juicy doesn't have ammunition. He's only got like 40 bullets left. It's 17 in the reserves. They need to push out. Zone hasn't exactly completely closed in, but stage 8 means that they need to get out. And as of yet, center zone is going to be in the middle of nowhere. Autobotz has a widespread from the west side. Flash has to prone his way through from the sides, but he knows he's exposed. He's going to be bleeding out of zone, and I think he is going to try to play the medic here, or maybe even just deny the point. Flash, he's going to try and hold on as long as he can. Cincinnati Kids pretty much distracted now. Last man here, he is going to bleed out. Still has to give the point here. Cincinnati Kids finds the last player of Volcano. And we are down to the final 4 team, and nobody's got zone yet. Closest is going to be Cincinnati Kids as well as Autobotz right now.
Flash over there did the one thing he wasn't supposed to. Live up to his name. Don't be the Flash. You aren't fast enough to just blink and enter the zone like that. But it seems like Cincinnati Kids, they've spotted out Slug and want that finish. They want to get double digits in this game.
They definitely do.
Slug, I don't think he has anywhere left to go. That haystack, it is outside the circle, so eventually he's going to be forced to move in, and he's going to get finished off. I think the end game is pretty clear. It will be Autobotz against Cincinnati Kids, 4v4.
Well, it might be the case. Slug right now might have the opportunity to try and third party one of them, but it's still too far off. So in terms of battle of the solo warriors here, aside from the side of Aura, Royal Emperor, as well as ClutchX. Well, in this case, ClutchX gets spotted out. Slug looking for that finish points. That denial comes true. Aura, they need to pick him up, but I don't think they can because everybody is looking at Aura right now. And Aura is the furthest away from the zone. Autobotz also trying to punish Cincinnati Kids as they try and bleed out his zone. Servi gets taken out. Seems like Cincinnati Kids just maybe might take the entire game for themselves right now.
Yeah. I mean, Autobots, they can't really move up the ridge the moment they do. CK will just mow them down. They have complete control of the play zone right now. And look at this, as soon as Lobster steps out, that's the first 2 more players left. 10 eliminations, the potential to end the game with 13 eliminations on the board. And Cincinnati Kids, they're waiting to seize this opportunity. Zeref knows now the revive is being brought behind that vehicle. He's just waiting for the last man to step out as well. Toxic spotted out now. They have all the info. And look at the confidence. Zeref doesn't even unprone. He just stays there. Peek me. My teammates are there for the suppressing fire as well. And inch by inch, Cincinnati Kids, they are looking to take control of the play area now in this endgame. 2 players down, last man left alive. He is spotted out as well. It's a 1v4 against the players of CK. Arib, his armor is gone, helmet is gone. Hope is getting lost as well in this fight as the players have closed in enough for that util. How do they end this game as the nades go flying? His teammates are getting confirmed from the flanks as well. And Arib is just struggling from every single position. Secures a knock against Flock, but 3 more men left to face. And as Juicy, Mighty, and Zeref push through, they bring this match to its conclusion, and Cincinnati Kids end the match with 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner 23 points. But the question is, is this enough to find a spot and finalize a spot in the top 16?
Well, it is going to be a do or die situation here coming from K9 Esports, but there is 1 more game to go. But with this game from the side of Cincinnati Kids, this is going to be the recovery that they need to do so, especially here in day 11 here for Group D. It has been so many matches since we've seen so far. It is just insane amount of games so far. Yeah,
it definitely is, and it is definitely going to be interesting to see who made a comeback, because even a few of the teams at the top were taken out early. But again, I think the middle pack has gotten very intense. We talk about VOLCANO, we talk about Autobotz, how well they are doing, how consistent they are doing. We talk about Team Ace, because even they are getting a decent numbers for themselves in this game. Even Glitch tried to step up, but they got stuck in a very awkward position, instantly finished off.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about the highlights as well, in case you missed out on action, early start as well, GLITCHxREBORN taking a little bit of an early exit. You know, we saw a little bit of an interesting clutch moment coming from Harsh, but the third party came through, and it was UC also alongside with Aerobotz. They can actually put a nail to their coffin rather early in this game. So I would say the chances of making the top 16 pretty much dimmed down the moment GLITCHxREBORN lost this fight.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think Someone's Dream, they are also a team that was, well, on the verge of just getting kicked out. But with the last few performances, especially with the kind of aggression they've shown, I think they just get themselves enough point to survive this opening round. VOLCANO Esports, yeah, I think enough praise of VOLCANO Esports. This team is doing quite well for themselves. Now it will all be down to, can you survive round 2, can you survive round 3, and can you make it all the way towards the grand finals?
Yeah, that's going to be something that they have to worry about as well. But of course, for Autobotz Esports here, Lobster's addition has kind of helped them out a little bit. But unfortunately, based on the circumstances in this terrain, yes, they were in the top 2, but they just could not find those finishes, which is kind of awkward here, considering the fact that I thought they would be able to do something. But again, everybody was just pinned away from Cincinnati Kids in this scenario. Even Aura as well, they actually denied the points away from anyone on this game. So it's very, very awkward, considering that they are still looking for points, but the points denial just hurts them even more.
Yeah, that is for sure. Every single point right now. Very desperate for that, but towards the end, Arib, I mean, I feel bad for him, but to be honest, yeah, we knew this was going to happen as soon as the compound close to Cincinnati Kids was inside of the zone, that Autobots wouldn't stand a chance towards the end game. But here we have the stats of the players of CK. 2 finishes on Flock, 4 on Mighty, 3 on Zeref, and Juicy secures 4 eliminations as well. Overall, a lovely performance from Cincinnati Kids, but to be fair, this is a star-studded team. This is a team that has Juicy, a man who historically has made it almost to every single official LAN finals that he has played, except maybe one, Kochi.
Agreed. You know, even, well, I wouldn't say it's the only one. You know, they were there in BMPS as well, BGIS last year as well. So, last few months ago. So, I wouldn't say they're really that bad here, because Juicy, we had this interview with him as well, because their first day was just a complete flop. And then later on, they just needed a warm up. And then they found themselves, they were doing okay, but it just felt like they weren't their usual self.
I mean, that's what's going to happen to these lads in the finals. And again, I'm going to be superstitious about this, because I refuse to believe that players like Juicy panic when it comes to LAN. I refuse to believe that. So I'm just going to be superstitious that this man is just unlucky when it comes to moments on LAN. Because, again, consistently making it that far to a lot of tournaments, and especially the amount that he has done so, it's very difficult to be that consistent in your entire career.
Yeah. But at the same time, let's talk about the top 5 players from this match itself here. Mighty is going to be the top 5 player, alongside with Juicy with top 4. And we got Zonex from 4. Barry is making a little bit of a comeback as well. We saw a moment of brilliance coming from Inferno with Troy Tamilan Esports. And also, last but not least, we have Zareth from Cincinnati Kids that actually be part of this top 5. So 3 players from Cincinnati Kids just being part of this top 5.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it is going to be interesting to see how things take a turn from here on out, because, as we mentioned, the top 5, the players individually did quite well, but the teams are still in very dire position, because we saw a player from Troy Tamilan Esports, but let's not forget, Troy Tamilan Esports started the day on the 88th position. But we have match summary on our screens, and, well, right off the bat, you see those 55 finishes confirmed. That means a lot of the finishes were wasted in this game. 9, to be a little bit more precise.
Yeah, that's a lot of points denial here, considering
Not
that
9, actually. 5 finishes denied.
Yeah, it's a lot because of the fact that the zone itself is so awkward, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's put in a spot where, again, it's divided by a space where there's just no cover inside the middle. And that small little shack that Cincinnati Gate had is pretty much the only compound in the middle. So everybody had to play edge zone and push against this, which resulted in Cincinnati Gate just winning the entire competition. So without this, you know, they do get the chicken dinner, 13 finishes in the back and 23 in total. Autobotz was going to go in second place here. We get themselves 9 points. With 10 points, Volcano get 9 points. 4 Bears get 8. K9 gets 6 points. Troy Tamilan gets 6 points. I don't know, this points doesn't feel like it's a huge vacuum on the top, though.
I mean, it doesn't, because the finishes are spread all the way till GLITCHREBORN. Even they were able to walk away with 2 finishes, and that's quite a rare sight that even the team on the 13th position has 2 finishes. Usually it's like about 1 finish or no finish at all. And even REVENANT Esports, Someone's Dream, LHS got 1 finish each. So this was a very unique game where everyone got bare minimum of 1 point for themselves. Although 1 point doesn't really get you much, does it?
Exactly. It is going to be very difficult here, considering that everybody has struggled to find points, except for Cincinnati Kids and also Autobotz here. But the journey continues well, because Autobotz started their first 3 matches in the top 8. And now, with this little bit of recovery here, it's going to help them a little bit. But I don't think they would be able to take the top 8 spot here.
Yeah, I agree. I think they were a little too far away from the top 8. But this game gets them into a position from where they can fight for the top 16 for sure. I mean, that is going to be guaranteed. Just to be safe, 20 points on a wrangle, right? 10 finishes, get the chicken dinner. You're good to go for round 3.
Okay, I'm looking forward to see how things are going to go here for the side of Autobotz, because this is going to be a very long day here for this game, especially for teams that are fighting for their life. 4 Bears making a recovery, hopefully. They don't get eliminated, but they need one final good game in this map of Varangian.
Exactly, man. Fingers crossed. They woke up on the second last game of round 1 that they have to play. Now the situation is dire. They hold their fate. What is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to find that out after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो. अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार.
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में. रोंडो 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 आगे. रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro. And we are down towards the one final match here for Group D for today. And it is going to be the last match for all 16 teams on for Group D itself. So
Yeah.
will we see some of these teams qualify at a better stage, or will we see them being eliminated? All comes down to here because this is going to be the chopping block. Necro, what is up?
Listen, before answering your question, I got to give huge thanks to our sponsor, which is going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prize up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device is already out. It looks incredible, quite slick looks as well. I would recommend you guys to check it out as well. That stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours. You guys should definitely buy it. And back towards your question, what is up? I mean, at this point, my eyes are pinned on REVENANT X SPARK, and they're nowhere to be seen.
2 games in a row. Not exactly sure what happened as well. Even with REVENANT X SPARK, they had a run in with VOLCANO Esports. They got completely shut down in game 2 itself because VOLCANO, we've seen them kind of pop up during BGIS few months ago, and then this debut coming in round 1, they look very, very strong. But again, strong is great. But is it enough to make it to the top 16?
No, it's definitely not going to be enough for a team like VOLCANO Esports to make it towards the top 16, I'm pretty sure, because later on they will definitely crumble. And maybe this last game itself, VOLCANO Esports won't be able to bring up that consistency. That's been the main issue with VOLCANO Esports, right? They get one good game, later on we see that consistency instantly fade away. Hopefully that does not happen, though. And back towards REVENANT X SPARK, yeah, at this point in time, they're definitely not going to make it in the top 16. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
And if they do want to move on towards the round 2, at least have a good momentum in your hands. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think considering the fact that round 2 is pretty much secure for REVENANT X SPARK here, they definitely need to make a little bit more adjustments here. But today, I don't know, man. Like I went for a prediction for REVENANT X SPARK. I'm genuinely.
Just say it, you're disappointed.
Yeah, very, very disappointed, to be honest here. I'm sorry for REVENANT X SPARK fans here, but today I just don't know what's happening with them.
Yeah, they're indeed struggling too much. But I'm really happy for teams like Tamilan Esports who are constantly trying to make that comeback, right? And since Tamilan Esports started things off in the bottom 16, in the first game itself, they got 10 points. Second game, yeah, a bit of a shaky performance, but at least Tamilan Esports is now outside of the bottom 16. And since they've got one more game to go, I'm pretty sure they can pin a good spot down for themselves.
Well, hopefully that's going to be the case as well here, because now we're going to be jumping into one final game here for day 11 itself to decide the fates of each and everyone here in Group D. It is going to be in the map of Erangel as we jump straight into the game right here, right now.
Exactly, as the map of Erangel is going to be putting up on the screen, as the plane as well is going to be hitting the sky, starting all the way from Gatka towards the southern side, which is going to be Sanhok military base. And once again, this plane flat path tilted extremely towards one side of the map. So I'd really want to know, are we going to be seeing any sort of drop clashes or not?
Well, the drop clashes is going to be very, very possible, considering that number 1, the flight path is pretty much on the southwest corner as well. Number 2, we are going to be seeing a drop clash onto those vehicle spawns as well. And right from the start, look at this. We've got 3 to 4 teams heading towards the western highway, heading towards Georgiapol and maybe even Zarki. So we are going to be seeing a heavy amount of gunfight. Oh, maybe even 5 teams. What is up? That is a lot of teams.
Yeah, we might see a bit of a problem for REVENANT X SPARK, though, since they like to move in towards Yasna Polyana, and this time around, the plane flat path is not really favoring Yasna Polyana.
Are they going to shift to Novo by any
chance?
Probably,
yeah. Their secondary drop location is Novo Point, and that's probably going to be the wiser option. In my opinion, they should go towards North and start things off from there. And in general, looking at K9 Esports too, taking an exit in that mid-pack of the plane fly path. You see Beast right there from K9 Esports on the screen. Los Hermanos dropping all the way towards Quarry. You've also got someone streamed right there around that similar vicinity. Los Hermanos in a bit of a scuffle off the rip.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very awkward scuffle here as well. But on screen here, we do see Autobotz going up against UC. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. Because as of now, Autobotz is going to be going for a couple of fights as well. But on screen, guess what? We've got K9 going for a scuffle with BotArmy Esports, I believe.
Yeah, it's quite interesting off the rip as well. K9 Esports does want a little bit of that piece of the pie. Start things off on the aggressive note. And let's not forget, K9 Esports does like to move all the way towards Rivalry. And K9 Esports, for them, it's going to be smooth sailing as well. Looking at the screen, Autobotz Esports towards Jasna Poliana. I mean, for them, I'm not exactly sure what to expect and what not to. And at this point in time, UC up against the players of Autobotz Esports. I highly doubt that fight's also going to come into fruition. You've also got Aura now making that pounce against the remaining players in the front. Los Hermanos Spy. Unfortunately for him, his buggy's tire was blasted. And Spy's buggy was extremely slow. In the end, he got taken down as well.
Well, Royal Emperor finally making a little bit of a signs of life. It's been a while, but at the same time, there's just so many drop clashes here along those vehicles. And right from the start, we've already seen casualties. At least 2 players will take it out. But now we finally see the map itself. And oh my goodness, now it makes sense why we are seeing so much collision as well. Because the circle is going to be shifting hard and off. And guess what? A lot of teams, they barely even looted up. They are already making a mad dash into the center. What is up with this circle? What a way to close the day.
Yeah, circle centering on up towards Savarni, which is quite interesting. You've got 4 barriers as well now trying to make it up north. Even Volcano Esports in that same terrain. K9 Esports around that ruins vicinity. GLITCHxREBORN will try to make it as soon as possible as well inside of the circle. Now, speaking of 4 barriers, this might just be one confirmed team that we have in this group that might be eliminated if they do not convert a good game in this one.
They need a chicken dinner. Like, if they need the chicken dinner in order to survive. That's the only way they are going to be able to
30 finish points and a chicken dinner. That's what they need.
That's too much. You know, even with the I think a normal standard average chicken dinner is good enough. But at the same time, so we do see Ace wiping the floor with also Aerobotz. It seems like Aerobotz also going to be taking some casualty. 2 down right from the get-go. Aerobotz with 2 players. BotArmy with 2 players. And we've got Los Hermanos with 3 players. Well, this has got to be the fastest, most chaotic fight right from the get-go for all day.
Yeah, BotArmy Esports, I'm not even sure what exactly happened to them, but quite a scrappy start this time around. Hopefully they do recover in the future stages. And speaking of the future stages, K9 Esports is out in the open, just drifting around.
They were the ones that actually taken out BotArmy Esports. Yeah, so it would have been a very intense fight, considering that they have lost, 3 of the players down towards half HP. But the problem here is, where are they going? Are they going into Severny?
Yeah, that's their main drop location, so they're going to go there, get the loot up as well. And since the circle is centering on up around Severny as well, so K9 Esports already does have a massive head start.
Yeah, that's good. But they do need those loots so far. Not a lot of teams actually making a mad dash as well. I was expecting a little bit of a, you know, just gung-ho rush for the circle and then just stay there right from the get-go. There are some teams that just doesn't really care about loots. They would just loot up like 1 to 2 compounds, get like a decent amount of weaponries, and then just make a mad dash in center control. And then rob people's meds by taking them out.
Yeah. I mean, at this moment on, GLITCHxREBORN, they were able to secure a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, so they're looking extremely comfy. Someone stream on the screen as well. They're on the move towards a better spot inside of the circle too. Someone stream 4 now. They're not contested by anyone, but they're definitely moving through a terrain that's filled with a lot of foes. Los Hermanos spotted on the right side. Someone stream does not want to engage inside of a fight, at least yet.
Oh boy, Los Hermanos. This is a team that I had to ask you about this question, especially for me and Johnny. If chicken is not their main business, what business does Los Hermanos do?
It's getting points.
Okay, getting points, fair enough. But on screen, stream now. On screen, we do see a little bit of scuffle here with someone's stream and as well as Raven Esports. The spray comes through from Maxio, so no connection. And they are gonna back off. And you see gonna be gatekeeping them from the sides here as they shoot them from the sides, but again, no connection so far. Everybody's just scrambling for space right now.
Yeah, UC Gaming. It's one of those teams that was extremely close to be eliminated as well in the bottom 16. These 3 games, UC Gaming has been trying their best to get something done, at least get a decent piece of the pie for themselves.
They made a comeback.
As many points as possible. Yeah, UC Gaming is definitely doing decent, but still maybe a few more points to put themselves on the safety edge.
Definitely as well. They're doing pretty okay, but now this final game as well. Can they go in for the rush? Seems like they are going to go in for the crash against someone's dream. The push comes through, 4v4. Actually, current not OP, holds the door. He gets the first pump. The trade comes through, still surviving, no connection, but they need to take him out. The spray, suppress fire comes through. He is going to go down, so a 1-for-1 trade. But the spray from behind, the jump shot from the flank, not going to do him good because UC Gaming, they clean them all out. He is going to be the solo warrior, the solo clutch here coming from Yash as UC Gaming survives the onslaught. But where is someone's dream? Where's the other 2 players?
Yeah, just in their own world, I guess. But Yash definitely cleaning house, getting those 2 quick pieces for himself and also saving the day for his teammates. The entirety of that team almost cracked open as well. And here are the remaining 2 players of Someone's Dream. On the way towards that side. I'm not even sure where Someone's Dream is going to be moving now. They're moving all the way on the northern side, avoiding the players of UC Gaming at this moment.
Oh, they had to abandon that fight. There was just a little bit of disconnect coming from Someone's Dream, and UC was able to identify that and completely rush them down. So it's all about farming points now coming from UC, and hopefully things are going to be for the better for now. But with that small little victory, it is going to give them a small little glimmer of hope to get out of the danger zone of being eliminated. But again, getting the chicken dinner gives them that safety net for sure. But for now, Someone's Dream, they have to continue with 2 players. And of course, for you guys at home, if you guys want to continue having a great experience playing the game, so you guys could definitely buy the realme GT7 now, which gives you the long play without overheating. Just search it up on Amazon, and you might stand a chance to win up to 2 lakh rupees. And of course, it does give you that stable 120 FPS for up to 6 hours.
Ernie spotting out those players make that rotate. It's the players of REVENANT X SPARK as well. And this time around, no rubbish will be expected. REVENANT X SPARK, they need to get every single thought in line. Every single thing needs to be on the line as well. The next zone's going to be shifting around Stalper. So one thing is for sure, this circle, it's shaping out in quite an interesting fashion. Everyone on the southern side now needs to book up north.
Well, speaking of booking right now, Team Ace, they are going to be making a mad dash, as they are going to be tanking from the zone. REVENANT X SPARK's late rotation somehow might pay off considering how far the zone is. And this might be the first Stauber we've seen ever for a very, very long time.
Knowing REVENANT X SPARK, they will still choke this up. Just watch.
Wow. Statements being dropped here. Harsh truths and bombs on the English desk.
It is what it is, man. They have been choking up some of the scenarios that they're not supposed to. And in my opinion, at this moment, it's really tough to trust a team like REVENANT X SPARK. Their performance hasn't been that great. Yes, they're doing okay in the overall standings, but since the caliber they possess, they're supposed to do even better. But now, REVENANT Esports, those shots that they were taking against UC, they're definitely able to find a lot of value and a lot of success. Even REVENANT Esports themselves, they've lost out to Maxios so far now. The match deactivated. UC Gaming is doing decent bit of damage. Even Spiley's taking down real low. REVENANT Esports does want to get rid of the foes right now, but it's getting extremely tough. Even K9 Esports gives the unknown helping hand.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very awkward for them. But let's take a look at what REVENANT Esports do. They are going to be having a lot of space here. They do have a decent amount of cover. But UC Azam, he actually gets taken off. K9 looking to try and pick him apart. As you see, will they be able to save him is going to be the question, but considering that if they try to go for the save, they are going to be stuck on one of the most awkward spots. So it looks like K9 will get the confirmation. 3 finishes in the bag, and UC forced to continue their journey with only 2 players. And as of yet, on screen as well, we do see Aura, Royal Emperor also picking up the members from the side of Someone's Dream, and Someone's Dream finally eliminated here in their final game in round 1.
The first team to hit the deck. Quite unfortunate for Someone's Dream. I'm not exactly sure if they are comfortable in the overall standings or not, but one thing is for sure, they're not looking comfortable in this game, particularly CK, even they need to move inside of the circle. This is going to be the time where they start to book it. And if CK is going to be delaying their push any longer, things will be extremely difficult.
There's so many teams outside the zone because of how far they need to travel from this circle itself.
Yeah.
And it's so awkward to push in. CK, they still have a decent amount of meds. It is only stage 2. It's not going to hurt that much. But stage 3, stage 4, that is where things get a little bit difficult to work with. Look at this. 3 to 4 teams coming from the west side. We've got 3 teams coming from the south side. And the circle shifts directly on top of Stauber and REVENANT X SPARK coming from northeast. They are going to be very, very happy from this position.
Yeah, 4 barriers will still be around that vicinity, though. They can stop the players of REVENANT X SPARK. K9 Esports now moving up against Waldrick. There is Royal Emperor in that vicinity. K9 Esports starting to face a bit of that brunt themselves. Waldrick just want to get a better line of sight on the opponents. Even for the players of Raw Aura, they've lost out on Hunter, which is not a good thing at all. And now even the Revival's going to be stuck. Beast from the back. You've got 2 players making that pound straight up. This util from Beast should be able to find some sort of success, but not exactly on mark. Voltric able to sneak in a quick knock, and that's going to be paying off quite a bit for K9. K9 down to a 3-man squad. The same thing can be said even for the likes of Aura. They're taking a lot of damage at this point. They need to be stacked up on meds, that's for sure. K9 Esports, the longer they delay this fight, the more problems will happen.
As of yet, this is going to be a very, very important round here. Both teams outside the zone slowly ticking away. Royal Emperor about to bleed out, and Slug says, you know what, we need to get out of here. As he tries to heal himself up, he's down to his bandages here as he tries to make a mad dash. Even Beast doesn't have the health here. Sai is going to try to go for the revive here, but is it worth it? Is going to be the question because they are about to bleed out. Stage 3, only bandages remaining, and K9, they're completely stuck on Severny. Who would have thought that they would be here so long? Beast finally makes a run for it as well. Sai might be able to find the angle. He misses the timing. Could not find connection. Beast escapes, and K9, they are going to reposition for the zone now.
Yeah. Extremely dicey for K9, honestly. And even for Aura, they're pretty much running thin on meds. So they need to make it inside of the safety lines right now. You can see the player has only got his hands on the bandages. That's it. And he's constantly patching himself up as well. K9, unfortunately for them, they find themselves up against the players of Aura once again. A bit of that rotation clash that's coming through. Slug stops. He does manage to eject one of the players. That was a perfect spray as well. But even Ninja Boy, he does the damage in tandem. K9 Esports not outside of the harm's way yet. Aura Esports doing a decent bit of damage to the players of K9 Esports, but even K9, they do not have a lot of men to sacrifice for this fight anymore.
Oh no.
As Slug, he's taking those shots, he will find another successful knock. Aura is on the verge of being eliminated from this game.
That is the worst possible timing for Voltris. I think he was out of gas right at the moment he wanted to get out, and Slug picked him apart. That is so unfortunate, but K9 Esports, they've hurt. They are hurt. They got the win, but they are hurt themselves. But on screen, GLITCHxREBORN now. And they fight against Ace. They do find a little bit of defense. They find a little bit of pick here and there. As GLITCHxREBORN going to be on the horn as Ernie going to be the next point of contact. He is going to skedaddle out of the way. And for now, he's going to be fine.
Honestly speaking, this can actually be a game for REVENANT X SPARK. Teams are just constantly duking it out against each other, and that's why REVENANT X SPARK is completely untouched. They're still safe. Look at the map. Next to the players of 4 Barrier Esports, and since there's no one really around them, REVENANT X SPARK is now feeling extremely safe.
Well, even for that, Troy Tamilan Esports from the south side, they're going an easy entry themselves, which is very weird considering that this terrain doesn't really favor teams from the low ground.
Yeah.
But it feels like Troy Tamilan Esports, considering that there is so few teams in this game, even though there's 14 teams that has good position, this might be the opportunity they need. Meanwhile, CK, or in this case K9, they finally make their way inside the zone despite the slugfest that they had with Aura Royal Emperor.
They've still got 3 players standing, which is quite impressive. K9 Esports, nice bounce back from such a massive setback that was handed to them. But they're running straight into the open arms of 4 barriers, and I'm not a big fan of this. Ninja Boy's catching a lot of hurt upon himself now, needs to bandage himself up. And that's what he's exactly doing. I'm not even sure what sort of game plan K9 Esports is cooking up at this moment. But whatever they are cooking up, they need to be extremely cautious. Slug spotted. A man of 4 barriers is going to go for those shots.
Oh, no.
As well. Slug is messed up. Oh my god, this is one of the most awkward positions to be stuck as well. But luckily enough, the man from 4 barriers, he moved back.
Oh my goodness, Slug, that was a great escape coming in through as well. It was so close, mistakes were made. Unfortunately for him, the car actually flipped back, so he is having a little bit of saving grace. But guess what? right in front of him. That's gonna be a new car. All
New
right.
vehicle.
That's gonna be so lucky. What dude, Slug? Wow, that is
right?
insane.
The man's extremely lucky. Gets his hand on a second Murado.
Oh
And
my
now
God.
is gonna keep on driving up. A new fresh vehicle available for the man with a full tank as well.
Oh my God, that is so lucky for him. But Omega, he's gonna get knocked. But now here comes the save. Eh? Well, misses the timing, but he's gonna be fine. Reset comes through. Meanwhile, Raven Esports gonna be pushing from the northwest as well. A firing squad actually finds Mighty. So Cincinnati kids, they themselves not too happy as they get picked apart.
Raven Esports are like soldiers at this point. They've got a bit of that dip to play with. And this ridge is really helping them. All the 4 players standing next to each other, firing at the same time as well. They seem quite in sync. A few more shots taken against Los Hermanos. Another team getting eliminated from this game. Quite an unfortunate outing for them. Even Autobotz Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. As GLITCHxREBORN is constantly applying that pressure. You've also got VOLCANO Esports around these lines. So GLITCHxREBORN, they need to be extra cautious. Yes, they are taking a lot of fights. Yes, they are also punishing the players of Autobotz Esports. And they also do have the man advantage. But the surrounding lines are filled up with a lot of toxic foes.
Yeah, this is gonna be very awkward here.
Wow.
That is a great spray coming from Toxic. Wow, Autobots, they're definitely popping off.
They
Looking
indeed
right.
are.
Can they make it in the top 16? Or even top 8 is going to be the question here.
No, I don't think so. Autobotz Esports are too far gone for that. But Autobotz Esports won't be eliminated. That's the brighter light.
True that. But GLITCHxREBORN with a chicken dinner in the first game. Second game was a complete flop, looking to make a bounce back themselves this game. Unfortunately, RV spots out on a couple of shots here. It's been a while since we've seen the... Well... Oh, okay. He's got a little bit of a interesting angle to work with.
REVENANT X SPARK has been pranked. Now REVENANT X SPARK will need to get the mop in their hands and start cleaning up the floor by the bodies of 4 barriers, even BotArmy Esports, and potentially Los Hermanos too.
Well, speaking of the fight itself here, I want to see how K9 takes this approach, because they are going to be rotating the entire map, because they came from the northwest, they came in from the north, came in through a starboard, and they came into the south side. And now they find themselves a very decent spot to work with. So K9 has a decent control from the south side. Meanwhile, Los Hermanos still scrambling to find the next spot as well. This circle, it's one of the most awkward one as well, because it is going to be a multi-layered fight where there is cover. People say high ground will have a little bit of advantage, but the main focus of those fights is not going to be up and down. It's going to be side by side first before up and down.
GLITCHxREBORN struggling. Skips knocked out and confirmed. VOLCANO Esports this time around looking really good. In sync as well. Synergy on point. Communication as well does seem quite great between the players themselves. They've got all the 4 players standing too, but still they need to be really careful about the surrounding lines. GLITCHxREBORN moving close as well. The moment I said they're looking good, VOLCANO Esports, one of the man gets knocked out. The same thing can be said for GLITCHxREBORN as well. Even they're getting shot at by the players of CK.
Every single team is just so struggling right now. They are just struggling to push into the zone, and now REVENANT X SPARK finally makes their mark as they push out from the northwest corner. Huge rotation comes through. They are going to third party Raven Esports. They have the high ground. They are going to gatekeep them. And now the nades comes through from Ninja. Is it going to connect? It looks good. It looks solid. Oh, just barely a pixel away. But the second one might connect as well. Lands nice sidestep. Almost gets clipped off, and he's going to be A-OK.
That was brilliant from Lens. Knew exactly where the nade was going to land as well. Expected that, anticipated it, and positioned himself perfectly. But Raven Esports now, Sanhok's moved up close and personal. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan this is from REVENANT X SPARK, but it's working out pretty well. They're applying a lot of pressure against the players of Raven Esports, and Spray's nade has to be on point. The nade's going to be tossed in the back line, does not do enough damage to get any sort of knockouts, but REVENANT X SPARK, they're definitely getting shot at even from the back lines. It's not looking too smooth. REVENANT X SPARK, they want to isolate the duels, but Spray got his wall, falls apart. Oh, the cards they try to play against the players of Raven Esports now are flipping against him. And now for REVENANT X SPARK, the 2 players in the front on the verge of being eliminated. 4 barriers as well, third partying this. REVENANT X SPARK, this is supposed to be a basic sense that you will be third party from the sidelines, but they just never considered this. And now this nade's going to be on the perfect. It's going to be on the mark, eliminating the entirety of REVENANT X SPARK.
What an iconic nade coming from Team 4 Barriers. Can they make the biggest comeback in the history of BMPS. Can they get enough points to qualify directly into round 2 from all the way in the bottom? Now 4 barriers, a veteran team from BGIS, now making one of the most impossible run. Can they do it? Is going to be the question here, but REVENANT X SPARK, they get completely shut down, and now iQOO finds one more. Harsh goes down. What am I watching here, Necro?
Yeah, I see. I told you, REVENANT X SPARK, for some reason, they're just missing out on the surrounding awareness. They knew as well there is 4 barriers on top, but they still committed to that fight in such a weird way. They were exposed from the back the entire of the time. And now for 4 barriers, since they've got the momentum as well, I highly doubt they're going to be stopping. And there we go. In the end, it's going to be a nade from ARZ, actually. MASH is the one to claim those elimination points. A bit of a heartbreaker for 4 barriers, but it's fine.
They need the points. They need the chicken dinner. That's the only way. But now, Autobotz, they are going to be tanking the very, very awkward route here. Inside the zone, gets a little bit of reset here, but they do have control of the west side. But the question here is, on the north, there is a lot of teams that are going to be expecting a little bit of company. Because right now, in front of them is going to be Troy Tamilan as well, as the circle continues to build out the terrain. Autobotz, they get scouted out by Troy Tamilan in Esports. Ranveer gets the knob on a reap. As the spray continues, Ranveer is still looking for a couple more as well. At the same time, Aerobotz MASH forced in a 1 versus 1, and
oh my god,
what am I watching here?
Yeah.
Took a while, but Psycho, he will be able to take him down. He's the last man standing for VOLCANO.
MASH became a mashed potato there for a moment. Gets eliminated in the end by Psycho, and even Psycho did miss quite a bit. And now for Autobotz Esports, Lobster the only man in the front against the entirety of Tamilan Esports. Tamilan Esports tossing out those utils. Lobster still in the back. He's not hurt yet, and Tamilan Esports is going to decide to pull back now. Yeah, they kind of have to as well. They've got perfect control, perfect prime position to take chicken dinner as well. The Tamilan Esports makes a bounce back. Spray comes through from Lobster. Finds a big connection, but he gets chipped off, but eventually gets taken down. He was surrounded, and Tamilan Esports takes down Autobotz on 6th place. 4 barriers, a big comeback. They've got 8 finishes in this game. What are we watching? Is this the comeback that may happen from Group D itself? Is it enough? Definitely a big question. We all are wondering. 4 barriers, one thing is for sure. They've got their hands on a massive mob. And now they're starting to clean up the floor from the northern side. Los Hermanos on the sidelines. iQOO has got 7 finishes all by himself. This man's definitely looking extremely solid this time around. And Los Hermanos as well. Even they will collapse. Pusher butchering up the man in the front. Los Hermanos taken down to just that one man, and he's taken down extremely low as well. Team 4 barriers, they're definitely on the verge of pulling off a nuclear performance if they keep on playing like this. This is insane. This is an insane comeback story in the final game. But the raid boss here is going to be K9 because they themselves are going to be a strong contender themselves. It is going to be 3 players coming from them, and they've got 8 finishes. Meanwhile, Tamilan Esports with 4 players. It is a 4 versus 3 situation. Each and every single team in this final tree needs those points to push into his higher ranks. In this case, K9 looking for the top 16. Troy trying to get out of the danger zone of being eliminated. Same can be said for 4 barriers. Yeah. The stakes an all-time high for both Tamilan Esports and also 4 barriers to pull the lead from the bottom. Given the circumstance, K9 Esports wasn't towards Rivalry, and now being able to make it out alive in the top 3, looking so dominant. This is impressive from K9. Before, of course, Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug were known for their assaulting powers, but now, because of Omega, even the survival tactics are looking on point. And K9 this time around definitely looking extremely impressive and promising. 4 barriers, though, from the top. They've got the high ground, and they've also got a lot of intel to play with. Look at Zeus, too. The way he's spread out all the way towards the right side, inside of the vehicle, constantly scouting out. Team 4 barriers, every single thing currently seems in sync. Every single thing from the side of 4 barriers needs to work. Everything in this game, every single strat, every single finishes needs to be in their hands. And Tamilan Esports, they're making so much noise. K9 from the south side. Tamilan Esports, they're thinking to push up top. 4 barriers hasn't made their mark yet. It's not inside the zone. Do they have what it takes? Loot crate on top of them as well. That might be a level 3 helmet. Oh, nope, it was taken away, so nothing much they can do about this. They do have a Grows out though, on iQOO. Now the game's turned out quite a passive one. Late game, just 3 teams alive, and that's one of the main reasons why we're seeing the action dialed down as well.
Well, all things considered, stakes are high. They're waiting for someone to make a mistake. And that's where everything collapsed as well, because they're all looking at each other. Troy Tamilan pretty much pinned in between 4 barriers at them. And K9 still on the low ground. Might be spotted out. iQOO in the high ground. Shoves in. Gets a couple of tags onto his Troy Tamilan. But no moves yet from K9 Esports.
Yeah.
As he tries to go in for a wraparound from the side to try and get a off angle on K9.
How often do you see a player utilizing a suppressor? And iQOO is actually using it, and he's actually able to find a lot of value too. Tamilan Esports starting to get picked off now, finally. And it's K9 Esports as well, pressing up on the wounds, rubbing that salt constantly. 4 barriers on the high ground. Ninja Boy wants to create the off angle as well. iQOO's positioned himself in the off angle. Everyone's waiting for the next stage. And the next stage is pretty much going to be the most important one in the crucial one as well. If it does shift up north, it's going to put the players of 4 barrier in the best possible stance, and that's what exactly happens. The circle shifts right at top of the players of 4 barriers. They've got the advantage now. K9 needs to move out in the open.
This is going to be a tough one here. K9 going to be going for a wide spread here. Slug left behind to potentially catch an off angle. But unfortunately, there's just no vision. This multi-layer warfare is going to be taking forever as 4 barriers now having zone control. And they are having the highest point in this game. One beautiful nade from Ninja Boy is going to be able to shut him down. But the problem is he doesn't know where they are. And I don't think they have enough utilities here, Necro.
Yeah.
This is a very, very slow start. And you know for a fact that all these 3 teams, they won the chicken dinner for their own specific reason.
Exactly, that's the important point, right? Even Tamilan Esports was in the bottom 16, 4 barriers as well was in the bottom 16, and K9, if they want to get a good spot in the top 8, they need this chicken dinner as well. Everyone's extremely desperate. K9 Esports currently trying to get rid of the foes on the sidelines, but more than K9 Esports, Tamilan Esports is desperate, and even 4 barriers. You can see K9 tossing out those smokes, trying to strat themselves, at least trying to inch inside of the circle at this moment.
This is going to be very, very close. But this circle slowly inching away. It's just closing in bit by bit. What is this circle? This multi-layer circle is just taking forever. Troy Tamilan Esports, they scout out K9 Esports, but they just don't have a chokehold on them because the biggest boss in this zone is currently Team 4 Bears right on top. But there's still so many space. iQOO, no more nades, only has 5 smokes, could not even artillery onto his K9. It might just go down towards the stage 9 itself. And yes, it will, the final piece of the zone. Everybody just doesn't want to move.
In the next 5 seconds, this final zone as well, the blue's going to be on the move, I see. And it will be extremely spicy. Just a few seconds away to find out who's going to be the one to take this chicken dinner home. Can 4 barriers keep themselves safe outside of the bottom 16? Or will it be K9 Esports pinning themselves in a really good spot in the top 8? Or will Tamilan Esports as well find themselves outside of the top 16? Outside of the bottom 16, actually, in a good spot. iQOO barrier. iQOO once again opening the fray up. Slug goes down. Omega is well spotted.
Huh?
And what was that shot from iQOO? Unbelievable stuff.
Wow, that is some insane pre-fire coming from iQOO there. And just like that, K9, they lose 2 players. And now Ninja Boy, last man standing, he's gonna get rushed. And that was the timing that Troy Tamilan Esports was dying for as well. They're straight through everything. And right now, Ninja Boy fights one through the smokes, and Troy Tamilan, they also lose 1. K9 looking for the reset. Ninja Boy in the smoke. How is he still alive as iQOO gets the confirmation, and he will take down Troy Tamilan Esports. 4 barriers. What is this? This is the biggest wake-up call for Team 4 barriers.
Yeah, iQOO. It feels like the man knows exactly where every single player's position as well. iQOO just trying to eye out a few more remaining players inside of the lobby. You do see Tamilan Esports as well on the move. Shots were taken, but the connection was still missing. Tamilan Esports down to a 2-man squad. 4 barriers. They've got the knowing. They've got the knowledge. And at this point, it feels like they can also feel it coursing through the veins. This should be their game. No one's going to be stopping the players of 4 barriers, as they will be the one to barricade everyone from that chicken dinner, and they themselves will enjoy it. What a game converted in the end by 4 barriers. This is the exact chicken they were looking for to keep themselves on the safety cushion.
This is the big comeback that they need from the side of 4 barriers on the final game out of 12 games. They get the chicken dinner, they get themselves 14 finishes, and it is just going to be good enough Or is it going to be good enough to actually get themselves into us round 2?
What are the odds that they perform on the last game and they were choking every single game they've played so far? The odds are extremely thin, but they still have happened. And of course, that one man getting so many elimination points for himself, iQOO. The last time we saw him, he had 9 elimination points just to himself, by the way.
Yeah, this is a big game here coming from iQOO from the side of 4 barriers. But is it enough to give him that slight boost to keep things alive here for 4 barriers? Because as of now, that might be a potential rising star in the future. But for now on stream, let's take a look at the highlights coming into the screen as well. We saw UC Gaming having a little bit of run in here with someone's stream. They are a team that is looking to try and hold and defend their spot from the dangers of the bottom 16 themselves.
Yeah, you've also had Royal Emperor 2. Unfortunately for them, their journey was filled up with a lot of thick and thins. But we still need to look at the overall standings and figure out how it's looking like, what the bottom 16's looking like, and what the top 8's looking like. One thing is for sure, K9 Esports have found themselves in comfortable shoes since they had a decent bit of elimination points and also ended things on the 2nd spot. And this is how REVENANT X SPARK got eliminated. I still don't understand, how did REVENANT X SPARK forget that they were surrounded by teams and were just taking a fight out in the open like that? 4 barriers pushed up. Of course, they eliminated REVENANT Esports in the end, but even 4 barriers with this one single nade, just entire REVENANT X SPARK gets blown to smithereens.
It's just unfortunate as well, considering the skill level has significantly increased over the years. This is the Pro Series, right? They are going to go for the 50-50 coin flips, but the moment Shadow and I think Ninja got knocked off, it was pretty much done for as well, right? Like,
yeah.
No, so it was Shadow and Spray that got knocked. That pretty much put Ninja in one of the most awkward position possible.
Yeah.
Whether or not, do he help? Does he help or does he fight? But as soon as he made the decision, 4 barriers just came in, swapped up everything, and just made one of the biggest comebacks ever. In this case, C4 barriers, a team in the bottom. Again, every single team that is appeared on BMPS has the capabilities to take anyone in this game.
And that's the thing, right? I was wondering myself, the moment I saw Saranga and Spray God push up close and personal like that, I was still wondering what exactly was going on in that instance, because they were so exposed. Also an uphill battle against the players of REVENANT Esports. The odds were stacked against them. 4 barriers, of course, getting that chicken dinner, and iQOO squeezing out 10 finishes. Insane stuff from iQOO. 1459 damage dished out. His teammate Butcher got 3, and then Zeus as well, just getting 1.
Yeah, iQOO's just insane sprays though. Like, I don't know how I was able to spot that, but that was some insane precision with the Groza. Very, very quick
with just
burst
the iron
as well.
sight, by the way.
Yeah, that was insane.
Crazy stuff. It's like he pretty much just had the knowledge on where exactly the players are positioned, and he was able to nitpick every single one of them. And now moving back towards the bottom 16, right? Tamilan Esports, they're definitely out. 2 games, really good. 4 barriers, this chicken dinner, they're probably out as well. But still, the moment the other teams do chime inside of the game, that's when I want to see, can they really stay outside of the bottom 16? MVP of the match is going to be iQOO without a doubt. It's not even a question. 10 finishes, of course the man's got to be the MVP.
Yeah, he has to be as well, because he was making waves against everyone as well. Troy Tamilan as well as K9 just stood no chance against iQOO, because his quick fix was just so spot on. And the second player to be joining him in the top 5 here is not going to be under that Ninja Boy from the side of K9 with only 4 finishes. Toxic from the side of Autobotz with 4 finishes, Slug from the side of K9, and also Butcher from 4 barriers with 3 finishes here. It was absolutely no competition against iQOO, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, look at Autobotz as well, right there on the board. At least Autobotz as well was able to squeeze in a decent bit of points. REVENANT Esports, I expected a bit more from them, but it's fine since they're looking pretty comfy in the overall standings, and of course won't be eliminated. Man Summary's on the screen. As we pretty much do know, the longest finish is just going to be 304 meters this time around by Aiden from Raven.
Yeah, what's really interesting is that the knocks is only 65 knocks in total. That means almost every single knock has pretty much translated into a confirmation. So that means this game was very, very straightforward as well. Everybody is just pushing their way through. But with that being said here, let's take a look at the match ranking from this performance of this final game here in Group D. 4 barriers gets themselves the chicken dinner and 14 finish points, which gives them 24 points. K9 gets themselves 14 points here in this game. Troy Tamilan Esports with a little bit of recovery here with 10 points. Autobotz with 7 points. Very, very consistent stuff coming from them. VOLCANO gets 5. GLITCHxREBORN 5. Aura Royal Emperor gets 5. And Los Hermanos gets themselves 4 points. But REVENANT X SPARK, this 3 games, not a great game for them at all.
Extremely dicey.
Not
Just
a good
getting
day.
4 points in this one. Even Raven Esports getting 4 points. Cincinnati kids, since the previous game was a chicken dinner, they can have a bit of that let-loose moment. So getting 3 points out of this is completely fine. But K9 Esports have been extremely consistent. And speaking of K9 Esports, let's have a look at the overall standings. K9 Esports currently sitting in the top 5. Hero Extreme Godlike moves down a bit more off that board.
Oh my goodness, the top 8 is so very, very close here. But of course, K9 sneaks in, pushes it down. But at the same time, CK cannot push into the top 8. They will be forced to be in the top 16, but they have to defend. But at the chopping block for top 16 here is going to be Raven Esports with 98 points. And we've got Myth with 98 points as well. We've got Team Aryan with 99 points. And it seems like the top 16, the cutoff might be even higher and higher now.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Team Aryan hasn't even played all their games yet. And Team Aryan is still sitting inside of the top 16. That means they potentially can breach in the top 8 as well. We've got second page as well brewing up on the screen. True Rippers, even they've just played 9 games. We've also got Hyderabad Hydras on the 17th. Even they've only played 9 games. As you mentioned, the cutoff is definitely going to rise up.
Yeah, Autobotz trying to make a run in for the top 16. Unfortunately, will be on the 22 place here with 87 points. Their start of the first 3 matches was great. Volcano also trying to make a little bit bounce back. Unfortunately, will be stuck in towards the middle pack, and we will see them in the round 2 stages. Meanwhile, I'm curious to see how the bottom is going to be looking at as well, because Aerobotz also going to be in 34th position. That's not too bad for them.
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty much the teams on the third page as well. We know they're safe and sound. They're going to be moving on towards the round 2 no matter what. You've also got BO7S right there with 60 points. Even Metal Phoenix with 60. Metal Phoenix still needs to play their game. Tomorrow, EMZ and Metal Phoenix are going to be back inside of the action, so I really do want to see if they can crack inside of the top 16 or not. If they really do want to, though, they will need 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. That's the only way they can do it.
Yeah, now the moment of truth. We are going towards the middle, the lower middle of the pack itself. And this is going to be from the 49 to 64 position. RAKA on 12 position, not too bad. Ace Official on 12, on 54 position. But BotArmy Esports, oh my goodness, this is going to be them on 53 position with 53 points. 53.
Yeah, I mean, for BotArmy Esports, even they're going to be out of the harm's way. It's not even a question.
Yep.
You've also got Shockwave with only 9 games played so far. Shockwave is, of course, going to catapult themselves towards a better spot. You've also got teams like Mastermind Mavericks, Team Tamilan, Jux. Even they're going to probably try to catapult themselves at least closer to that top 16.
Yeah.
Keep themselves outside of the harm's way. Mysterious 4, since they played all the games so far, I'm not exactly sure how the standings is going to look like when the rest of the groups do chime in.
Yeah.
And now we've got the second last page on the screen.
This is going to be the chopping board as well, because we saw
Oh
Troy
my
Tamilan
God.
Esports as well is going to be in the player. But 4 Barriers has pretty much pushed themselves in towards the 66th position with that chicken dinner. 45 points. They're not exactly safe, but only time will tell, because there's still so many teams right below them here. Because in terms of 4 Barriers, right below them, there's 2 OP Official, there's Lost Hermanos, there's Dragon, there's U7,
Yeah.
there is GOX as well, and there is still a lot more. But as of yet, the official tally for the teams that is going to be eliminated here is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 teams has been confirmed, including UC. Ooh.
Yeah. So far, Fearless 4, Genix FM. You've also got Mysterious Esports, Deadly Gaming, and then you move on towards Halo, UC, and Aerobotz Esports. These teams have been eliminated from the realme BMPS 2025, as the remaining teams on the last page will still have 3 more chances to prove their worth and make a mark once again and make that comeback. The moment these teams make a pounce, though, on the second last page, that means the second last page teams will move down towards the last page.
There's only 9 more players. 9 more teams that is going to be eliminated from this group itself. In this case, the realme BMPS. And currently we've found 7. That is very, very unfortunate here. But of course, a great valiant attempt here coming from 4 Barriers. Hopefully it is going to be good, because they will be sitting on the sidelines and waiting for the next upcoming group to play, which is going to be happening tomorrow. But before that, let's talk about the realme MVP ranking for today. And as of yet on screen here, Seth's still currently one of the top MVPs here, alongside with Fierce, WizGod, Legit from the side of Soul, and also Goblin.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the top 5 of this tournament, of course, we pretty much had to look at them as well when the 3 games were done. And now, once again, pretty much the same list popping up on the screen. Seth at the top, leading the pack, as you mentioned, Fierce right there as well. All these teams have played all their games so far, and that's why these players are over here. As I mentioned, the moment the rest of the groups as well chime inside of the action, there's a big chance these faces can change.
This is going to be very, very interesting to see how things are going to be going for them as well. But I'm really happy to see Seth has made a little bit improvement as well coming from Wildfangs. But hopefully things are going to be better for them because Wildfangs looks really, really solid this term.
I mean, Wildfangs definitely is looking great. I mean, at the end of the day, Seth was always a skilled individual, right? You go all the way back towards 2023, and this man used to be a part of Big Brother Esports. And then later on, we saw the downfall for the entire team. But Seth has still been inside of the pro circuit for such a long time, trying to prove his worth. At the start of the day, we made our predictions. I went with BotArmy Esports for this particular group. I expected them to perform a bit better, but that was not the case.
Yeah, VOLCANO did a little bit of recovery here, but it wasn't really that great as well. I went for REVENANT X SPARK. Complete flop coming from them. And it seems like the only person that get a pretty good prediction here from Group D is going to be Maisie with the Cincinnati kids.
Yeah, it's actually going on reverse these days, right? Maisie is actually getting his predictions right, which is quite weird. And having a look at the day summary as well, we know Soul was the one to get that first chicken dinner. Later on, Learn from Past came into the fruition, getting 6 finish points and getting 16 points in total. VASISTA Esports as well on that map of Sanhok. We saw them scoop up that chicken dinner in the final few moments, or else Soul was dominating that game.
Yeah, it was very, very close as well because it came down to the final 2 moments coming from them. GLITCHxREBORN also making a little bit of bounce back. Cincinnati kid just completely dominating the map of Miramar when the zone just favored them and just zoned out everyone. But this final game in 4 barriers was a huge comeback for them. And hopefully it is going to be enough to keep them out of harm's way from the bottom 16 because we still have 2 more groups that has not played yet.
Exactly, and tomorrow we will have a look at the confirmed overall standings and find out which teams are going to be there in the top 8, which will be there in the top 16, and then which teams will be eliminated in the bottom 16. Tomorrow's day is going to be extremely important, and of course a lot of teams like Team Tamilan still waiting for a chance to be there in the top 16 itself. Even Metal Phoenix, they have been trying their best to get something done, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be the opportunity. This is the moment that Metal Phoenix has been waiting for.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one here. But all things considered here, we are going to be closing the day here for today. My name is ICBaby12. He is Necro. And you guys have just watched the Realme BMPS 2025. See you guys tomorrow again.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है। Wow.
until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain